Hi guys, how is everybody doing? I hope everybody had a productive quote-unquote day off yesterday since there was no court yesterday. It is going to be day 12 of the A$AP Rocky trial. We've already gotten jury instructions, which is, it was kind of weird. We did jury instructions, had a day off, and now we're going to get closing summations or closing arguments. I do believe it's Mr. P that's going to do the first part of closing arguments for the people. My guess is Joe Tacopina doing closing for the defense, and then I believe there will be a shorter rebuttal closing argument again from the people. They'll get to close it out because they have the burden. I'm not sure, since there's a self-defense instruction. When you take an affirmative defense, as a defense team, you have a burden of establishing the elements of self-defense. I'm not sure, since it's not really an affirmative defense, if we'll see that. And I just saw the seal come up. The seal finally came up. So let's get this up here. Get that muted in case it gets me. Make this bigger. And if you miss jury instructions, interestingly, they were instructed on stand your ground. Rocky had no duty to retreat. We also had a stipulation. There was supposed to be a witness that was going to be called to talk about the model of prop gun and how it typically would expel casings. But there was a stipulation, and that meant that that witness didn't need to be called on Tuesday. Both parties are stipulating that the prop gun, as described by Levin, would have expelled casings, and also a stipulation that the casings found did not belong to that prop gun. So I think that's going to be something we hear a lot more about in closing arguments. I don't know what you guys make of that. It doesn't seem that great that, based on testimony from Levin and the model of prop gun. Let's see, did they turn the music off? No, they're still going. Maybe we can pull up Law and Crime, actually. Law and Crime has it live, so we're going to go there. They just started. Yeah, let me know what you guys are looking to hear in closing arguments, because if you pretend you're a juror that's taking it all in, and closing arguments aren't evidence, but they are persuasive arguments, they are what you're going to hear right before you deliberate, what would you be listening for? Yep, interesting, Ashley. That's right. 12E said it didn't expel anything and that it just made sounds. And who knows? I mean, the prop gun, maybe it typically would expel something, but it was modified not to. But we didn't speak to the director that took care of the prop.
Well, we'll begin the summations. If there is an objection during the summations, I will rule on the objection. If I agree with you, I will sustain the objection. If I do not agree with you, I will overrule the objection. But whatever my ruling is, there will be no approaching the bench, there will be no discussion, there will be no debating, and there will be no arguing. The ruling will be the ruling, and then we move on.
We're just requesting that, because a lot of times objections are not under legal grounds. Objections during my co-counsel's argument, and it's just objections sustained. We don't have any idea what the grounds are. So I assume the court rules state grounds,
yes,
or else it's overruled.
Yes, if there's an objection, the legal grounds will have to be stated. If it's not stated, then it will be overruled. But I'm assuming that both sides will state. All right, both sides ready for the jury? Mr. Prisoma, are you ready to begin? All right, we're ready to bring the jury.
No, I don't have any updates on Beyonce Kendrick. Still that 2/26 hearing date. And it's not that weird to like, hey, don't object during closing. If you do, don't like ramble on. But it's unusual because we know there's been squabbling. Yeah, the no squabble zone. The no squabble zone. Good friends, wishing everybody a happy Valentine's Day.
Do you know which one?
I do not. Let me find out.
All right.
What's crazy is I can picture Mr. P doing the closing argument, but Lewin arguing if the defense objects to anything.
They are all here.
Okay.
Using the restroom.
One's in the restroom?
Yes.
Okay, when that juror comes back, then,
Bring them in.
yes, please.
Just announcing the juror's business to the world. And not for nothing, but I think Mr. P doing the closing, again, he's a little bit, monotone. But that's okay when you're trying to like listen and take things in. I think that's a great move for the prosecution. Imagine a closing argument where it was Lewin yelling. That's what I'm thinking when Michelle, Lewin will do the redirect, which thankfully should be a little bit shorter. Yeah, Sly says, did they make it back from Bakersfield? They had a whole day. See, Paul Singleton says, if somebody pulled a gun on you, would you follow them to fight? And again, I think these self-defense instructions to the jury are very helpful to the defense because it creates a pathway where it doesn't matter if the jurors agree on gun or no gun. Although I guess if they can't agree, maybe they decide to come out and say they're hung. I don't know. But I'm sure they'd get an instruction to go back and figure it out.
At 3, we recessed it.
No, we recessed on Tuesday at like 1.
Oh, that's right.
I wasn't, I can't.
You got there in time. You got there.
I got there in time.
You gave your speech.
He's like, talk about
All right, we are back on the record. All
Here we
parties,
go.
jurors, and counsel are present. We're about to start the summations. I want to remind you that what the attorneys say is not evidence. However, sometimes the attorneys might say something that you feel will be helpful for you in deliberations. Does anybody need an additional pad of paper? Everybody's okay? All right, about scheduling. I don't think we'll finish the summations today. There may be a little left, so that will be tomorrow. We'll start up again tomorrow at 9:30.
No.
After the summations are finished, then you'll be released to deliberate. But you will be deliberating tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. If you do not finish tomorrow, you will have to come back on Tuesday. Monday is another holiday. It's President's Day.
Long weekend.
The deliberation hours will be 9 to noon and 1:30 to 4:30. All right. Mr. Prezomic, are you ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When I stood up here in opening statements, I started by telling you that this case was really an easy case, not a complicated case, a very simple case. And as I stand up here before you now, I want to reiterate, this is not a difficult case. The question for you to answer in this case boils down to really just one question. There's only one important question in this case. One critical question that you have to answer. And that is,
John looking at the jury.
did Mr. Mayers, the man at the table, did he use a real gun or did he use a fake gun? Now, for those of you who have been jurors in the past, you know that as jurors, often when you sit in these cases, you have to answer a whole host of questions. You need to answer, was the defendant, was Mr. Mayers, was he even there that night? Was a gun, did he actually have a gun? Was the gun loaded? Did he actually fire the gun? You know, there could be a bunch of different questions that you have to answer. In this case, all those questions are agreed to. And it only comes down to that one question. Was it a real gun or was it a fake gun? Nothing else is in dispute. Now, I'm sure that Mr. Tacopina, when he comes up here, he's going to stand up here, he's going to talk about Mr. Efron a lot. And he's going to talk to you about how did Mr. Efron earn his income, who's Mr. Efron's girlfriend, did Mr. Efron tell people he was a millionaire, or what kind of lifestyle did Mr. Efron lead people to believe he had on Instagram? None of that matters. None of that matters. None of that relates to the singular question that on November 6, 2021 in Hollywood, did the defendant have a real gun? Did he have a fake gun? Now, you're not going to hear me, and you haven't heard Mr. Lewin or I throughout this case tell you that after this crime happened, that Mr. Efron did not think to himself, I want to be compensated for what happened to me. And we are not going to tell you that Mr. Efron, after this crime, this horrible crime happened, that his primary motivation wasn't, man, I really need to go to the police and make sure that whoever did this was held accountable. That's not what Mr. Efron was seeking. Mr. Efron was absolutely focused on himself. We agree to that. We talked to you about that all the way back in jury selection. We told you at the time, Mr. Efron filed a lawsuit. Mr. Efron wants money because of what happened. Okay? That hasn't been hidden from you. We actually stood here and stipulated to that with the defense. That there was a lawsuit, what the causes of actions were. We agree to all that. None of that's in dispute. It's very important that you understand your role in this case, and specifically what your role in this case is not about. You are never going to be asked to decide how much money should Mr. Efron get for what happened to him that night. Does Mr. Mayers, does he owe Mr. Efron $1, no dollars, a gazillion dollars? You'll never be asked to answer that question. Your role is not to consider that. Not to consider that question. The only question that you are here to answer is, that night in Hollywood, did Mr. Mayers have a real gun or a fake gun? Was the gun that Mr. Mayers pulled out of his pants, pointed at Mr. Efron, a real gun or a fake gun? Was the gun that Mr. Mayers turned around and pointed at Mr. Efron and fired twice at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar, was it a real gun or a fake gun? I want to start out, too, with where I started in opening statements, with the video. My apologies, the audio here is...
Yeah, I was saying they started it in the middle, but okay.
But that's what we're talking about. That moment in time, when you see the gun on that video. And
it's their compilation video with the lineup of audio for anyone not looking at the screen.
The answer to that question that I've now posed to you several times is obvious. It's obvious. That man decided, for whatever reason, that he was going to settle his dispute with Mr. Efron that night with a gun. That he was going to do that in the middle of Hollywood. And that he was going to fire his gun not once, but twice. That man made the decision to reach out to Mr. Efron, to provoke this confrontation. He made the decision to bring two other people with him, Ills and Twelvey. Mr. Efron's outnumbered 3-1. But still, he made the decision to bring a loaded, concealed gun with him to that confrontation.
Joe just raised his eyebrow on the side like
this. Those decisions had consequences, and you know the results of those decisions. And that is what we are asking you to hold him accountable for in this case. We know the consequences of his decisions really beyond a doubt. The video here is clear. The defense put up Twelvey, Mr. Phillips, to narrate the video for you. And I guess the question you have to ask after listening to Twelvey's is, are you going to listen to Twelvey, the man who relies on the defendant for his livelihood, for his income, really for his entire career? Are you going to rely on him, or are you going to rely on your own lying eyes? Because what he described on the video did not happen. What did the video show? Well, it showed the defendant confronting Mr. Efron. It showed the defendant executing his plan to immediately get in Mr. Efron's face. Immediately engage in a physical confrontation. It shows Mr. Efron did not have a weapon. And honestly, it shows that Mr. Efron was really unprepared for what he was walking into. Mr. Efron went there to talk. He went there to argue. He went there that night to resolve his differences, not to engage in a physical fight. But he's immediately confronted with a physical confrontation. So how does he respond? Again, let's pause. Consider Mr. Phillips, 12. When he's asked simple questions, this is just a hypothetical, but if he's asked, what's the weather like that night? You know, his answer is going to start out with something like, I couldn't tell. Mr. Efron is such a huge man. He's so muscular. When he approached me, he blotted out the sky. I couldn't tell you what it was because he's such a large individual. Okay? He repeatedly puts that fact in front of you. He wants you to focus on Mr. Efron's size, how big he is, how muscular he is. How honestly, it sounded like this was the first time that Twelvey had seen Mr. Efron outside of the gym. He constantly repeated how much Mr. Efron was in the gym, how big he was. At that moment, when Mr. Efron is approaching the defendant, he doesn't know what's about to happen. We all know because we see it on the video. But at that moment, he did not know. He did not know the defendant had a gun. So Mr. Efron, this huge, hulking man, he's confronted outside the parking garage, and how does he respond? He responds by doing absolutely nothing. He's approached by the defendant, and what does he do? He reaches forward with his left hand. Now this man's coming right up in his face. He reaches out to maintain the distance. Twelvey wants you to believe Mr. Efron's there to fight. He's there to start it. So when he reaches out with his left hand, what does that leave free? His right hand, his dominant hand. That muscular right hook. Does he throw a punch at the defendant? No. He honestly does nothing. He reaches out with his hand and the defendant immediately gets in his face. He's actually propelled backwards. Why doesn't he punch the defendant? Why doesn't he fight him? He's there to fight him, right? That's what 12 wants you to believe. He's there to fight the defendant. Why doesn't he? Well, he told you. He knows. If I fight this man, it's all over. Not just his relationship with the defendant. He knows they're not going to recover from that. If I punch him in the face, we're done. Our friendship is over. But not just that. My livelihood, my life is over. He's thinking in that moment, we've had problems in the past, we've talked it out. We have problems now, we can talk it out. Okay? That's his mindset. He doesn't know the defendant's mindset, though. And he has no idea how bad it's gotten for the defendant. Because a relationship takes two people. And Mr. Efron, he can only give you his perspective. Apparently, though, it's gotten very bad for the defendant. Beyond repair. That is, Mr. Efron doesn't know that. He doesn't know how bad it's gotten until the next split second when that gun comes out. And you have to understand, in the instant that gun comes out, it has to be immediately clear to Mr. Efron, oh my God. It is so much worse than I thought it was. This man, my friend, a person I've known 15 years, is pulling a gun on me. This guy hates me. And this is not going to end well for me. It's all over. That's what he's confronted with in the split second that gun comes out and is pointed at him. My career's over, my livelihood, it's all done. Now, I'm going to go through multiple people's perspectives. I am not going to hold back, okay? When I talk about the defense witnesses, I want to be very clear. What they got on the stand and told you were lies. They repeatedly lied when asked about a whole variety of topics we'll get into. But there was one thing that not even they could lie or deny. And that is, it had to have been obvious to you before you even walked into this court on this case. The defendant, and certainly his significant other, are powerful individuals within the entertainment industry. Even their own witnesses, even 12, even ASAP Lou had to acknowledge that too. And they certainly have enough power to cancel small players like Mr. Efron or 12 or Lou if that's what they want to do. And that right there, in that millisecond the gun is pulled out, that's what Mr. Efron is faced with. So how does he respond to that? That's a lot to take in a very short amount of time. You cannot put yourself in his shoes and say, what would I do? You cannot possibly capture all the emotion, all the history, everything that's going on in his head. And he
Yours is supposed to use their experience, though.
You probably would not walk after the person who just pulled a gun on you and unload on them verbally with your grievances. But he's angry. He's upset. He's confronted with his life changing, and he knows it's over. And even though the defendant pulled a gun on him, he's not really thinking about the gun. So he follows, and he tells the defendant how he has failed the other members of their collective. And he uses Ills and he uses 12 as examples along the way. So we get to the next location, the parking lot. Vista Del Mar in Selma. And when we get to that corner, the defense, certainly 12E, want you to believe that as they arrived there, Mr. Efron immediately started attacking Ills. I'll go through the video. Honestly, we will slow it down and I'll show you where everyone is at that moment when the defendant turns around with the gun. But you know, you've watched the video. I honestly wondered to myself if I even had to address, was Mr. Efron attacking Ills at that moment? There's daylight between them, clear space. But this is where the defense is going to double down on the idea that you cannot believe what you see with your own eyes. Because when you watch the video, you can see space between Ills, you can see space between Mr. Efron. 12E could not acknowledge that on the stand. That's not why he was here. He was here to say that Mr. Efron was attacking Ills. And I'm sure, as you listen to his testimony, when he first started testifying, you had to think, this sounds like something that's been practiced. This sounds like a man who's repeating pre-programmed answers to it. It came off very robotic. I don't have to tell you he was coached into certain answers, because you saw it for your own eyes in court.
Wait, are we talking about
You
12E
didn't
or
see it, you
Relli?
heard it. When 12E's asked a question, what is Og? That's kind of a mundane,
Opens the
seemingly
door.
insignificant
Talk
question.
about
What
Og
does
and
it tell
closing.
you? He screams out, don't answer that. Don't say. He's literally coaching him in court in front of him. And what's 12E's response? My brother's company? Man, I don't know. I can't say.
I mean, that wasn't his response.
So do you expect him to come into court and tell you the truth about exactly what happened on that street corner? That video does not show Mr. Efron attacking Ills. And that really is why, when we get to the jury instructions, the instructions on defense of others are not going to apply in this case. Because what the video shows is that when they got to that street corner, the defendant thought, I've had enough. And he decided to pull his gun, and he decided to start firing at Mr. Efron. The video clearly shows, before Mr. Efron is anywhere near Ills, the defendant is already pulling the gun out, turning around, putting his arm forward. When exactly in that sequence he fired, hard to say. The sound doesn't necessarily match up perfectly with the audio. These are from two different systems. The sound is farther away than the video, but they're close enough that you can tell that in those seconds, the defendant starts firing. How does Mr. Efron react? He reacts by grabbing Ills and using him as a human shield. Would be a natural response when you're faced with someone firing a gun at you.
Was he
How does
not
the defense
close
try to
enough, or
twist
was
that
he
gun
close?
and reframe it? They try to tell you that's actually, Mr. Efron attacking Ills, because it's a tough case for them. Because it's all on video, you get to see it for yourself. This would have been a lot easier if there was no video and all they had to do was poke holes in Mr. Efron. But there's video. So they're trying to get you to believe that what you see on the video is not really what you see. Apparently, the defense also thinks that it's a problem that the defendant is actually firing shots at Mr. Efron. A problem for their defense of, apparent defense of Ills, because they say actually what he was doing was firing warning shots. Warning shots. We thought it was a prop gun. There's no such thing as a warning shot from a prop gun. So that takes me to the next, really most absurd part of the defense in this case, which is that not only was this a prop gun, but Mr. Efron knew it was a prop gun. They want you to believe Mr. Efron knew that this gun was a prop gun. But at the same time, they also want you to believe, need you to believe, that he pulled the gun in order to intimidate Mr. Efron with the gun that Mr. Efron already knows is a prop gun. It is absolutely absurd. Let's start with the first premise that they want you to believe there, that the defendant is carrying a prop gun in the first place. The testimony through Lou, what the defense wants you to believe is the defendant, he's been stabbed. Not only was he stabbed in this nightclub, 12 was stabbed at the same time. That's a violent thing to have happen to you. Not only that, but he has crazy people breaking into his house. Crazy people stalking him. Also breaking into his house. And when he's faced with that real violence, being stabbed with a real knife, having real people in his house that he doesn't know, what is his rational response to that? Let's carry a fake gun.
Because you can't bring real firearms into certain
Let's talk about Lou
establishments.
for a second. This ASAP Lou. ASAP Lou is a very valuable friend to have. ASAP Lou tells you that the defendant singled him out in a crowd because the defendant liked his energy. And little did the defendant know that he was basically recruiting the Swiss Army knife of best friends. Okay? ASAP Lou, not just your personal assistant, but turns into your tour manager. You need someone to be at your house while the police are searching it on a moment's notice. You got Lou. He's there. But, by the way, let's be clear, Lou, he's totally impartial. He's not financially reliant on the defendant because Lou also has his own DJing business and his own clothing brand, which apparently have nothing to do with his good friend, the famous musician who is also an ambassador to multiple clothing designers. Lou must have done that all on his own.
Lou didn't say that.
On
He
top
said
of
he got
that,
opportunities
Lou,
because of Rocky.
I said he's the Swiss Army knife. One of his functions, he's also the defendant's security consultant. And Lou told you that he sat down with some unnamed, unidentified security expert that did not testify, whose name he couldn't tell you, could give you no information about. And after the real security issues that the defendant was having, being cut with a real knife, he decided the best way that he could protect himself, that Rocky could protect himself, is with a fake gun. So that the next time someone approaches him with a real knife, he can pull out his fake gun. That's going to go one of two ways. That assailant might say, "I didn't know you had a gun," and leave. Or they might attack you with their real knife or their real gun, and your fake gun is completely useless. You have no way of actually defending yourself. And if you're faced with real threats, clearly you want to have something that you can really defend yourself with, not some prop. That security advice, that is not just illogical, it's absurd. Okay? And the reason why it's absurd and makes no sense is because it's not real advice. That advice was not given to the defendant. Okay? Lou made that up for this case, for his testimony in this trial. It did not happen. But wait, because it gets even more absurd.
Billy Mays. We got a Billy Mays
All
moment.
right? It's even more absurd because they're saying that Mr. Efron knew. He knew that that gun was fake when the defendant pulled it on him. So any even remote possible deterrent effect that that fake gun would have on anyone goes completely out the window when we're talking about Mr. Efron. Because Mr. Efron knows it's fake. I mean, with the defense logic, the defendant could have popped a balloon and it would have had the exact same deterrent effect on Mr. Efron as the fake gun. Did they prove to you? Did they prove to you at all that Mr. Efron knew that gun was fake? Mr. Efron denies it. He says, when I asked him about a prop gun, it took him back. What are you talking about?
Look at the judge leaning in a little when that's happening.
Okay. They told you he got that prop gun at a music video shoot in July 2021.
He just took a note, I
We
think.
know the shooting happens November of 2021. Between July and November, did they show you a single instance where the defendant and Mr. Efron are together? A single instance where Mr. Efron could have received that information that this was a fake gun? Does it even make sense that if the defendant's going to carry a fake gun for his security, that he's going to tell everyone around him, hey, it's a fake gun, it's a fake gun? How does that make any sense?
I thought the judge took a note.
It makes
I wasn't
absolutely
looking
no
at
sense
Taco.
because it's not true. The truth is the defendant did not have a fake gun. He had a real gun. How do we know? Well, the first scene where the defendant pulls the real gun on Mr. Efron, what does he do? How does Mr. Efron respond? How does Ills respond? You don't see the very moment that the gun is first pulled on Mr. Efron. It's not captured on the video, they're just off camera. But what do you see when they come back into the frame? Mr. Efron's backing up. Ills is between them. Ills' entire focus is on the defendant, the man with the gun.
Why would Ills put himself in front of a gun if he didn't know?
Where's
Like, you
Ills
know what I'm
looking?
saying? It's not just did Relli know it was real. There's indications from the other friends that are there that would suggest they know it's not real, in my view.
Provocateur, the one who's provoking this fight, who's trying to hurt his friend Rocky? No. He's got his back to Mr. Efron. He's focused completely on the defendant. What's Mr. Efron doing? Again, they want you to believe Mr. Efron looked at the defendant and said, put that fake-ass gun away.
Say it.
He never said that. What's he doing on the video? He's backing up.
Yeah, but your star witness also said he stood there and
There's no
pointed
video
from 10
of
to
the
15
second
feet
that
away.
That gun is pulled on him from this scene. But there is that video from the second location. So I want to play that for you, and I'm going to slow it down for you. I will play it at 2 different speeds. You've seen this video over and over and over. You could probably, if you have any artistic skill, you could probably draw it out from memory. But I want to play it slowly. You know who the people are involved in this. What's the defendant doing? He's pulling the gun out, and you see Mr. Efron dive behind Ills. That's how Mr. Efron responds when the gun is pulled on him. Now this is really the moment. So I'm going to slow it down even more. We're going to go to 1/4 speed, okay? You can see the defendant already moving back towards Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron is nowhere near Ills. He's lunging towards Mr. Efron, and Mr. Efron is diving out of the way.
You're also telling us he's going over there to get Ills to use them as a shield. So is he diving away, or is he going to get someone to use them as a shield? I mean, what's the split second in real-time decision? If you use an ostrich.
Now this video, it creates a host of problems for the defense in this case. This is the moment where the defendant is turning around towards Mr. Efron, where he's pulling that gun out, where he's pointing it at Mr. Efron. And the gun comes out before Mr. Efron is anywhere near Ills. That completely negates their defense. Negates the reason why he says he had to pull the gun in the first place, to protect Ills. Negates 12B's testimony that Mr. Efron was punching Ills. Creates a lot of problems for them. You can see the space for yourself between Mr. Efron and Ills. You don't need anyone to tell you that Mr. Efron is not attacking Ills. I guess the best that they could argue is that Mr. Efron was going to attack Ills. I don't, for that to be true, there would have to be a time machine involved. But the instructions, the jury instructions on that are clear. No, you cannot have a belief that there's going to be future harm. Doesn't matter how imminent it was. Doesn't matter if Mr. Efron was actually saying, I'm going to beat Ills up. I'm coming after you, Ills. Doesn't work. Belief in future harm is not sufficient. I want to go back to this. You can see the moment where the defendant turns with the gun in his hand, where Mr. Efron is, and where Ills is. The second problem with this, so other than negating the defense, right, that 12B wants you to believe Mr. Efron is beating up Ills, that video further causes problems for the defense because nobody on that video is acting like that's a fake gun. They're all reacting to a real gun. Consider it from each of their perspectives. From the defendant's perspective, Mr. Mayers. If he's holding a prop gun and Mr. Efron knows it's a prop gun, that's what they're telling him, right? Why does he have to run towards Mr. Efron? Why does he have to move at all? Why does he have to lunge towards him? When Mr. Efron runs around Ills, why does he have to try to duck and dodge side by side to try to get a line of sight around Ills? If nothing comes out of the barrel, the tip of that gun, because it's a prop gun, not a real gun, there's no need to chase Mr. Efron. There's no need for him to move, period. The gun would make the sound. They're telling you that's what the deterrent is. So why does he move? He moves because it's a real gun. Because things do come out of the end of that. And he's trying to get a line of sight on Mr. Efron. Consider it from Mr. Efron's perspective. They want you to believe at the first scene, Mr. Efron looked coolly at the defendant when he pulled that gun out and said, put that fake-ass gun away. So when he pulls it out a second time, a few minutes later, does Mr. Efron look back at him and say, do I have to tell you again? Put that fake-ass gun away again. No. Clearly that's not what he's doing. What he's doing is reacting to...
Was there any testimony that put that fake gun away was repeated? Or is he confusing Relli's testimony, Relli's statements, that the defendant repeated a line 2 or 3 times, that I'll shoot you right now or something. Is he confusing the testimony?
Oh my God, someone just pulled a real gun off. And he's jumping around Ills, trying to put something in between him and the defendant. They're very close. He believes that's a real gun. He knows. His reactions are, that's a real gun. 12. Let's talk about 12's perspective. He says, when he testifies, I knew that that was a fake gun. That's, going back, I already knew that before the defendant pulled it out. But what does he do on the video? What does the video show? He's behind a wall. So he's the guy to come in here and tell you, we all knew it was a fake gun. When you see him, when you see his reaction, where is he? He's on the other side of the street, he's hiding. Why does he have to hide if nothing comes out of that gun? He's hiding because he knows, what we all know, it's a real gun. The third problem that video creates for the defense, it negates this whole idea of defense of others, that the defendant had to do this in order to protect Ills. The defense of others instruction will tell you that it really only applies if the defendant used no more force than was reasonably necessary in the circumstances. The defense in this case needs you to believe that Mr. Efron was not just beating up Ills, but that he was savagely pummeling Ills. 12, before he's confronted, says Mr. Efron was throwing haymakers at Ills, mercilessly, savagely punching Ills. Why is Mr. Efron doing this? That's never explained. 12 has no explanation for that. In his opening statement, Mr. Tacopina told you that Ills' face was pummeled, and that they were going to bring in pictures to show you just how damaged Ills was. Well, obviously that did not pan out. And obviously 12 was not expecting to be confronted with pictures or videos of Ills' face the day after this happened, showing not a single scratch on his face. Nothing. If what 12 was describing to you had actually happened, these savage blows landed on Ills' face, if that had actually happened, they would have brought in photos of Ills' bloody, bruised face, black eyes, busted lip, whatever it was, cut on his cheek. They didn't bring in any of that because it didn't happen. One step further, we actually brought in pictures of him to show there's nothing there. It absolutely did not happen. Okay. Before I go on, I want to address another thing that I'm sure Mr. Tacopina is going to talk about when he stands up here, and that is the injury to Mr. Efron. And some of you may have the attitude as you sit here, you know what? He wasn't really hurt that bad. Mr. Tacopina I can almost guarantee he's going to call it a finger scrape. And then you have on top of that, you have Lou blurting out that, the defendant's going to go to prison for this long period of time. There's a reason why the judge sustained that, told you not to consider that. But it's interesting that Lou blurts that out when he's not asked a question about that. That's evidence, clear evidence of Lou just trying to get out information to you that he thinks is prejudicial to the people, to our case. I hope you understand that even though this one incident did not result in a serious injury, this is still a serious crime. That the potential for real serious harm was absolutely there that night. This was 10 o'clock p.m. on a Saturday night, a busy Saturday in a busy area of Hollywood. And your common sense tells you how bullets travel when they're fired. They don't always hit their intended target. And the potential for someone else to have been seriously hurt in this case is absolutely present. You had busy nightclubs, people getting out of nightclubs, cars, the whole parking lot full of cars. The potential that someone else could have been hit was there, it was real, and it's serious. And you know that when guns are discharged in busy areas, people die. We are lucky that's not this case. But it's still an important case. And I'm going to continue to point out how absurd some of the defense arguments are. And I will fully acknowledge to you that my tone can be sarcastic. Please don't take my sarcasm as any indication that this is unserious. There are definitely laws that you can argue with and say, I don't really know if this should be on the books. This is not one of them. Firing a gun off in Hollywood on a busy Saturday night is not one of them. And even if that's your perspective, you need to set that aside. That's not your role as a juror. The judge tells you what the law is. Your job is just to apply the facts to the law and make a decision. The only decision you have to make is, was it a real gun or a fake gun? Now, to that end, talking about Mr. Efron's injuries, you'll be able to read the jury instructions for yourself, but there's a whole host of things that we do not have to prove in this case. The law tells you we do not have to prove. That the defendant even touched Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron doesn't have to be injured in any way. The defendant does not even have to fire his gun for this crime to be completed. He doesn't even have to point it directly at Mr. Efron. The moment the defendant pulled that gun out, armed himself, and was capable of inflicting injury on Mr. Efron, that crime was completed at that moment. Again, you'll see in the instruction, I put the number of the instruction at the bottom for you so you can go back and read it yourself. The gun does not have to be pointed directly at Mr. Efron. There can be steps that the defendant still has to take before he inflicts injury. It does not even need to be fired. The evidence in this case compels you to one conclusion to that question I've posed to you multiple times now. Was it a real gun or a fake gun? And that is really that the defendant was in possession of a real gun. Mr. Efron recovered real ammunition from the scene, from a real gun that fired. Everyone in the surveillance videos that I've played for you now, that I've slowed down for you, is responding like it's a real gun. When the defendant's house is searched by LAPD, they only find real guns and real ammunition. The defense theory in this case that this was a prop gun, there is absolutely no evidence to support that idea. The only thing that supports that is Twelby and Lew, who are telling you that it's a prop gun. Once you decide that it's a real gun, you're deciding that those two witnesses especially lie. Everything that they say should be rejected. And why did they lie to you? Because they know the truth. They know this was a real gun. So you can decide this case by finding they lied to you. You can decide this case by just watching the videos for yourself. You can decide this case by listening to Mr. Efron's testimony. Every time he's talked about this crime, he has always maintained this was a real gun. And if you determine that the gun used in this case was a real gun, the law compels you to one conclusion: that the defendant is guilty. That's it. Not because you want to find him guilty, not because you're going to find pleasure in finding him guilty, but because the law compels you that once you make that determination, that's the only just outcome in this case. I know Mr. Tacopina is going to talk about Mr. Efron, and he's going to talk about all of Mr. Efron's statements. He's going to point out every single minor inconsistency that Mr. Efron has ever made when he has given statements. He's going to bring up points in time that Mr. Efron is talking about things that have absolutely nothing to do with this case. You saw that clearly when the defense put up Wally Sajemi and tried to play snippets of Mr. Sajemi's recordings of Mr. Efron. They tried to put up clips where Mr. Efron said to Mr. Sajemi, "I'm already a millionaire." Oh, look, see, he said he was already a millionaire, but he's not. Where he said to Mr. Sajemi, "Go ahead and post news articles on social media." He said he was, I'm suing Rocky. I don't care about the police. I don't care what happens to the criminal case. I'm getting 30 M's. If I disappear, this case will be harder for the prosecutors. All those clips,
Tell us what he
none of those
compared it
clips
to.
help you answer the question in this case: was it a real gun or a fake gun? And who cares? Who cares if Mr. Efron said in the past he was a millionaire when he wasn't? Who cares if he asked someone to post a news article on social media? Mr. Efron wants to be paid because he was the victim of a real crime by a real gun. And some of the most important evidence that you heard in this case actually came from those recordings. Those recordings are very important because Mr. Efron does not know he's being recorded. He thinks he's talking to his friend. He has no idea that this person is betraying him, recording him, and then immediately turning their conversations over to the defendant. These are his unfiltered, unprepared thoughts.
I don't think
He's
that
not
that's
talking
helpful.
to the police. He does not even know he's being recorded. But what he says to Wally in those recordings is exactly what he told you here in court. I want to go through them because these recordings are important. So I'm going to break them down, and we're going to play a couple of them.
Okay, sides, I'm mad at both y'all niggas for letting that shit happen, you feel me?
Oh, it ain't no picking sides. That nigga 100% crazy and wrong.
Yeah.
100% wrong. And he got 12-year ills mixed, bro. I'm not. You gotta understand, Raggy been on his high horse for a very long time. You feel me? He didn't have to do what he did. I don't have. He forced my hand. You feel me? I got over 20 missed calls between him and
He forced my hand.
Why is Rocky going out of his way to do anything like that? You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you didn't hear the story or whatever it is, but you gotta look at it like this. Why is he going out his way to call me 20 times? It was a 12-year with him. Text messages saying link up, where you at? And all of this is because of I pressed him about Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh's mom and lied. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote him about that. He hits up Bari later about that, but I'm with Bari. Bari got the phone on speaker. You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky talks about me within that conversation because he sees I text him about Josh. You feel me? And told him saying ASAP out my name. This is 7 months ago. I took ASAP out my name. You feel me?
Yeah.
He's a bitch, so he goes ahead and hit Bari because Bari influenced him a whole week later doing that complex con shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just so happened I'm with Bari while Rocky hits him. Rocky says my name. You get what I'm saying? Real Money 12-year ills is at his house. I hit Real Money the next morning, tell Real Money. I heard Rocky bitch ass tell him I don't fuck with him. whoop-de-woo, you feel me? No fighting words, none of that. Just basically, nigga, I heard you. But then Rocky said he was like a bitch because Barry had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me, and I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep, you feel me? Boom, boom, boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I wasn't supposed to hear that conversation because Rocky never, ever, I never heard him say curse words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I'm saying? So now I know the real him. I tell real money. I tell that nigga, fuck him. You feel me? Boom, boom, boom. Shit is related to him. Next thing you know, I get over 20, 30 missed calls between him, Ills, and Rocky. Text message.
Hold on. So I never paid attention to this when they were playing it, but right here it's like he's saying that he told somebody else to tell Rocky something. So he's pretending in May of 2022 that the text Relli sent to Rocky that night that he ended up deleting, he's acting like he never sent those messages. He's acting like he only went to somebody else to send the message for him. So there's one point of dishonesty in these calls in May of 2022.
I'm staying at the Lowe's. I tell him, he calls me, I finally answer because I'm sleeping. I answered him, he's like, where you at? With a slim voice. I'm like, huh? Where you at? Nigga, I'm at the W, I'm not really at the Lowe's, you feel me? You know, Hollywood Boulevard, they all look the same. You're like, no, you're not, nigga, that's a bum-ass hotel. I'm like, huh? He said, show me outside. Okay, all of it look the same. I showed him outside. What he does, I'll be there in 5 minutes. I'm like, alright, my girl like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, I don't know. He calls me, Hills calls me. Man, I got all these text messages, bro, these niggas is dumb. You and a couple only people heard this story. Rocky out here thinking it's all sweet, but his life is really, and bro,
that's what I wanted to ask you, bro. Like, why the boys though? You feel me? Why take it to you know the guys? You feel me?
Who, me?
Yeah, think though how the boys.
Why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. He blamed at me. I'm no longer on his level. Everybody turned on me. Everybody, bro. Rocky had everybody turned on me that day. What the fuck am I doing? Spin on his block and go shoot him up?
In that couple minutes, he tells the exact same details that he told you when he testified in this case. That's evidence they created. That's their person trying to trick Mr. Efron. Trying to get Mr. Efron to say something damaging.
Their person. Say
something that's going to undermine his case, because Wally knows he's recording these conversations for one purpose, so that he can turn them right over to the defendant. But what is Terrell saying? Everything consistent with what he told you. How this interaction started. Even that he blamed at him, that he shot at him.
The same thing, because he ran at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use Ills as a shield while I be dead.
I feel niggas ain't trying to, like, you feel me? Not trying to end squash this shit, get some paper or something, or what, you know, like.
Bro, it's too late. He told me suck a dick. Boom, boom, boom. I hit up John the same day. Bro, that's all I had. We had nothing but time. Bro, when I got the best lawyer in LA and worried about my business. You feel me? He told John to stop contacting me. I sent him the pictures of the bullets, sent him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga, fuck you. So what I'm supposed to do? Accept the nigga shooting at me 4 or 5 times where I almost died, or sue this man? Now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he's trying to kill me. So that's what he gotta read. You feel me?
There ain't no way niggas could squat, like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, bro. Like, you feel me? Like,
bro, he's a grown, he's 33 years old. He got other men talking for him. He know what he did. You get what I'm saying? He had more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He wasn't trying to reach out to me. He still didn't reach out to me.
With legal shit involved out of boys, you know, so.
That's on him. I didn't want to go like that. I wanted to have a lawyer. When you get a lawyer, that has nothing.
You went to the police on November 8th, so this is another lie to Wally. This is another lie right here to Wally. I didn't want to do that. He's going to act like he waited, but he went there on November 8th.
Nothing to do with boys. And Jabari, his friend, he might as well thank him for him not being late in the field, because those allegations, you feel me? He got enough, and you're part of the PR team. He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those was allegations. Jabari made it official.
Again, he's entirely consistent. The defendant shot at me 4 or 5 times. The same thing he walks into the police station and tells the police. He's entirely consistent about what happens after the shooting. That he reached out to the defendant. That he sent him text messages, pictures of the fired cartridge cases. That he reached out to the defendant's manager. All that consistent with what you saw in the text messages and everything else that came in. Even how he was outed as the victim in this case, that Jabari made it official. That Jabari was the one who said that he had snitched and attached his name to it. That's their evidence that they created. And it's entirely consistent with what he told you when he testified.
I just want y'all niggas to kind of end this shit and, buy us.
And he could have ended it when he shot at him. Who ends anything when a nigga shoot at you 4 or 5 times and you gotta grab another member to protect yourself? He called me out my living space. Called me, told me to stop ducking him.
You deleted the messages.
He played that. That's called premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He told me I'm gonna come to a gun battle. I came to link him to see what the fuck the status was about. He pulls out. He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense. He's a pussy boy. Give me a
Yeah, this is so great. Like, just highlight self-defense and call the other person a pussy.
It was just standing in between while he's trying to shoot me. He didn't give me no seconds for shit acting like that. And I got it all on camera. You don't want that, like, trust me. He's stupid. He did it all on camera, champ.
Again, consistent. I didn't know I was walking into a gun battle. I didn't bring a weapon. What does he do to me, though? He tries to chest bump me, and then he shoots at me.
So it's really to get him, bro, or you just trying to move on and shit?
Besides suing somebody like that. You feel me? Now, he got to face the consequences of with that because he wanted to be a gangster and run out his crib like that. That has nothing to do with me. You feel me? I did my part. If you look at it on my end, what else am I supposed to do?
Why not just ask for the bag or,
I tried already, bro, and you don't ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro. When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you ever look like, I'm smart, bro. You gotta understand, I'm not no dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You feel me? You're gonna do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
What's Mr. Sajemi trying to do? He's trying to bait Mr. Efron into giving some kind of inconsistent answer, but Mr. Efron's consistent the whole time.
The lawyers, when I went to the lawyers filed gave the police the evidence, but you can't sue somebody with circumstances like that without criminal.
He went with the lawyer on the 9th. Not the 8th.
Actions because it's such a heinous crime. When you purposely know what you're doing, that's a whole different ballgame. You get what I'm saying? And I'm still feel sympathetic for this man because I know that. I know what he's about to endure. But he told me to fuck off, go to the police. He told me this type of shit.
You're hearing his unvarnished, his unprepared thoughts. He's telling you, even as this happens, he still feels bad for the defendant. Still knows he's about to go through stuff, but the defendant gave him no other option, told him to go to the police.
I'm not the toughest nigga in the world. I don't know too many gangster niggas that's gonna come at Rocky. He's a millionaire, bro. That shit can come from anywhere. He decided to fire on me.
And that's why, right? Because it was the defendant's decision.
Like, who who gets cool after somebody's firing on you 5 times, bro? Nobody.
Bro, I could probably talk to them and shit and figure out, you know, like, some...
I don't even want no message relayed like that because he had one day, bro, I had over years to reach out to me, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying? He chose to do that. Like, and you see what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John's and trying to figure out what we're going to do here before I even hit up a lawyer or anything. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he don't want to hear nothing from nobody, bro, until like, some people is like that. You get what I'm saying?
I mean, right there messes up his timing. By the time he's texting Rocky pictures and texting the manager pictures that night on November 6th into this morning of the 7th, he at some point said that he already had a lawyer and the lawyer instructed him to go back to the scene. But right here, what he's telling Wally contradicts that. So...
Yeah,
And I don't want to jeopardize what you have going on and thinking that you spoke to me. Like, don't even put yourself involved in this shit, bro. Trust. Rocky will start looking at you funny, and I don't need you feeling like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It just trickled down to everyone, you feel me? Like, even if you
It
don't,
do.
you feel me? Like,
That's gonna fuck up everybody's career who worked for him.
you feel me? So,
Everybody who worked for him, but he did that because he's stingy, bro. I can't not do what I'm doing and think about everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta worry about myself and worry about what the fuck happens to me. He wasn't thinking about nobody. Everybody's thinking like that, but then when it comes out, niggas are gonna really start hating him because, bro, why would you do that? Why would you put yourself out there to do something like that where it's unforgivable, bro? You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like, this ain't something like it was a fight, you punch me, I can sue you, you don't go to jail, bro, you fired on me.
Those recordings are important because the defense created them. Because Mr. Sajemi knew he was going to send those immediately to the defendant. And he recorded 2 separate phone calls on 2 separate dates. Said he sent them to the defendant. But Mr. Sajemi, although he tried to catch Mr. Efron saying something inconsistent, catch him in a lie, didn't work. When it comes to asking Wally, well, hey, what did you say? What did the defendant say to you about this? All of a sudden, he can't remember. Didn't record those calls. He's the mediator, right? But he doesn't remember a single thing the defendant said to him about this. Definitely doesn't remember the defendant saying to him, what are you talking about? This was a fake gun.
I mean, Relli didn't remember this call either. He thought it was fake.
Oh,
I'm blocking the captions.
The defendant fired a real gun at him 4 or 5 times. So he's trying to catch Mr. Efron in a lie, but what does he catch him saying? I'm with Jabari and Rocky talks bad about me. I tell Rocky I don't want to have anything to do with him. He calls me while I'm sleeping in my hotel room. He provoked a meeting with me. He and Ills called me 20 times. He told me he's going to come meet me at the W, and he fired at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use Ills as a human shield, or I'll be dead. He's unequivocal. This was a real gun. He tried to kill me. And after that, everybody turned on me. It's too late for Rocky to pay me and make this go away. I tried to resolve this quickly. I tried to reach out to Rocky. I tried to reach out to John, his manager. He left me no options. He told me go to the police. So I got a lawyer, and that's what I did. Maybe we still could have kept this quiet, but then Jabari posts that post about me and outs me to the world as a snitch. Those recordings, I want to say they're about 25 minutes. If you listen to the whole thing, those are just snippets. Tried to give you a reasonable sample from them. But you listen to the whole thing, what will you not hear Mr. Efron say? I'm faking the whole thing. Rocky really fired a fake gun at me. You know, right? We all know. Rocky carries that fake gun. That's pretty new. I was never in any real danger. None of that comes out of Mr. Efron. He's unequivocal. He tried to kill me. That's the entire case. Mr. Efron told the police what happened. He was consistent about the details of the shooting. Since the very beginning of this case, he's been consistent. He was consistent when he knew he was being recorded. He certainly knew the police were going to write reports. He probably had some idea that the police were video or audio recording him. More importantly, he was consistent even when he didn't know he was being recorded. When he thought he was in a safe space, when he thought he was talking to his friend, he's still consistent.
But he was talking to someone that he clearly knew was speaking to everybody else in the circle. So of course, he'd still have a reason to want to maintain whatever he said previously, whether it's true or not. So let's just use some common sense. Like, I'd be shocked if people in the chat, you guys, have you guys never met somebody that told a lie over and over because they thought it would make them believable? Like the town crier type of situation.
He has told the details of what happened that night no less than 9 times. Okay? And he was on the witness stand for 5 days when he testified. He has had to repeat this over and over and over. Can you imagine telling the details of something that happened to you 9 times and not having minor inconsistencies in what you said? I mean, it's completely natural. But he, Mr. Efron, was locked into his statement on November 8th, 2021. You could even argue that he was locked in on November 6th, the day of the shooting, because he started sending text messages to the defendant, to 12, to Ills, to John. He's locked in with all of them, telling them this was a real gun, sending them pictures of the cartridge cases. Focusing, though, on that important question of was this a real gun or a prop gun, when is the first time that's raised, that this is a prop gun? You heard in the testimony from ASAP 12 and ASAP Lou that the first time this comes up, I guess, is August of 2024, and they are only going to tell the defense attorney. So they held that all-important information for over 2 years, almost 3 years, before then they're going to tell the details to the defense attorneys only. You found out that it was only turned over to us the day before jury selection started in this case. And then you found out that Lou's statement was actually changed about, where the gun is now. That was changed the day that he came in to testify. That timing alone defies credibility.
Objection, Your Honor, that mistakes the evidence.
That the idea that they would not be running into the police station to tell their story
Is Siegel doing closing?
is absurd. So let's focus on their stories. ASAP Lou, I've already talked to you about how he's conflicted in this case, how he relies on the defendant for his financial, livelihood. You should view his testimony as being very convenient. His story changes, and he has a perfect explanation for everything.
Saying you returned the prop gun in January is the perfect explanation.
He told you a story to explain away
that could
the
look
evidence
bad.
that would obviously point to the defendant's guilt. The primary piece of evidence that he needs to explain away, that Lou needs to explain to you so that you no longer see the defendant is guilty, was why was the defendant carrying a fake gun? Lou's going to answer that for you. And why did the defendant have a magazine for a Glock 43 which just so happens to be the same type of gun that's consistent with the gun that fired those 2 cartridge cases that Mr. Efron located. Why does he just so happen to have that same magazine in his bedroom closet, the defendant's bedroom closet? So how does he answer the question of why the defendant was carrying a fake gun? Again, we went through the whole thing of extreme violence that the defendant's facing, and their only reasonable response to that is to carry a fake gun. We've already talked about how that defies any logic. Keep in mind, though, that apparently, even though that was Lou's advice, the defendant doesn't follow that advice completely, because he literally sleeps next to a .44 Magnum Desert Eagle, a real gun, which is in reach of his bed. Not much further away, he has a rifle and a shotgun. What he did not have anywhere in his house was a prop gun or any prop ammunition. Obviously,
Alex, the court clerk just came up.
Crime, the response to arm yourself with a real gun is preferable to this whole prop gun thing. Clearly, that's something the defendant also agrees with. Lew was very clear that the fake gun that he alleges that the defendant had, which he said he personally modified, was modeled after a semi-automatic pistol. That's Lew's testimony. And here's where it becomes painfully obvious that Lew did not fully think this through. He didn't fully flush out the story before he came in to tell you. He had to tell you that he modified the gun by adding that belt clip and by putting that magazine extender on, so that he could explain why that gun had those small things that Twelby could just so conveniently come in here and tell you that in the heat of the moment, when it's quickly pulled, he saw those 2 same features, that tiny piece of metal on the side that would hold it to your belt, and the magazine extender, so that their stories match, their stories line up. If you accept that the defendant had a fake gun that Lew just described, you would also have to explain why there are no fired, fake, prop cartridges at the crime scene. Because the gun that Lew described, this prop gun that existed, that's a semi-automatic prop gun, would operate just like a real semi-automatic pistol. And it would shoot those cartridge cases out the side just like a real gun would. So why are there no prop cartridge cases found at the scene? In his opening statement, Mr. Tacopina made a big show of pointing out how 7 or 8 LAPD patrol officers scoured every inch of that street of Vista Del Mar. They walked up and down with searchlights, and they didn't find anything. They definitely did not find any prop-fired ammunition. Now, he obviously did that to argue to you that Mr. Efron planted those cartridge cases. But he actually discovered them at the scene after the police had searched it. So there's no cartridge cases. He comes back and he plants
Or that he didn't go back to the scene. Not that he went back and planted
them. He forgot that if the police are as thorough as he's saying, that they also would have found the ammunition from the defendant's gun.
Unless the prop was modified.
That painfully contradicts their own defense in this case. Do you want to, I got your notes, do you want to take the break now?
It's up to you. Is this a convenient spot?
I'm going to move into
all right, let's take the break now. Folks, please be outside the courtroom doors at 10 minutes after 11. At this time, we will resume. Please don't discuss the case.
So he's got more. And interestingly, I personally feel like those points about the magazine being in the closet, whether, it comes down to Lew Levin's credibility on that, and then this shell casing with these new stipulations, I think that is the strongest point taken together. And strategically, I would think you'd close on that, but he's going to come back and get into something else. So, put this on 2 times, get caught up, get us into real time here. And although, whatever he's getting into secondarily, like this next part, maybe it won't be that long. But I do think that was a punchy thing that would, be their best mic drop moment. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe they have a strategy. Ashley, I'm not sure if there's like a set rigid time. They might have said it and not said it out loud for us to hear over here. Also, big shout out to everyone sending in the super chats here. Make sure you're thanking people as they support this stream. Thank you guys so much. Black Butterfly says he just killed his own case and proved the lies and extortion and lies. Really knew he was cooked and has nothing to lose. And it's interesting, like there's a concept of getting ahead of something. But some of the ways that Mr. P worded things, I think we're just emphasizing things in the wrong way, rather than necessarily getting in front of it. So I think Black Butterfly, that's probably where this was coming from. You're just repeating these things that highlight some of the lies or inconsistencies or the motive, the extortion, the case, the money. So helpful or not, it's one thing. You don't want to look like you're hiding from stuff. But at the same time, to show things, yeah, maybe that doesn't look so good. Okay, move on to the next point. Instead, what Mr. P to me was doing at certain points was, you might think this doesn't look good, but here's why this isn't that. And then the explanation went against what I feel like is my common sense and life experience. And I don't think that that's a +1 for the state. Leah's dad, thank you for the super here, says, could you imagine how much different our justice system would be if prosecutors had something to lose for doing stuff like this? It feels dystopian. Yeah, and it honestly seems like, we just looked at some drama in this district attorney's office, and it seems like any demotions or switching of departments, it all seems related to what's going on inside the office, like beef with inside the office and retaliation for lack of support, or maybe you said something to somebody else on staff, right? So there are these weird, like Lewin got put on calendar duty. It happens, but it's happening because of internal office affairs rather than like anything punitive or deterrent from mushing along in a case. And again, we're seeing this because it's televised. So, and to be fair, I should say that doesn't really apply so much to Mr. P. With Lewin, I think a lot of what he was doing in court was disruptive. Things that another judge may have held him in contempt for, and this judge just didn't. So, Chloe says, did I just walk into him doubting that Ills was beat up when the supposed graze wound had enough hair growing from it to wash, condition, and braid? And it is kind of interesting because some of the things that the state wants to downplay to remove, something that would support a self-defense justification or a defense of others justification, it makes you think of both sides of it, right? So, example, this stand your ground. Rocky's the one on trial, not Relli. But some of the self-defense things make you think about the actions that both were taking and anything that may have been happening with the other two that were there. So, for example, if Rocky defends himself in the second situation, sure, I guess he could have chosen to run away, but he doesn't have to. And immediately after that, he ends up running away. He retreats. But then it makes me think about, Relli clearly had the opportunity to retreat after instance 1, and he chooses to follow along. So it almost seems like if a different person was at the defense table in this trial, and I was considering what happened, the elements, maybe not the firearm, but like assault, I would say, look, Relli pursued and it was unreasonable for him to pursue. And this could look totally different if the roles are switched. So, but yeah, going back to that image, and I don't know, I think the prosecution, maybe they'll talk about the injuries, but I think the elements don't require the injuries to be whatever, because the firearm is the aggravating factor. So they're not even showing that. And Mr. P is probably right that Tacopina, the defense is going to get up there and harp on it. Thank you so much, Chloe. Black Butterfly says also, he also said he would rock Rocky to sleep for not liking him. And again, those calls to me underscored a few things that are actually not true. So those calls were from 2 different months, May and August of 2022. Those calls with Wally. And the prosecutor didn't really distinguish when they jumped to the next. It only showed on screen that the date changed. But that's happening after we have a few police interviews with Relli. We also know about some of the texts that were sent on the 6th and 7th. And, there's clear indication that Relli, even from his own testimony in this trial, he already felt like the black sheep. He already felt like he was the outsider of the group. He tries to frame it back into it being because of this funeral with Josh and because Rocky's stingy, but that doesn't explain why you've already been feeling like this for a longer period of time than before Josh would have passed away, right? So to highlight these, he was talking about me, you're underscoring that he felt some type of way, and if the jurors have it in their mind already, they're taking this in with the context of Relli deleting his own messages. And then you have the prosecutor in closing argue, look how truthful and consistent. He's being consistent, so it must be truthful. This makes him super credible. Not if you notice those details that can't be true in those May and August calls. Yeah, so right in line here with Black Butterfly, I see the same thing. Micah is saying, I'm tired of them saying, why didn't Relli change his story to tell Wally the truth? Wally's not a close friend. Relli's not that stupid. He tells us in that call he's not stupid. So why would you tell someone who manages all these other artists something that possibly 3 other people who were there that night, it doesn't make sense. It just seems like Mr. P is reaching with that one. Thank you again to Black Butterfly. Blissful comment here with the sticker. Thank you so much. It is a keep it up exercising avocado. Heck yeah, get those reps in. Good to see you, Blissful comment. Now, before we get back here, we have our Clois with the mostest QVC sponsorship message. Closing arguments sale. Hit the like, the thumbs up, then head over to the merch store for your Relli rugs. They come in black and blue. Going fast, get your Relli rugs the way that Relli can lie in your home too. And I don't know why, but I'm pairing this with your commentary about the strands of hair. What are these rugs made of, Chloe? What are these rugs made of? If you could show Chloe some love always for her comedic relief in the chat and ongoing support, that would be awesome, chat. I also see in the chat, LS is asking, does the verdict have to be unanimous? For, if it was hung, if there was a split, it's going to end up being a hung jury in a mistrial that could be retried. So if they want to acquit or if they want to find guilty, it does have to be unanimous. What I think is a gray area here is because the element of self-defense is built in to the actual charges, they can consider self-defense. For example, some verdict forms could be written out, are all the elements met? If so, proceed to the next section, and the next section could ask about a justification in certain states. Here, I think if they all agree that this was self-defense, even if they disagree on some of the other elements, they could end up just saying, we decide not guilty. So, because otherwise I can imagine there could be some confusion, right? We have to agree or disagree first on the assault with the firearm. A semi-automatic firearm, we're hearing, and the chat pointed this out, we're hearing Mr. P just say firearm. It's no longer a semi-automatic firearm that's being mentioned, but assault with a firearm is a permissible lesser included of assault with a semi-automatic firearm. So I don't know if there's been some changes there. I didn't get to see the jury instruction form. But yeah, so I don't know if they could get caught up weighing out whether they think it's a real gun or not, and then just decide we're hung on one of the elements, and maybe the judge would say, we'll go back there and think about it. But they do ultimately have to come to a unanimous decision. Also here, Chloe says, remember when you used to lose a phone and had to have a police report before insurance would help? Same here. Can't sue for a crime if you didn't call the cops. Relli gets legal advice from cell phone contracts. Was that really a thing? I've only actually lost a phone once, and I was able to find it because my Google location thing said where it was. So I've never actually had to report in, but I've had to do a ton of like warranty and exchanges from like phone batteries being hot. I had a Samsung Galaxy that had one of those battery problems, and never had to go through the insurance process. But the warranty ones are not fun either. Never want to deal with a warranty. Skillet Pan says, I think a firearm still needs to fire a projectile. Yes. And I'm really looking forward to seeing this tug of war on this issue. You know, all things aside, I mean, this whole prop gun thing has been a contentious back and forth between the state and the defense teams as far as when the theory is being introduced, when a report about it's being introduced. And there is some evidence and testimony about modifications to this prop gun. So I don't know if there's gray area or not, and or if the defense will argue this in closing. But, I mean, what if, for example, the state is letting you know that the model standard, the prop gun model standard, should eject a projectile, but we used a different mag and it did this other thing instead. This clear mag that you heard about. But we don't really have evidence about what that clear mag does. We only have 12E's testimony saying that it didn't fire a projectile, it only made the noise. So there is some evidence on the record. I don't think the state would be able to get away with a facts not in evidence objection there. But the evidence for the jury to consider would just be 12E's testimony. And whether you think 12E's credible or not, someone could think 12E's credible but still think he just might not actually know that for sure. He might be right that there was a clear magazine, but he might not know what that modification would do to the prop gun. And we don't really have testimony from anybody that straightened that out for us. So I think there's some room to get counterpoints there to what I think is a very strong argument for the prosecution. That, look, they stipulated that the type of prop gun would have fired whatever. And that might be true. I do wonder if we're going to get the defense to say, sure, out of the box, but that was modified. So I don't know. Let's see if they're actually coming back. Okay, so D Sweet Black, this is great recall. Lou actually said that it has a bent tip so nothing comes out. So it goes back in, it stays in the chamber or whatever. You know, this is kind of vague to me hearing him explain this. And I think at that moment in time, a few of the regulars in the chat that know and take an interest in firearms, prop guns, all of that, mentioned that too, that it would like catch the shell casings. So this is interesting. And this is the thing, I mean, if the defense is able to make an argument that can explain what I think was a strong point for the prosecution, if somebody's at the level of beyond reasonable doubt because of that question that the state asked at the end of, before we took this break, would a possible explanation like that move them down below the reasonable doubt standard? Okay, so crimped tips or crimped with the casing? Because I do think the state addressed this, that they should still be able to, like, the casing itself would have a crimped tip, but when it was expelled, there would still be a casing, and the casing would look apparently different than the casing for, like, an actual, like, ammunition round projectile. Yeah, I think this is in reference to the crimped casing. Yeah, so no channels, so I think there's a gray area here. I do wonder if there's a possibility that they thought, hey, a prop gun, you could still be charged with something, you know, states are different. Maybe they didn't look at California laws. But also, maybe if there were modifications, that could end up being problematic if they looked at it and saw the modifications could bring the weapon to something that would qualify for inherently deadly as a usage. Because the less than lethal standard in California law specifies, like, unless modified, this would typically be like an airsoft gun or a starter gun or a prop gun would typically be less than lethal, unless modified to be lethal. So. Okay, so Biff and Andrew Reed back to back both say if the blanks come out, if it was blanks, it could be normal looking. And so I would think there's like some guesswork from both 12E and Levin that the defense can work with. And the benefit for the defense is they don't really need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it was one thing or another. I think what they need to do is satisfy the jury's curiosity and fill the gap here. Like, you know, you said all this stuff about a prop and you told us that there wouldn't be casings, but now we're hearing there could be casings. So which one is it? Are we supposed to think that, and don't forget, the prosecution made sure they asked 12E, did you pick up any casings before you left? Did you see Rocky pick up any casings before you left? Did you see Ills? Did you see Relli? So the prosecution got on the record at least 12E's awareness where he said no, 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 and no, and no. He didn't see anybody recover any casings. And that was very interesting when I heard that line of questioning, because you could kind of read into it that the prosecution was going to say, well, then there would still be casings there, right? This prop gun, it's supposed to also leave casings. So why didn't the police find those? And I am not the type of person that thinks police turn every stone over. However, you know, we do have the prosecution in their closing arguments emphasizing to the jury, almost to pull at their heartstrings, this is supposed to be such a nice, safe neighborhood. We don't want this rabble-rousing going on. But when you make arguments about nicer neighborhoods, my mind goes to police go the extra mile to look for damage to cars, damage to property, look for these defects. They sent 7 people out for this. Some neighborhoods, when gunshots are going off, you can barely get 2 officers to respond. So,
that I understand that the missing phone was not missing at all? Good.
missing phone.
All right, we're back on the record. Our jurors are present, all parties and counsel are present, and Mr. Perzoman,
Thank you. All right, well, just to pick up briefly where I left off, we were talking about the police search at the scene when they initially respond to these calls. And I point out these calls because you heard from Sergeant Zizzo, who did his best to describe for you their response to what was, you know, not necessarily a clear situation. They received multiple calls, and they talked to multiple people on the scene that pointed them in 3 different directions. Did this happen at Selma and Argyle? Did this happen at Selma and El Centro? Did this happen at Vista Del Mar in Selma? Was it in the street? Was it in the parking lot? What exactly happened? They show up, they do their best. That was the testimony from him, that with this conflicting information, they did the best that they could, but they went to these multiple locations, sometimes receiving conflicting information. What Mr. Tacopina did when he stood up on cross-examination was play videos from another officer to show, look, there's 7, 8 officers on the scene. They're doing this thorough search of the street. He tells you in an opening statement, it's a thorough search, spotlights involved. But what he's not told you is why the police then don't find the fired cartridge cases from the defendant's gun, this prop gun that's going to fire prop ammunition, why they don't find those cartridge cases either, because they're saying that's also a semi-automatic firearm. So 2 cartridge cases also would have come out of that. Mr. Tacopina also made a similar error to you when he stood up in opening statement, and he described how you were going to see Mr. Efron returning to the scene. He put up part of that grainy surveillance video of a person with a white top coming back to the scene at 11:10, and made a big point of telling you that's going to prove that Mr. Efron's a liar, because Mr. Efron said he came back with his girlfriend, and these were his words, unless she's a ghost, she's not on that video. But you know now, because you've sat through the evidence and the testimony, that all the evidence points to that not being Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron, when he came back, took photographs of the cartridge cases. When LAPD went to collect this video, in the day after they were notified of this, they were told by Mr. Efron an approximation of when he turned. He didn't have an exact time. He gave them an approximation. They went, they collected the video, they saw someone returning, and they thought, okay, that must be him, and they collected it. That error that they made back in November of 2021 has certainly been flushed out in the years since this has happened. And what you know from the timestamp on Mr. Efron's photographs of those cartridge cases is that he actually came back closer to 11:45. The video stops at 11:20, so obviously we don't have video of him actually coming back. It certainly does not contradict Mr. Efron's detailed statement to you that when he came back, he had his girlfriend with him. She wouldn't obviously be on video. It's not collected and not played. It's also clear the person who comes back is wearing different clothing than what Mr. Efron was wearing at the time. And you also heard Mr. Efron testified at the preliminary hearing. When he was first shown that video, he looked at it and said, that's not me. So all that together, you know that the person that you see on that video was not Mr. Efron. Mr. Tacopina, I'm sure, made a big point pointing out why Mr. Efron returning to that scene, not having his girlfriend with him, and proving that Mr. Efron was lying with those details, was all to get you to believe his next big point, which is that Mr. Efron planted those 2 fired cartridge cases that he found at the scene. That's what the defense needs you to believe in this case. But the idea that Mr. Efron planted those cartridge cases, when you really think through all the information that you have, does not make sense. One reason, consider that Mr. Efron, as he's telling people what happened to him over and over and over, I mean, I could go 9 times over, he's telling everyone that the defendant shot at him 3 or 4 times, including the night he brings those 2 cartridges into the police station. He tells that police officer 3 or 4 shots. This is important because if you assume that what the defense is trying to argue to you, that Mr. Efron planted those cartridge cases, you have to ask yourself, how, within reason, how would that happen? What you'll find is that none of the things that you would reasonably expect to happen actually happened in this case. If he planted those cartridge cases, what would you expect? First, where did those cartridge cases come from? How did he actually, mechanically, how did he have 2 fired cartridge cases to plant? The defense wants you to believe that apparently he knew in advance that Mr. Mayers, the defendant, was going to shoot at him. And that he was going to shoot at him with a semi-automatic pistol. So Mr. Efron, the mastermind that you saw testify here, hatched this elaborate plan, and weeks before this crime, he went to a gun range, and he got a 9mm Glock 43 and fired it multiple times. By some miracle of a coincidence, Mr. Efron must have known that ASAP Lou accidentally bought a magazine for a Glock 43. Okay? And that ASAP Lou, somehow Mr. Efron learned that. He's also going to intuit or know ASAP Lou's going to load that magazine, fully loaded, and he's going to leave it at the defendant's bedroom closet. Now, if you're already thinking this sounds completely unreasonable, I'm with you. It makes absolutely no sense. At this point, just to go back to jury selection and the example that you were given with Boomer the dog, and Mr. Lewin asked you, well, how can you be sure that a tornado didn't come down the chimney and just trash the house? How can you be sure? I mean, honestly, that sounds more reasonable than the idea that Mr. Efron knew in advance that he was going to be fired at and knew to go get that specific kind of gun to fire it at a firing range to collect those cartridge cases that he could plant in the future when this shooting happens. There's no way that this scenario would work without Mr. Efron knowing in advance that this shooting is going to happen and that he's going to need cartridge cases to plant at the scene. Under the defense scenario, too, he would not have time to get those cartridge cases any other way. He has a limited amount of time at 10 p.m., just after 10 p.m. on a Saturday, to leave the scene where the shooting happens, go find a gun, fire it off 2 times. The gun he's going to find also is going to be a Glock 43. So not any gun, but that specific gun. And he's going to fire it off multiple times, and then he's going to go back to the scene. I guess, by 11:10, when that person in the white shirt, so he changed his clothes, he's going to go back and he's going to plant those cartridge cases at the scene. He would not have enough time to possibly do that. So second point to consider, how it doesn't make any sense that Mr. Efron planted these, is that, as I pointed out, Mr. Efron told literally everyone who would listen, including Wally on those tapes, that the defendant fired more than 2 shots at him. Now, you all, I'm sure, can appreciate how stressful this situation would have been for Mr. Efron, and that as the defendant's firing at him, he's not sitting there counting exactly how many shots. So as he's telling the police how many shots were fired at him, he's doing his best to recall a stressful situation, and he genuinely believes 3 or 4 shots are fired at him. That's his sincere belief. That's what he tells the police. If he is going to plant those cartridge cases, though, and come up with the crazy scenario that I told you, he intuits the shooting's going to happen, he gets these cartridge cases in advance so he can come back and plant them at the scene, wouldn't you reasonably expect Mr. Efron to tell the police the defendant only fired at him 2 times? Wouldn't that be your reasonable explanation? If he's making this up, he planted these cartridges, and he's making up how many shots were fired at him, wouldn't you expect him to walk into the police and say, no, it was only 2 shots? He would match his story with the physical evidence that he's walking into the station with. Now, to this point, here's another way that Mr. Efron would have had to have used his, telepathic powers, because he's going to know, or he would have to know, that after he tells the police, I only got 2, but there were 3 to 4 shots that were fired, he's going to know the police are going to later go collect a video that has audio, and that audio is going to definitively show you that, in fact, there were only 2 shots that were fired. I want you to consider, when you're considering how reasonable this scenario is that Mr. Efron planted these cartridge cases, consider the alternative, which is, what if Mr. Efron had walked into the police station and he said, the defendant fired 4 shots at me, and he walked in and he was holding a bag with 4 fired cartridge cases in it. And then the police went out and collected video, and you found out there were only 2 shots. Then you have a major, major problem. It could not be true what Mr. Efron would be saying. But that's not the evidence you have. You have the inverse. You have him saying, I genuinely believed it was 3 to 4, but I only found 2. And then you have independent evidence, independent of him, that shows you it was actually only 2. Third problem with Mr. Efron planting these cartridge cases. If what the defense was telling you was true, that Mr. Mayers fired a fake semi-automatic gun, and Mr. Efron planted these 2 real fired cartridge cases at the scene, wouldn't you expect other evidence to contradict his story? I mean, Mr. Efron specifically sends text messages that night to the defendant's manager, Bills, and Twelve, all of which, in sum and substance, accuse the defendant of firing a real gun at him. Wouldn't you expect even one of those people to respond back to him and say, what are you talking about? We all know Rocky carries a fake gun. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. That's their moment to contradict him, to confront him, and they don't. While we're on the subject of his text messages, and him really kind of locking himself into this being a real gun that's fired at him, those text messages are important because they also betray 2 other major flaws in the defense theory of this case. Those messages by Mr. Efron put the defendant, certainly the defendant himself, but all the other people in his inner circle on notice that Mr. Efron is going to accuse the defendant of shooting a real gun at him. So I've already told you, wouldn't you expect them to respond back with, hey, you know that that's not true, this was a fake gun. That's not what happens, but the text messages you saw from the defendant were to deny anything happened. But second, the defendant would immediately understand that that prop gun that he used, right, that real prop gun that he has, that is not only his get out of jail free card, that is his make Mr. Efron's fake lawsuit go away later. So he needs to keep close tabs on that fake gun, right? So your reasonable expectation was, Mr. Efron texts the defendant, you tried to kill me with your real gun. The defendant's response would be, I gotta keep that gun. Now, what is the actual response you receive through Lou? ASAP Lou comes in here and tells you that the defendant came up to him with the prop gun and said, get rid of this, I don't want it anymore. Is that reasonable?
Is that how the conversation went?
This is kind of where my job gets hard, because I have to explain to you how their version of how this prop gun disappeared doesn't make sense. But we know that none of this actually ever happened, because this is all a made-up story. So when I talk about the prop gun, understand that there never was a prop gun, okay? Never to begin with. I'm sure what happened was Lou took that Glock 43, the real one that was used, with the modified slide, and got rid of it. And when he did that, he forgot that there was an extra magazine for that gun in the defendant's closet. Now to that point, and oh my gosh, this is a new magazine. I'm not saying that that magazine that we have in evidence, that magazine specifically was the one in the gun that was used at the time the shooting happened. Guns come with multiple magazines. You can purchase additional magazines for guns. But the defendant knew he had to get rid of that real gun. He can't have that because that's going to definitively tie him back to this crime scene. So either he or Lou, his right-hand man, get rid of it. And they get rid of it with the magazine that's in it. But they forget there's that backup magazine in the defendant's closet. But either way, let's assume their prop gun theory is true. Why would the defendant get rid of the one thing, the most important thing that could definitively prove his innocence?
He did it 2
Why
months
would he do
later.
He received an instruction.
They returned it
About-
more than 2 months, almost 3 months later.
Someone, either the defendant or someone other than the defendant, trying to conceal or destroy evidence, and using that as actual evidence that the defendant was aware that he was guilty. Why would the defendant get rid of that gun unless he knew it was going to prove he was guilty? Unless he knew it was a real gun. It literally makes no sense that he would not keep the prop gun so that when Mr. Efron goes to the police, he can turn around and say, here it is, here's the prop gun. This is the one I used. Anyway, if you're inclined to accept Lou's story that he flew across the country on a private jet and gave the prop gun
January.
back to the co-director of the DMV music video shoot, there's still yet another problem with Lou's story. Why doesn't Lou get the gun back? So they haven't explained why would the defendant get rid of this gun in the first place. He needs to keep this. This is very important.
You weren't
in this
charging
situation.
him.
But for whatever reason, he gets rid of it. Lou flies it back and they give it to this co-director. Lou knows. Lou knows this is a crucial piece of evidence. This would prove that his brother is innocent. So what does Lou tell you? What efforts did Lou make to get that gun back? Because he needs it back now. Oh my God, I can't believe we got rid of it in the first place, but now we definitely need it back. But what does he do? He makes one phone call, and he's basically told, I don't really know where it is. And so he decides, just let it go. Doesn't make any other inquiries, doesn't do anything else to try to get that gun back. Does that sound believable for even 1 minute? It's certainly not reasonable. We're bordering on consulting to your intelligence.
Did you ever go and interview?
Also consider the timing of when Lou comes up with this
Apparently
idea
had a knife.
that he gave the prop gun back to the co-director of the music video. That was literally something he came up with the day that he testified. Why does that matter? Well, we don't have an opportunity to go find this co-director, bring that person into court, call them as a witness. But Lou's known about him for years. They could have called him.
That's not true.
They could have had him come in and testify and tell you all about it. Certainly, they would have known about it when Lou tells his story in August of 2024. So where is he? Where is this co-director? Where is his testimony? You didn't hear from him because his whole story is made up. On top of that, has the defense proved to you that this prop gun ever existed? Ever existed? I mean, you would want to hear from the co-director that has it now, right? But wouldn't you also want even a single piece of paper that proves to you that that gun ever existed? A receipt for it? This was on a music video. Where are the call sheets about it? Is there a safety coordinator that could say, yeah, I was there, we had prop guns, and I had to warn people about them? Was there a video of the gun, even at the music video shoot? Is there literally a picture or anything? We found a picture of Ilse's face from the day after this incident. This they're saying is a prop gun that not only was it in the music video, but it was so widely known that the defendant carried it. Where are pictures of him with it other times? There's literally been no documentation provided to you that that gun ever exists. No purchases, no receipts, no paperwork anywhere. Lou says he took that prop gun, right? And what did he do? He modified it. He put a belt clip on it. He modified the magazine. Did he bring in any proof of that? Receipt for a belt clip? Receipt for a magazine extender? Nothing. On top of that, this is an item that the defendant carried around all the time, right? He had to. This was his security. When the police search his house, do they find literally anything that supports the idea that a prop gun was there? Do they find any other prop guns? No. Do they find prop ammunition? No. Nothing. Literally nothing. You literally have zero proof except for the testimony of Lou and the testimony of Chloe. And I've talked to you about why you should view their testimony with a healthy dose of skepticism. That's literally the only thing. There's no independent proof that that prop gun has ever existed. And equally insulting is this idea that there is like a cone of silence within the ASAP collective relating to members who knew that the defendant always carried this prop gun, which they only speak about, only ASAP 12 and only ASAP Lou, they only speak about this on the eve of trial. And that they're going to hold this information inside them, knowing that the defendant, their brother, is facing criminal charges.
We had 2024 and Lewin complained about it.
And they're only going to really present it to the 12 jurors. Does that make any sense to you? As soon as the defendant's arrested, what would you expect them to do? You'd expect them to be beating down the doors of the police station to tell the police officers and detectives, you guys got it all wrong. This is a fake gun. That's not what they do. They hold it inside. They let him have criminal charges hang over his head. They let the preliminary hearing come and go. They literally wait till the day before jury selection to finally reveal that there was the gun that was used was a prop gun. It's, again, defies all reason. They claim, 12 and Lou, they both claim that the police never tried to talk to them. It's not true. You heard that they both refused to talk to the police when asked, that the judge specifically asked both of them, will you sit and talk to the police? They both refused. But even more, that's not really the expectation you would have, right? They had this information that would exonerate their friend, their brother, their meal ticket, the guy they rely on. You'd want them to seek out the police. At least that's what you'd expect. Not wait for the police to come knocking on their door, knowing that they have this secret information.
Why would I want to do that when Relli texted me? If I was 12 year ills, why would I want to do that when Relli texted me to sow the seeds 20 minutes before he walked into the police station on November 8th? You set me up. Why would I want to walk to the police to talk to them when somebody's already told them that I did something criminal? And years later, right?
When you decide that the gun in this case was a real gun, for any one of the many reasons that I've given you, this case is over. Let me address really quickly, though, the new defense. It goes something like this. If you don't believe this was a prop gun, try to believe that when the defendant fired his real gun, he was only doing it either in defense of ills or in defense of 12. Now, right off the bat, you have to acknowledge that that defense is completely contradictory completely incompatible with the other defense, which is, no, actually this was a prop gun. It cannot be both a prop gun and a real gun. The problem with that defense is very similar to everything else I've talked to, which is this whole case is on video. What the video in this case shows you is that Mr. Efron was not the violent person in either of these incidents. And especially at the corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, when you can see that initial interaction, you can see that he's feet away from Hills as the defendant charges towards him with a gun. The defendant was not protecting anyone. He was not doing anything but initiating an attack, which he legally cannot do and then claim self-defense. I want to finish my argument with you by telling you a story. The story I'm going to tell you is the story of the defense in this case. If what they're telling you or want you to believe is true, this is essentially what would have to happen. Now, Rocky, he's a famous rapper. He's in his house and he's just hanging out with his good friend Lou. Lou would do anything for him. They meet in a crowd. Lou becomes his personal assistant, his tour manager. He's a DJ. He has his own clothing brand. He's a security consultant. Lou does it all. You need to know that even if you need someone to be at your house while the police are searching it, Lou's got your back. You need someone to come to court, lie on your behalf, provide a false alibi, Lou will do that for you too. Lou is Rocky's right-hand man. Now Rocky's having security problems. He's constantly being victimized by scary people. He's in a nightclub, he's stabbed with a real knife. It was violent, it was scary. Not only was he stabbed, but his good friend Twelvey was also stabbed at the same time. That's the kind of violence that he's faced. Not only that, scary people break into his house. He's had his home burglarized. He's had stalkers follow him. On top of all that, which has happened to him directly, that violence that Rocky's experiencing doesn't happen in a vacuum. Other rappers around him are also the victims of violent crimes, some even being shot and murdered with real guns. So faced with this violent world, these violent people, Rocky does the only reasonable thing he can think of. Does he hire extra security? No. He turns to Lou. And Lou, his security consultant, and a professional security person who will remain unidentified, jointly came to another reasonable conclusion, which is that when someone needs to defend themselves against real guns, real knives, like Rocky does, what they should do is they should carry a fake gun. Lucky for Rocky, he just so happens to film a music video, and on that music video set, they just so happen to have such a prop gun. Does he have to go out and buy a prop gun? No. That would have created a paper trail that could have proved that he had this prop gun. Instead, what Rocky does, he uses his ability to see in the future, where he sees that he's going to need this prop gun. And so he takes one of the prop guns from the music video shoot just in case. This is going to be very handy when his good friend Lou suggests to him that he should carry the prop gun to defend himself against, again, scary people with real weapons, real knives, real guns. Lou, you gotta understand too, in this story, Lou also loves guns. He owns a bunch of guns. He loves to shoot them. And he's very knowledgeable about guns. Specifically though, Lou owns a Glock 42, which uses .380 ammunition. Very important. You've got to understand this for the story. Neither Lou nor Rocky own a Glock 43. That has to be true in order for their story to make sense. Because a Glock 43 uses 9mm ammunition. But back to Lou, the other thing that you need to know about Lou is he's also apparently very clumsy. He's not detail-oriented. And when Lou goes to the gun store one day, he just so happens to purchase an extra magazine, and it, wouldn't you know it, golly. Even though he owns the Glock 42, he just so happens to grab the wrong magazine. And he accidentally buys a Glock 43 magazine. Now remember, totally wrong magazine, will not fit in any of his guns, totally different caliber, totally useless to it. And around the same time, Lou and Rocky decide they're going to go to a shooting range together. And Lou comes over to Rocky's house, and he brings his guns and his new single useless magazine he's just bought for the completely wrong gun. And only then does Lou realize his mistake. While he's in Rocky's house, of course. Even worse, Lou calls around trying to find a gun range that they can go to, but he can't find one. So they don't go shooting. Now he has his guns, that's why he has his guns at Rocky's house, but that's why they don't go shooting. So what do instead? They're going to hang out, they're going to drink alcohol, and they're going to talk. Lou's not only clumsy though, Lou is also fidgety. That's his word, fidgety. And instead of fidgeting with literally anything else in the house, maybe the label on beer, literally anything else, what Lou's going to fidget with is that magazine that he bought for the wrong gun. And Lou's fidgeting is basically going to consist of him loading that magazine, that completely useless magazine, with his real ammunition. The ammunition, by the way, is difficult to purchase, regulated, but Lou doesn't care. Lou fidgets and also apparently stops fidgeting when the magazine is fully loaded. Doesn't unload his 9mm ammunition. For some reason keeps it in this useless magazine. And Lou, because he's responsible, is going to leave it at Rocky's house. By the way, the first time Lou's going to mention that he's fidgeting and that he has to do that is when he's on cross-examination at trial, and the fact that his useless magazine is fully loaded is pointed out to him. Convenient detail. Anyway, because Lou's been drinking, he leaves his guns, he leaves his magazine, including that useless one, at Rocky's house overnight. And he comes back the next day and he collects most of his stuff. What Lou doesn't collect, though, of course, that useless, fully loaded magazine. You also have to understand that even though I told you in this story, Rocky, he's been told, carry a fake gun, he doesn't really follow that advice when it comes to his house. And even though he's told he should carry a fake gun, he's going to disregard that advice and he's going to have real guns in his house, including chrome 44 Magnum Desert Eagle handgun. He's going to have a rifle. He's going to have a shotgun. But importantly, none of those guns use 9mm Luger ammunition. And Rocky keeps those real guns right next to his bed. Somehow, and Lou doesn't really explain this, after Lou leaves this Glock 43 magazine at Rocky's house, the magazine miraculously is going to end up not just in Rocky's bedroom, but in his bedroom closet. And it's going to be in a box with a bunch of stuff that actually fits the guns that Rocky has. Rifle ammunition, shotgun ammunition. And again, it's just a total coincidence. Lou's useless magazine is going to end up, the one he's been fidgeting with is going to end up in Rocky's bedroom closet. Now, at this point, this is where I'm going to introduce yet another character to the story. This character, he's a cartoonesque villain. He's hulking, hugely muscular. He spends most of his time in the gym, except for when he's using his cartoon villain powers of seeing into the future and mind control. What do I
Cartoon
mean by
villain.
that? Well, this figure, I'm going to call him Relli, is going to set up Rocky to make it look like Rocky shot at him with a real gun when everyone, including Relli, knows
Hypotheticals.
Rocky only carries fake guns. So how does he do this? Well, he's going to go to a shooting range, Relli. A few weeks before, he's going to set up Rocky. And he's going to fire guns, and of course, because he can see into the future, and he's going to set up Rocky, he's going to shoot a Glock 43 handgun and just collect those cartridges. Now, because Relli is such a mastermind, even though he's planning on setting up Rocky, he's going to film himself while he does this, for whatever reason he wants to have proof, I guess, of his master plan. While he's at the gun range, he's going to use his power to see into the future and see that Lou has bought the wrong magazine for a gun that he doesn't own, and that Lou is going to leave the magazine at Rocky's house, and it's going to end up in Rocky's bedroom closet. And with that knowledge, Relli is going to intentionally fire that Glock 43, collect those cartridge cases, and carry them around just in case he happens to be in a place where Rocky shoots at him with his fake gun later. Relli's going to fly from LA to New York, North Carolina, back, repeatedly taking commercial flights. And somehow he's going to keep a hold on those fired cartridge cases that he's going to use to frame Rocky. Now here's where the mind control comes in. Relli somehow gets Rocky to provoke a confrontation. It's Relli's idea, but Rocky's going to do it. And he's going to make Rocky reach out to him with threatening messages and propose that Relli meet him when it's actually Relli's plan all along, right? It's brilliant. So Relli meets up with Rocky in Hollywood, and Relli gets Rocky to pull the gun on him as he's attacking Rocky. Now I say attacking Rocky, but what I really mean is that Relli's using his non-dominant left hand and casually reaching out.
Okay, Lawn Crime is still moving. All right, let me pull up Court TV because
This is where I have to introduce our next character, 12 to the story.
Oh God.
And 12's going to have the good fortune to be able to see and explain that.
Let me pull up Court TV because this could just be Lawn Crime having issues. Because they are still scrolling. Court TV. And I don't want to miss any of this riveting story. Alright, so let's go back. Get some captions going.
And with that knowledge, Relli is going to intentionally fire that Glock 43. Collect those cartridge cases and carry them around just in case he happens to be in a place where Rocky shoots at him with his fake gun later. Relli's going to fly from LA to New York, North Carolina, back, repeatedly taking commercial flights. And somehow he's going to keep a hold on those fired cartridge cases that he's going to use to frame Rocky. Now here's where the mind control comes in. Relli somehow gets Rocky to provoke a confrontation. It's Relli's idea, but Rocky's going to do it. And he's going to make Rocky reach out to him with threatening messages and propose that Relli meet him when it's actually Relli's plan all along, right? It's brilliant. So Relli meets up with Rocky in Hollywood, and Relli gets Rocky to pull the gun on him as he's attacking Rocky. Now I say attacking Rocky, but what I really mean is that Relli's using his non-dominant left hand and casually reaching out towards Rocky. This, of course, is going to make Rocky respond. Well, what does Rocky do? Well, nothing, actually. This is where I have to introduce our next character, 12 to the story. And 12's going to have the good fortune to be able to see and explain that Rocky didn't pull the fake gun as Relli had planned. What happened was the fake gun just so happened to fall out of Rocky's pants. What terrible luck for Rocky that it would fall out at that precise moment. And not only that, but fall into his hand, and then his finger would land near the trigger just at the moment where he happens to walk into view of a camera. Even more unfortunate, because in this story, Rocky isn't mad. He's not upset with Relli. You know, remember 12 he told you? Oh, these were casual messages. Why are you ducking my calls? Let's get to it, you know? Very friendly. Rocky's not mad. But Rocky's gonna look mad on this video for some reason. It's gonna look like he's advancing towards Relli, when in reality, as 12 will tell you, it's just that he didn't have anywhere to go. I mean, apparently except for the exact same direction that he came in when he walked into the frame of it. But Relli's not going to be successful in his plan just yet. Even though Rocky has the gun in his hand, Rocky's going to walk away. And since he hasn't satisfied his objective, Relli's going to follow Rocky and the other members, and he's going to call them a bunch of bad names. Relli's seen the future, so he knows that Rocky's going to attack him. But Relli's going to attack Ills first, and Relli's going to throw haymakers and punches at Ills, repeatedly punching him in the face. Now, shockingly, despite Relli's tremendous size and strength, Ills will suffer no injuries. This is where Relli's plan runs into some really good fortune. Because even though Relli knows that the gun is fake, Relli's going to start acting like Rocky's using a real gun. And as is Relli's just fantastic fortune, Rocky and 12B are, also for unknown reasons, also going to act like Rocky is firing a real gun. Rocky's going to chase Relli, which he doesn't have to do because the gun that he's using is fake and doesn't fire anything. 12B too, he knows it's fake, but 12B's also going to run away across the street and hide behind a wall. Really though, he's just playing along because he actually knows the gun's fake. Relli's fortune's getting even better because there will just so happen to be a camera that captures all of this brilliant acting by Relli, Rocky, and 12. Okay?
The camera was so blurry.
As is Relli's plan. Now, he's been successful.
Grainy.
Rocky's fired that gun at him twice. He knows he's got those cartridge cases to plant to frame him. So after everyone leaves, what does Relli do? Of course. Does he plant those fake cartridge cases that he's been carrying around to frame Rocky? And then stay there, point them out to the police. Hey, look, you guys find these. No. He's just going to leave. And he's going to wait for the police to search, not find anything, and then he's going to come back. And he's going to plant them for reasons that are unexplained, because he's then also going to pick them up again, and he's going to walk them into the police station himself. And then when he reports this to the police, he's going to tell the police that Rocky fired 2 gunshots at him so that his story matches the evidence found, right? That's what he's going to do? No. Actually, what he's going to do, this is brilliant, he's going to tell the police that it was 3 or 4 gunshots. And in fact, he's going to repeat that over and over and over and over again. Why? Again, Relli's got that power. He knows, he can see into the future, he knows that there's going to be video that captures the sound of only 2 gunshots. And Relli also knows that when the police search Rocky's house, they're going to find Lou's magazine for that Glock 43.
But there isn't a clear match between the magazine and the casing.
Cartridge cases that Relli planted, but which it's all miraculous because Relli was, using his future-seeing power. Now, Relli's going to make a mistake. That night, he's going to accuse Rocky of firing a real gun at him. Specifically...
Yeah, actually, Miranda's pointing out that this is a bit quieter, so let's boost the volume since we switched over to Court TV. Let me reduce it to half before we're going to come back in, and I'll turn the volume all the way up with it boosted.
He's going to accuse Rocky directly, and he's going to tell Rocky's
How's that, you guys?
And he's going to tell other people that were with Rocky, who all know that the gun is fake. via text message that Rocky actually fired a real gun. Now, even though Rocky knows that Relli is going to say that he used a real gun, even though he knows he actually fired a fake gun for some unknown, still unexplained reason, Rocky is going to tell his good friend Lou that he needs to get rid of the fake gun. That fake gun is Rocky's best proof that he didn't shoot at Relli with a real gun. But for some reason, Rocky tells Lou to get rid of it. And Lou does. How does Lou do that? He flies back to New York on a private jet, and he just gives it back to the co-director of the music video where Rocky got it after the shooting. Now the police are going to get involved, and the police are going to arrest Rocky for shooting a real gun at that mind-controlling, super muscular Relli. And all that Lou has to do is go back to the co-director of the music video and ask him for the gun back. But unfortunately for Rocky, that gun's been misplaced. And Lou isn't going to follow up at all. He's going to decide one call's enough, that's it. Even though Lou and 12B love Rocky like they're brothers, for some reason, they're going to decide not to tell the police that Rocky's innocent. They're going to wait until Rocky goes to trial, and then at the very last minute, they're going to tell the jurors that it was a fake gun. Because obviously that's the rational thing to do. Wait for your brother to have charges hanging over his head. Wait for your brother to go to trial and then spring it on the last minute. Ladies and gentlemen, if that story sounded like it was not just unreasonable, but literally impossible, that is the defense story in this case. When I started, I told you that there's one key issue you need to decide. Was it a prop gun or a real gun? The overwhelming evidence in this case was that it was a real gun. Here's why. The defendant provoked that conversation with Mr. Efron via text message and phone calls. He was clearly upset with Mr. Efron prior to that meeting. When they met, the defendant was clearly angry. He pulls a gun, which Mr. Efron and Ills immediately respond to by backing away. That's consistent with a real gun, inconsistent with everyone believing this is a fake gun. When they reach the corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, the defendant pulls that gun for a second time. Immediately, he's making aggressive moves with the gun. He's making actions towards Mr. Efron. That's consistent with a real gun, inconsistent with a fake gun. Mr. Efron immediately dives behind Ills, uses him as a human shield, while the defendant's making active, furtive movements, trying to get a line of sight around Ills. That's only consistent with a real gun and completely inconsistent with this gun being fake. The defendant fires off 2 rounds, they're loud, they set off car alarms. 12B retreats behind a wall. That's only consistent with a real firearm, completely inconsistent with a fake gun. After the shooting, the defendant gets rid of the gun. That's undisputed. That's completely inconsistent with that gun being fake. The defendant still has that Glock 43 magazine in his bedroom closet. On top of ammunition for the other real guns that he owns. Again, that magazine, consistent with the type of firearm that fired those 2 cartridge cases that are found at the scene. Those real cartridge cases, that real ammunition. That gun, the Glock 43, only fires 9mm. None of the other guns in the defendant's house fire 9mm. He has nothing else in his possession that magazine would go to. It's completely consistent with him getting rid of the Glock 43 after the shooting because that's the real gun that was used in this case. Clear, definitive proof the defendant fired a real gun that night. The last point I'll leave you with, on the other side, there's literally no evidence of a prop gun. No evidence that it ever existed. The actual prop gun has never been produced. Definitely not to you. There's no prop ammunition found in his house. The rationale, this whole security thing for carrying a prop gun, defies common sense, defies logic, totally unreasonable. The rationale for pulling that prop gun on a man who knows it's a prop gun, completely unreasonable. There's no prop ammunition found at the scene. There's literally not one piece of paper, not one shred of documentation that could prove to you the existence of this gun. And again, all the actions of the people that you see on that video, completely consistent with a real gun being fired, completely inconsistent with this being a prop gun. So left with that, clear evidence that the defendant used a real gun, and a complete lack of evidence that he used a prop gun. Your job, as I started in my opening statement, as I started here, is simple. Simple. The evidence compels you to your decision, and it compels you to find him guilty. That is the only just verdict in this case. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to take the break now, but it's going to be
They're gonna
shorter
do their
than
lunch
usual.
break?
1:15, please be outside the courtroom doors at 1:15, at which time we will resume. Again, please don't stress the
Giving them about an hour and 5 minutes, and we're like a few minutes behind. So, about an hour, they'll be back from lunch. The poll we did, and this was like running through the closing argument. If you were a juror, is this closing argument not changing your opinion, helping convince you of innocence, confusing you, or helping convince you of guilt? That's the order of how it was answered, not how it was written in the poll. Most people, 42%, said not changing my opinion. 22% said confusing you more. 27 said helping convince you of innocence, and 6% said helping convince you of guilt. That was 887 votes. We can do a new poll now that it's ended. And again, these are casual exercises, right? There isn't like some super serious methodology to a YouTube poll. Mr. P's closing argument. Oh, we're getting music. We're getting music from Court TV. All right, so I think that's all the options we need then, right? 3? All right, so new poll, again, pretty informal, but Mr. P's closing argument either didn't move the needle, moved the needle towards guilty, moved the needle towards innocence. And I really think the strongest part of his argument were, like, right before they took that 15-minute break earlier, you guys, he hit home the, there was a magazine in the house with no other stuff. It was in a shoebox in the closet. And we don't find these casings at the scene, and this prop gun's supposed to fire and expel casings. And, like, think about everything that would have to add up for this prop gun theory to make sense. You're not seeing any of it. If he came back from break and maybe tidied up with, the police could have missed it, made that final point and tidied it up within 5 to 10 minutes after coming back from that break, I mean, for what it's worth, I do think that he hammered on points that could have been really strong. But for me, personally, going into the hypotheticals, trying to repeat it, You're giving me too much space to wonder why you're repeating certain things. And then again, this insistence of the prosecutor to tell us what we can see in these videos, this video footage. When you're telling me, or you're making an argument in closing about a specific detail that I do not see with my own eyes in this video, I'm wincing away from the argument you're making. And several things about this video. You know, I don't see this crazy distance between Ills and Relli. I'm not even sure I agree with the characterization of when Rocky is taking out his firearm prop gun at the second scene, and when Relli is or isn't already moving towards Ills. So either I disagree with what he's telling me is in this video, or I don't see how he can see what he's saying in this video, especially when there's inconsistencies about when this audio and video footage line up. So those little things, I think if he minimized that and didn't try to keep repeating these things that you can see with your own eyes or say that you cannot see with your own eyes, there would have been less moments that made me go, no. But there were several moments that made me go, no, that's not what I see. And I don't think that that's helpful. Do not think that that's helpful. Yeah, and Betsy, this is it. You say it so much better. He had good points to land on, but drowned them all in the bashing towards the defense witnesses, the unrealistic explanations about Relli. I don't think it's a complete loss to have a witness. Like, I think there's ways that they could have worked with Relli not being credible. They could have played more into and left it at, right? Played into it, but left it at. Sure, he's seeking this money, but people often want to be compensated for things that they actually went through, right? Leave it at that and let the jurors have the space, the moment to take a breath and go, yeah, I understand. If a doctor messes up my surgery, of course I want to be compensated for that. Just because I want to be compensated doesn't mean doctor suddenly didn't botch my surgery, right? There's a way you can touch on that and put the idea without beating it home. So, and also, again, if the jurors find 12E to be likable, and or if the jurors don't really like Relli, for you to be bashing 12E, for you to be bashing Levin, if you're bashing somebody that the jury sympathizes with, and for what it's worth, the defense needs to take this into consideration as well. If there's inconsistencies, like, I don't think it'd be smart for the defense to come out the gate and be like, you know, these witnesses that we called, they have no loyalty to Rocky. The prosecution's crazy. You know, just because someone has a sense of loyalty doesn't mean that they'd go out of their way to get on a pedestal and tell a big, hairy, audacious lie. Right? So it looks stupid for the defense to come out and act like, you know, Switzerland, all the witnesses we called are completely Switzerland. Right? Just say, yeah, they're still on good terms. They work together. Maybe because they find Rocky to be a likable person, a person with integrity. And maybe they're no longer, and maybe never were, quite as close as friends with Relli, because the way he acted in certain situations, they didn't ever feel as close to him. There's a way that you can work that to your advantage. And really, I can relate. Personal life experience. I can certainly see why somebody might be better friends with somebody else and not be such close friends with Relli, or would choose to distance themselves from Relli after a situation like this. So, yeah, so that girl Mia, I don't know, this whole, the DMB music video. And I mean, we did have a mention of DMB from, was it 12E and or Lou? Did both mention it or only one? One of them mentioned that music video. But however, we didn't get any like stills, they didn't play it, and maybe the decision there was maybe there was a relevance argument, maybe the judge kept it out, maybe the defense didn't want to introduce the video in its entirety and they couldn't introduce like a still frame from it without introducing the whole video. But maybe they thought, well, we don't want to play a video with guns in it. I don't know. I don't know the context of the whole video. But we did have them mention the DMB video by name as a scenario. What was it, May 2021? They were filming in May 2021. So, and that's the other thing. The prosecution hammered so hard into there's nothing whatsoever that would point to the existence of a prop gun. I think it's a fair point to say, why couldn't we produce a paper trail? Sure, we hear that there's something messy with how the co-director handles it, and maybe the co-director didn't want to come forward and get on a stand on TV and say, look, I do my job pretty sloppily. Everybody still knows what happened with the Rush trial, but at the same time, we couldn't get one record. There's usually ways to bring records in without necessarily having someone with firsthand knowledge of a transaction coming in to testify about it. So I do think if we kept it at that, it was a fair and strong point for the prosecution to make. But I am really curious if we hear all this. There's nothing about the prop gun, and then Tacopina gets up there and he's like, we heard about May 2021, this DMV video shoot where the prop gun was used in it. Like, there's obviously context where this prop gun was in play pretty close in time to when this incident occurred. And the prosecution would have you believe that he just carried a firearm, a real gun, that night, because he already knew, he planned in advance that he was going to have this fight with Relli. He brought a gun to a fist fight. But you have testimony from these other witnesses that he was carrying this prop gun, not a real gun, but a prop gun around in general. And he had just been at Long Beach all day. He had just been at events for Complex Con. He was out and about. It was a Saturday night. You heard that it was a party day from the witness, the 911 caller. In California, if you can't go into, and maybe California has a different law than I'm aware of, but I know in Florida, I know in New York, like in Florida, even if you have a permit, you're not supposed to bring your firearm into an establishment that serves alcohol. There's certain places that you can't just be walking in and out of with a firearm. So there's a whole bunch of practical reasons why, even if Rocky is licensed to carry, why it would make sense that he wasn't actually carrying a real firearm. And in fact, the prosecution would be suggesting that he should be breaking laws because it would just make more common sense. Right? So there's a lot there. Yeah, so that girl Mia says, you will find that many gun owners and non-gun owners have ammo and casings for guns they don't have. Going to the range is one of the main reasons. Yep, going to the range. And I would say, like, going to the range, I feel like it's things that people do to get together. I don't know if this is everywhere. We're going back to Florida stories here. But there are several... what is the one? There's one that just kind of opened. There's one called, like, the Frog that's a little further away. There's one, I think it's Pinted Pistols. And these shooting ranges near here in Brevard County, they have, like, a restaurant next door with, like, TVs. You can watch sporting games, and there's food, and there's alcohol. Now, you're not supposed to go and purchase and consume any alcohol before you do your thing at the gun range. There's a one-way direction there, right? You go do your shooting, and then you can go and purchase and consume alcoholic beverages next door. But it is meant to be more of a hangout. You go with a group, even people that don't want to shoot. They can just go hang out in the restaurant while you and whoever go shoot. So it is like a social group outing. That's not that weird. I also don't think it's weird for someone, this magazine... So, guys, the timeline, you have November 6th, 2021 is the fight. November 8th is when Relli goes to the police station. January is when Levin says he takes this prop gun back to New York. April 20th, 2022 is when the police they execute the search warrant on Rocky's home. And there's boxes. I'm sure we're going to hear Tacopina point out the distance and time. But I don't know, is someone's magazine, a Glock 43 magazine that isn't directly tied to the casings really brought in anyway? Is it that weird? Because, again, the prosecution never likes to lay out the time frames. If you don't think about the time frame, it would seem like this magazine was sitting in Rocky, he put it in a box in a closet the day after this happened and had Lou run back and get rid of the gun, the prop gun. or whatever gun, whatever the hypothetical story is getting at. But this is spaced out across several months. And especially if you're going to the range anyway, maybe you're going to the range more frequently because somebody started a fight with you a few months ago. So, and Relli even argued that. Relli even said, I carry now for myself after that. So we have somebody on the record putting it out there that, yeah, this is, you would expect, it's reasonable for someone to either want to carry, because that's when he said he ended up getting his permit, or going to the range more often after this all happened. Well, Rocky's kind of in the same scenario. He was also in a fight. He could just say, like, Lou, I want to get better. I'm carrying a real gun now, or I'm having my armed security because the prop gun didn't work. I want to get some good practice in. All of it seems really reasonable. And what I think is a problem for the prosecution is these are things that I'm thinking about in response to their closing arguments. We haven't gotten to the defense. The defense isn't prompting me to think about these things. I'm thinking about these things in direct response to what the state is arguing. So, like, there's just, oh, and Leah's dad, this is my other pet peeve. So Leah's dad says you can believe what you want, but it's about what's proven. It's the prosecution's job to prove the gun was real. I know there are a few moments that feel like they were putting the burden on the defense. It is some fair game to suggest, hey, they could have called somebody, right? It might not be good strategy, but it's not necessarily always burden shifting. The problem here, though, is it's poor strategy. When we have tons of questions on the record to different witnesses, and I'm sure the defense is going to point it out in closing, they never wanted to talk to 12E, even though Relli said that 12E had a knife. Why is that? And then we just remind the jury over and over about the burden of proof standard, right? So, piss poor strategy, if you ask me. But I really got bothered at the beginning of the closing statement. Mr. P right away said something to the effect of, the thing that we're here to decide, the question you need to answer, the only thing you need to answer is whether it was a real gun or a fake gun. And I get you could argue that that's just boiled down to quick semantics. He did go through some of the elements a few minutes later, but that's really not the question that the jury's there to answer. They need to go through all of the elements for the charges. And through each one, the question they're asking as they weigh each element, yes or no. The question isn't, do you think this happened or you think it didn't happen? It's, did the prosecution meet its burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this element, as spelled out here, is what happened? And so it bothered me that, yeah, that's the question that we're trying to answer isn't simply real gun or fake gun. And I get that that's a quick summary. That's what it feels like in a casual way, but yeah. Let's see. Tiffany says, I think it's reasonable that it was a prop because the doubt given from the witnesses. And again, I would go to, I think it's so interesting that even if someone on the jury thinks Rocky was carrying a real gun, that there's this pathway to acquittal through a justification. And we heard Mr. P argue towards the end, it was after break, I think it was in the hypothetical story. He started to say Relli, his hypothetical character Relli, was doing XYZ, and Rocky, the clear aggressor, the defendant, the clear aggressor in the situation. And I was just like, at best, you can't tell from the parking garage video. At worst, and it's at worst for the state, it looks like Relli does the aggressing. And then you have to add in the fact that Relli made statements that Rocky walked up in front of that hotel, in front of the parking garage, and immediately pulled out his gun and started the altercation without words being said. That was his first telling of the event. And that completely contradicts what's on the video. Additionally, he goes on to say that he pointed the gun, he held the gun out from 10 to 15 feet away. and repeated 2 or 3 times, I'll shoot you right now. I'll shoot you right now. And if you say that a third time, it takes even longer to say. That is unequivocally, without a doubt, not what happened on that video. Even if somebody's shoulder's hidden behind that orange beam, they're still too close together for that to be the order of events. So, I don't know. And that's a great example of the prosecution in their closing argument didn't need to say he was the clear aggressor. But you make a strong point, and I strongly disagree with it. So now I'm feeling an aversion to your position. Yeah, so allegedly Maybe says, and Relli said he skipped to Rocky. I think it was Ills, right? Like he was 3 skips away. And then we have 12 testifying, I heard the footsteps. Yeah, so Nicola Cox says you can't see who grabs who first. I mean, this would be fine. I wouldn't have an aversion or are you crazy or you should get your eyes checked to the prosecution saying this or simply not addressing it. Someone looking at these videos and saying you can't see. Heck yeah, that's fine. I 1,000,000% respect this perspective. And there's certainly several parts where I can't see what's going on. The problem is you have Relli stating 10 to 15 feet away. He walks up 10 to 15 feet away, unprovoked, no conversation, pulls out his gun and is pointing it at me. So, yep, exactly. This goes hand in hand. Mary W. says, if it were clear, we wouldn't have to watch it over and over and over again. Shamina says, what time will they be back? 1:15 Pacific, 4:15. So we've got about 45 minutes. Also, big shout out. Chlois with the mostest says, prosecution. Mr. Efron is too dumb to plan such a scheme. And those weren't lies when he was here. He was stressed, being shot at and all. And that's the thing, like, it'd be one thing for a witness's memory to be unreliable. But to argue about unreliability because something traumatic just happened to you while also making an argument about how consistent somebody is based off the details of something that they've been able to memorialize. You know, Relli can go back and look at his phone and remember the things he sent to someone, because except for the messages he deleted, because it's memorialized in his phone. So he can recite, he can memorize the pieces of the puzzle that are still there somewhere. Things that were memorialized in an article published in 2023. He can hit all those bullet points because he can read them and say, oh yeah, I mentioned that at the preliminary hearing. I'm going to mention it word for word, the like a movie thing. Mentioning that at the preliminary hearing, it's in an article from the preliminary hearing. He has shared that article, and word for word, he recites that same detail live on the stand. But yeah, for the prosecution to be arguing unreliability while also being super consistent, how do we reconcile that? Also, yeah, so allegedly maybe, you guys know CLR Bruce Rivers. He's been taking some time after the loss of his son. It seems like he hasn't, very understandably so, been doing much content, and I was pleasantly surprised. I saw a notification he had a new video, and it is a tribute to Michael. So let me get that link for you guys. Okay, so that is in the chat, and definitely bookmark that, check that out. I always loved that they interacted with each other the way they did, because like his son was like production camera, but also an integral part of the commentary and reactions on the show. They would interact with each other. So love that, love that. Lots of love here in the chat for Michael and for that video. Yeah, lots of love here. I know, I'm like not even putting it on the screen. I like got the link and like jumped off of the screen from it sitting there. I'm a crybaby. Go back, keep this here. I'm quick to cry. Leah's dad says the point of our justice system is innocent until proven guilty. If you do not understand that, you should hold your opinions. Yeah, there is some, scary things to keep in mind here. I mean, what if, and I guess in some ways there's also when you're the victim of something, but there is no hard proof that can convince somebody that this is what actually happened, right? And it sucks for that individual situation. I'm of the opinion that it should be that way in the big picture. Like, we shouldn't be able to convict people without proving beyond a reasonable doubt. But in some very real situations where something very real happens to somebody and there's just no way to prove it, as a victim of their specific situation, they're stuck. They're not going to get justice because there's no paper trail, there's no record, there's no whatever. So it is something that there's no perfect win-win. And I will always be on the side of prosecution. We can't give them too much power. We can't let them overstep their bounds. Even if it seems like a means to an end in one situation, changing things in the big picture could be really bad. Tacopina has not argued. Defense has not gone yet. But we just, right before lunch break, Mr. P was done with his part of the closing, so we should be starting off with the defense when we get back. Yeah, allegedly, baby says I cried before it even started. Yeah. Yeah. There's I have this stupid memory. One of my friends in high school, I knew her younger brother and her younger sister or whatever, but mostly I knew her. I'd hung out at her house a few times. But her little sister had a soccer game and I went and they won. They were the underdog team. They won and it was their little division championship thing. And it went to the sudden death kickoff, shootout. So, the 5 shots for each team, sudden death. So the first one that makes it without a recovery shot from the other team, you win it. And their team won. And I choked up. I started tearing. I was so happy. So I cry easy. I cry easily. I don't have that much emotional attachment to a friend's sister's soccer team. But there I was. I was very happy for them. Yeah, that's the thing. Every funeral Bifron says every funeral I've been to was in the rain. Yep, me too. Leah's dad says, imagine being a jury member with a fake gun. They're mostly women. And this guy is calling you unreasonable and illogical. Don't piss me off, bro. Now, I do wonder if that was something that they hinted at with voir dire. In jury questioning. Maybe not coming out right and saying, do you own a fake gun? Because I think the questionnaire was already in place before this prop gun theory disclosure. But I do know that they looked into some questions about firearms. They knew the one juror that's seated is a firearms instructor, and she's a female. The firearms instructor on the jury is a female. And it might not be the case, but, you guys know I work with people in real estate. I'm not a realtor, but a lot of my clients are realtors, and I help them with their marketing and branding. And there is someone that I've seen do podcasts with several people I know that do real estate podcasts. She teaches protection. She's a firearms instructor, but specifically she targets an audience of realtors who often you're going by yourself into properties. You never know. Somebody could be in a house even if it's supposed to be unoccupied. And she teaches all these things that you can carry, including if you're not comfortable carrying a real firearm or you live somewhere where the rules are a little bit too tight for it to be feasible for you to do so. Props that you can bring. Also self-defense with things like pepper spray. So, there is a little bit, I think, when I hear women in firearms, empowerment, protection, looking out for yourself, I feel like there's a lot of self-defense orientation there. So, can't say for sure about this particular juror, but it makes me wonder. I know, allegedly, maybe. I hope Mel, and I love Mel, I'm not a lawyer, but I hope she said something to the effect of, like, I don't want to look like a stalker, like, following and asking any of the jurors if they want to speak after the verdict. But in my head, I'm like, please stalk the firearms instructor. Please go ask the firearms instructor what they thought of this all. So, um, yeah. And What's Blazing in Sports says that firearm instructor will have a lot of pull with the jury. They're going to lean on how she feels. And I think that this is true. I mean, you guys have seen it from me on screen, reacting to you guys in the chat, where, the question of, can a prop gun do this? Do all prop guns do this? And then those of you in the chat that have something like some type of experience or knowledge will say, not all prop guns are firing like something with like a crimped casing. Some are just blanks. And I'm like, oh, okay, guys, okay. So, I mean, it could be the same thing. In either direction. I mean, what if this, on one hand, what if this firearms instructor is like, I sit there and practice loading my magazines. I don't think it's weird to have them sitting filled. Or I have things that I might not have a corresponding firearm or part to it in one house at a given time. But typically I keep all things together. Even if, someone else leaves something when we go shooting together, I still keep it with all my stuff so I know to bring it to them next time. On the flip side, if they're a bit more like hyper organized and neurotic and want everything to be completely clean, they'd be like, I would never let somebody leave their stuff at my house. I don't know. Maybe it could go that way. Hashtag not all prop guns. So, yeah, whichever way that instructor leans, others will follow. And that's the thing. I don't know about, if there's other members of the jury that maybe they have a permit. I don't know details like that. But if that's the case, someone that has a permit and takes classes themselves, maybe they wouldn't put too much lean either way into how the firearms instructor feels. So, and Lacey Ann says, I hate the jury makeup. I do think it's interesting that the 12 seats are already filled, and striking means you pluck someone out. It's not just, hey, we have 12 seats and here's the first person we're considering. Do you want to strike them or not? And if you choose not to strike them, you put them in. It's a little bit different than picking from a pool and filling the seats. So I thought that was interesting. It's mostly women. And my understanding, even though I think it's mostly white, the jury is mostly white. And I believe there are Hispanic women on the jury, but 2 of them are alternates. Let me see. Sometimes Law and Crime puts the jury makeup. No. For YSL, Law and Crime had the jury makeup in the description, but not this. Maybe Court TV did. Oh, okay. Paul Bradley Przolnik. Oh. That's his last name, Przolnik. I know I'm not saying it right. Mr. P, but that is his name, Paul Bradley P. And let's see. Court TV says their poll is almost split down the middle on do you think it was a prop gun or not. So there's a temperature reading over on Court TV. Okay, 8-4. 8-4 women, 4 men. Oh, am I chopping up? Uh-oh. It might be because I just flipped over to Law and Crime to check their thing. Let me close their window. Yeah, so Biff runs, there's a chance Rocky gets time, but I think the state was so unlikable, it might actually outweigh the law for them. No one was really hurt. I do really think that this self-defense instruction is, you know, almost like a life jacket. So I know that the prosecution did address it with like a slide in closing about self-defense. It's got to be reasonable. But what exactly is reasonable? Again, if half the jury thinks it's a real gun, half the jury thinks it's a prop, but they say, look, if we all agree it's self-defense, then maybe we can just come to a unified decision. And then they get to the questions of self-defense, and maybe they only think that it was self-defense in scenario 2 and not scenario 1. And then or they purposely decide to split the baby. So, I don't know. I do love that the prosecution was so, and they really had to. They had to address it somehow. Although I don't know, because it's not like they said, look, we're only seeking 8 years. We're only going to ask the judge for 8 years. They just said, in a very coached way, you can tell he was coached. Levin, without being asked, gets up there and says, I don't want to see him there. He's facing 24 years. And there's a reason the judge sustained that. Well, not for nothing, but if you say it's sustained, it's not quite 24 years, but you can't tell me, you don't tell me what it actually is more like. I'm like, okay, well, what if it's only 20? That's not much better. And whether the jury's supposed to consider things like that, in a death penalty case, a jury is responsible for deciding whether the elements are met or if there's mitigating factors that have been shown for the sentencing phase for death penalty versus life imprisonment. But with a case like this, it's the judge that's ultimately going to determine sentencing. And a juror could sit there and say, well, I don't have any control over sentencing, but if I know that this is what they're up against, I don't want to be responsible for that. Rihanna just brought her kids in the jury, which I think was slick. But at the same time, friends, family, new people in the chat, if somebody you care about is on trial, I do think it makes an incredibly big difference for you to be there for the person that's on trial. I think it's so important for, show that people care about you, show that people think that you're a good person. I mean, not for nothing, but that's the impact of somebody flying out from Paris to come testify, right? The idea would be they're going out of their way to make sure they come and testify. When someone doesn't show up at all, you have nobody show up for you. Is it because people don't like you? Is it because people think you're a liar? Why do you have no friends? Maybe they'll empathize. Maybe they'll sympathize with you. Maybe they'll pity you. But maybe they'll ultimately, more importantly than how it makes them feel, they'll think there's a reason you don't have any friends. So I do think it was a little slick for Rihanna to bring the kids, but at the same time, I think, can you imagine if she didn't show up in court? Those jurors might not pay attention to pop culture news, but they know who Rihanna is. And I think it would have looked weird if Rihanna wasn't standing up and standing by Rocky enough to show up at all. So yeah, maybe it's a little slick for her to bring her kids, but at the same time, I think it's so important for family to be there. So, yeah, Michelle says optics are everything. And I really thought it was interesting when they were playing the calls, which, recorded calls are like a certain flat level of sound quality to them. But as soon as the recorded calls stopped playing, that baby started cooing again. As soon as Mr. P started talking, like a light switch. Flesh of the Gods here saying, check my Twitter. Okay, I will. Thank you for the super. Sorry I didn't see it. It is true though, I don't really check my messages while I'm live streaming because I'm always scared that, nobody sends me anything bad, guys, but I still think it's a violation of privacy to even, someone saying hi to me in my inbox. I wouldn't even want to expose that. I just don't like the idea of sharing DMs unless someone's trying to extort somebody, and then I'd reconsider. So I'll get on that. I will check it out. Good to see you, Flesh of the Gods. And you guys know the drill. Flesh of the Gods What day is today? Thursday. So dropping the link in the chat now for Flesh of the Gods Thursday night stream on the A$AP Rocky trial. And when court pops back up, I will go check that out, Flesh of the Gods. Chloe says, exclusive Relli reality glasses. And by the way, chat, I have loved all of the puns with Relli's name. Like the telly. Someone said relepathy. I think it was Sly in the chat said relepathy instead of telepathy in the chat. Like, I love the puns that you guys are coming up with. I don't think we've had enough for the other names in the trial. Although, how about that Levin and Lewin thing? That is a nightmare. That has been a whole brain mush scramble to deal with. But Chloe says, exclusive Relli reality glasses. A fave of hack prosecutors all over. Great for viewing videos in Relivision. Blurs all exculpatory evidence with one command. Crazy, $20. Get yours now with the cool shades. I love that. Relivision. Relivision is good. Definitely good. Yes, and seeing lots of thoughts here on JC from the D says she probably couldn't find a babysitter. Let's see. Yeah, smart decision. Biffron says if I'm Rihanna, I'm showing up. Yeah, Kelly says bringing babies was Taco's idea. I can see the defense suggesting it. She doesn't want to be on show like this. Well, no one does, but I rate it. And they do, I know from the clips that I've seen, they do get right in and right out of court. You know, they're going right to the vehicles and moving along. Let's see. Yep. And I would hate to live a life like this, right? Where every move you make is like hyper analyzed by thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. If Rihanna doesn't show up, media could start saying their relationship's in trouble. Alright, so it's not just the showing up to support in court, it's also like to heed off wildfire rumors. Yeah, Lacey Ann, it could be the last time his kids see him, at least for a while. I mean, I do wonder if they'd give him like some time to get his affairs in order or whatever. I don't think we're getting through closing today, you guys, but sentencing could be pretty quick. So, nope, we still have closing for defense and then rebuttal closing from the state. We just got through Mr. P's like main closing argument. Now, what do you think? I do think that there's some things that Tacopina shouldn't. I think he needs to do a little bit of dramatics, but considering what I think his level of dramatics can be, I don't think he should be up here, but I do think he needs to like keep the jury engaged. Everybody got bored. Mr. P, it's very easy to hear what Mr. P is saying. It's clear, he's easy to understand, but it's slow. It's drawn out. It's boring. And if these jurors are eating like turkey clubs for lunch, they're going to come back with the tryptophan kicking in. They're going to have the itis. You do want to like excite the jury. You do want to make them feel passionate. And there are some things. Mr. P made an appeal to emotions on the, it's not really what you're here to decide, but don't you want Hollywood and Vine to be free of these fights like this? Would you want something like this happening again? In other words, find the defendant guilty because there was a fight that broke out is sort of the argument that gets at there. An appeal to emotions that doesn't really go to what the question at hand is here. Tacopina could make similar arguments. And maybe he shouldn't. He probably shouldn't broach into the territory unless he wants Lewin to object a million times. He probably shouldn't broach too far into the territory of yes, you can talk about the extortion, you can talk about the lawsuit, you can talk about the money being mentioned in this recorded call. But if Tacopina starts making an argument, crosses too far, and starts to imply that the jury should make their decision with that stuff in mind, that would be something that would make me personally feel a bit of aversion. You know, even though the jurors on their own, jury nullification's a thing, jurors can decide, hey, we're going to look at this way because we just feel like this, even if we're supposed to only consider this. The jurors are in their own power. They have their own power to decide, I don't want someone to just be able to extort somebody, so I'm going to vote not guilty. But it would be incredibly improper for either party to imply to the jury that that's what they should be basing their decision on, right? Yeah, my bad. I saw turkey in the chat and now, sorry. I was like, did I make someone hungry? Allegedly, maybe says dang. Now I want a turkey sandwich. Now, Cat, my bad. I don't think we're going to get a verdict today because I think the jurors are going to go home after closing, and the judge hinted that closing might continue tomorrow. So I don't know if this is a scenario where so put it this way. We went just over 2 hours with Mr. P. If there is a time frame, because we didn't get to hear about this, if there was a time frame established and it's 4 hours for each side, this is just guesswork, I don't know. If Mr. P split his time for 2 hours to start and then 2 hours for rebuttal closing, 4 hours each side, that would mean we have Tacopina having 4 hours in the middle. Maybe he'll use it all, maybe he won't. I would argue he does not need to use 4 hours if that's what's on the table for him. But then you have to remember there's rebuttal. So whatever Tacopina says, if that's his only opportunity to say something, if there is no rebuttal, he's got to make sure his arguments overlast whatever Lewin gets up there and says, or whatever Mr. P might get up there and say for rebuttal. Now, Nem says shout out to our Queen Cat and our Chloe. Big shout out to Chloe. Good to see you, Nem. Idiot Wind also says, thank you to Chloe. You make this chat the best for trial watching by Miles. I'm telling you, comedian. Straight up comedian here in the chat. Let's see. Okay, I had to scroll up a little bit. I see Chloe with the awe here. So it is being heard and received. Big thank you here. I see you guys are asking about a poll. Yeah, Tacopina is supposed to do closing arguments. I just thought it was weird in the middle of Mr. P's closing, there was an objection. Facts not an evidence objection, but it came from Chad Siegel, not Tacopina. So let's see. I really haven't seen anyone say that there's been a time limit given. Oh my god, chat. Oh. Mel says, in the courthouse cafeteria, eating lunch, they're playing Akon's Locked Up on the speaker. She says, awkward song to play in a criminal courthouse. No? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Make sure you guys are going and following Mel. Hot mess right there. Hot mess. Where do you think Relli is right now? Well, he's not an LA resident. I think he's currently a Florida resident, is what he testified to. So, I mean, it could be a stretch for him to be in the courtroom. If he lived close by, I think there'd probably be a good chance that he'd be in the courtroom. Yeah, that was only about 2 hours. I mean, it might have been like 2 and 10, 2 and 15. But they've been on lunch almost 50 minutes now, right? Because I went on lunch at 3:09. So almost 50 minutes ago, 50. And we're 3 hours, 24 minutes into the stream. And they took like a 15-minute break and started 10 minutes in. So, yeah, real close to 2 hours there. Yep. Royce, so this is a great point, and I think even broader than how you're pointing it out. So Royce Williams says, Mr. P should have never talked about the director because he opened the door for the defense to say the prosecution talked to him and they didn't call him as a witness to dispute what Lou said. Yeah, I thought it was interesting. So, and we was that where we had the objection from Chad from Siegel? Maybe not on this specific point, but when it was mentioned that we called people, is that when Chad objected? I'm not going to be able to go and find that in the middle of a stream, but like when it ends and I can search the transcript and jump to a time point, I'm going to go look. But we had the prosecutor, you can make arguments, but if something's not in the record, you're not supposed to make representations of evidence in your closing argument that aren't part of the record. You can make arguments about what stuff in the record shows according to your perspective on it. And we could say that maybe that's a reach, but you shouldn't just be pulling up things that haven't been introduced. And the prosecutor did make an argument about evidence that wasn't on the record. He said that there were attempts that we don't know about. And I thought that was a bit over the gray line there. I thought that was over the line a little bit. So maybe that was when the objection was. But yep, Royce Williams is saying here he should have never talked about the director because he opened the door for the defense to say the prosecution talked to him and they didn't call him as a witness to dispute what Lou said. So I think we're going to hear a lot just beyond this one example. They could have tried to call the director. We're going to hear from Tacopina. They could have looked into 12E back in 2022. Heck, they could have looked into 12E in November and December of 2022, 21. They could have tried to reach out to Ills. They really could have tried to speak to the 2 other residents that lived at the 911 caller. Just because someone says that they don't want to speak, prosecutors can still, they have some power to issue subpoenas. I don't know. I think we're going to hear a lot about things that the police and detectives didn't do, that the district attorney's office didn't do. Yeah, so why didn't they play the tape? Why didn't they play the tape? And I do think that there are some other, when we have a stipulation, we're going to put this on the record, but I do think that there were other things that were agreed to as far as evidence coming in or not coming in that we're unaware of. So there could have been some type of agreement or a ruling on this tape that we don't know about. But we'll find out if Tacopina mentions it, right? Yeah, lots of questions. I do think Ills could have been iffy for either side, but chat's heard me say it. If you're sitting on the jury pool and you're wondering why so-and-so wasn't called or so-and-so wasn't called, why didn't we hear from Relli's business partner? Why didn't he come testify? When it comes to the question of Ills, what stands out to me, whether it's true or not, is Relli calling him a crackhead. So that would be, I would kind of have that in my head as a juror, like maybe he actually is and neither side wants to call him because of that. But we have 12E instead. So that makes it out of the 4 people that were there, Rocky didn't testify, Relli testified, and 12E testified. So we have testimony from Relli, we have testimony from 12E. What do we think about that testimony? And again, it doesn't, whatever they didn't call ills, it doesn't explain why and they investigated ills in some way or form, because we heard that they had phone location data for ills being at Vista Del Mar or whatever at 10:17 p.m. So the police did do some type of looking into ills. But for whatever reason, they didn't go talk to 12E, who had a knife. According to Relli. And I would say, so Micah, and this is really outside of court, they didn't show any pictures of Relli, but there is a picture, like a lot of the outlets used. They put like Rocky on one side, Relli in on the other. And Relli looks quite different from around the 2022 time period than he does today on the stand. However, I don't think the jury is aware of that. They're not going to be able to make an inference or infer anything from something that they're not aware of. Yeah, Cat Fink, great point. And I think this role reversal is so interesting, right? To hear prosecutors discredit the thoroughness, the accuracy, the completeness of a police investigation. And for the defense on the flip side to want to say they searched every inch and still couldn't find it. And I'm more inclined, again, 7 police officers searching for something with a 911 caller. When they're doing this body cam footage, they are in the area where these shell casings were supposedly found. Even though Relli is wishy-washy about the person in the white t-shirt being him, he still said that that's the area where he recovered the casings from. So just because that video might not be Relli, or it might be Relli, depending on which Relli you ask, on which day, he still says that was the area, and the fight was happening there. And we see from the body cam that Tacopina showed that the officers were searching that specific sidewalk, and they don't find these casings. Relli took a picture on a clean square of asphalt sidewalk. It's not in a crevice. It's not under stuff. It's not rolled off the side into where like grass starts growing into the fence out of a bunch of dirt. It was sitting there plain on top of clean imagery. Nothing else in the way. So I'm very interested in hearing this, and I don't think the defense needs to harp on it. I mean, point out those things. He found the casings, he took pictures of them, they're not hidden away, they wouldn't have been hard to find. So, sure, even if the cops didn't check every nook and cranny, for them not to find something that was sitting very plainly on top, out in the open, in this area that Relli himself says was where he found the casings, and we see 7 officers walking around this area. Does that make sense to you? Because I do think in some part, there's got to be at least one juror that's like, well, cops don't always look for everything. They don't always document everything, sure. They're human. They could miss things. I'm sure there's at least one juror that's thinking about that. But to miss something that should be so obviously seen according to the picture Relli took. So, yeah, Ghost, we don't have confirmation about that at all. And I would suggest you can't infer much from a picture that's that close up. You know, it'd be different if this was a video. We're walking up and I'm looking around, and then I see something, and as I'm looking down, I pick it up. I don't know. But yeah, there's nothing in those images that Relli took on the scene that indicates precisely where it was. It's just clear, no other debris shown in the photos. Yeah, and they're right next to each other, nice and pretty. And additionally, you know, somebody's there in a white t-shirt. Who is that person? They are standing in that area kind of oddly. They like walk up to the area and then walk away. And they're like, stop there for a little bit. But they're not like bending down either. So who knows? Yeah, 7 is just so... 7 in a small area is not convincing to me that they missed something that was sitting right in the open. And remember, they heard the 911 caller said it sounded like shots were fired. So it's not like they heard a fight and weren't really, oh, we'll look for stuff in case we see signs of anything. No, they had it in their head that they could be on the lookout and should be on the lookout for signs of a shooting. Yeah, dominant hand, really. I still don't know. That made me wince that I would have left that out. Like, if I was practicing my closing argument yesterday, preparing it, I would have struck out that line about he did this with his left hand and he had his dominant hand free and he didn't punch with a fist. He didn't make a fist and punch Rocky or Ills. I would have left that out because there is just, that's going to make me think of the left hand, right hand thing. That's such a weird thing for someone to get wrong. Like, my goodness. Christy, thanks for coming and hanging out. Christy says, love/miss hearing your insight while I work. Heck yeah. Shout out to Christy, working and lurking, hanging out with us today. Yeah, like, allegedly, maybe. Mr. P said left with his non-dominant left hand. Like, you're still in closing, trying to make this clarification for us. On behalf of the person who owns the hands. Like, oh my goodness. Well, so the shots, it'd be different if the shots took place in area 1 and area 2, but for what it's worth, the shots were just like a few seconds apart and on that same street. So they could be, you know, here's the casing flying off for this shot and then here's the casing flying off for that shot. They shouldn't, in theory, they're probably not going to be right next to each other, right? But I think is so difficult to reconcile is Relli initially reported this like it all happened in one place. They met up, Rocky pulled out the gun, was standing 10 to 15 feet away, didn't say a word, and started firing. Like the Danny DeVito meme. So anyway, I started blasting. That was the initial story he told. That makes no sense when there's several blocks in between where shots are actually fired. And if he supposedly went back and found the shells that quickly, the casings that quickly, he knew by the time he spoke to the police that those casings, even if his mind was so messed up the moment it happened, 2 days later when he's bringing the casings in and had to find them several blocks away from the front of the hotel that they met up at, he already knew his story wasn't true. Taylor, are you talking about the grainy footage? Good to see you, Taylor. I still want to know who was on the video. I mean, it's hard for me to see exactly what's going on with people's arms and whatever. I can kind of only see like the main, the torso, the outline, the general outline of the people. No, so I haven't seen any updates on Yak. Still that hearing. I mean, Yeah, and this was so laughable too, Angela. No lawyer would ever instruct a client to go collect evidence. If anything, call the police and tell them to meet you down there and point them to where everything happened, but wait till they get there to do anything. I can't wait. We didn't hear any. The prosecution didn't try to get ahead of this Dunkin' Donuts / plastic bag thing. So. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Taylor's trying to figure out who was in the quote-unquote return to collect video that the officer claims he thought was Relli, but later changed his mind. Oh, goodness. Yep. Yeah, we still don't know. And, like, Relli came up with an excuse for that because he was super willing. He wanted proof that he went back to the scene. So he was ready. Oh, you're showing me all this footage. Yeah, I think that's me. Well, you're in a white shirt. Well, I probably changed my clothes. So he was even giving Detective Flores an explanation as to why that was still him when he was sitting for this interview with Flores. Like, oh my gosh. No, Corey, so they are about to come back. They are about to come back. And I think we're we're live. We're at 0 seconds here, so. They probably got music on. Yeah, so we'll keep this muted till they come back. I'm also pulling up. Let me look up Diamante Kendrick, see if we have anything new. Oh, Ashley says, I wonder if Tacopina will address, I think you mean the AWGE, the AWGE, and kind of clear up why Rocky spoke out. So if you ask me, there was enough argument from the state on that point that I think it should be fair game for Joe to get into. And if something's a big enough brand, I don't really think you need to have it introduced as evidence necessarily. Like if something's publicly on a website, it could be public knowledge. I'm not sure if that necessarily, I don't know where the bar would be. And I also don't know if Tacopina would want to, he might be willing to take a risk and have John Lewin object during closing argument just to be able to blurt out that it's a brand they're part of where the joke is that you don't talk about the brand. Like, yeah, okay, yep, that's where I was at this morning, Taylor, with it too, so still 226. Because I was like, hold on, there are several cases, and it's so annoying because the one, his name isn't spelled right under. So to find the one and look at the docket for that, you gotta look up Kendricks with an S. And it bugs me every time. Let's see, do we have updates? We also have new Cash Money cast content, so you guys go give her the play. Check her out. No audio. You gotta click here for the audio. What a cliffhanger, I know, right? But go there. Hit that like button. Reshare her. There's some Judge Whittaker news there I think you guys will like. I think that was your second video of today too, right? Because I shared one earlier. That's different, right? It looks different. Let's see. Yes, there are 2 videos from Cash Money Cast today. So go check out both of those too. It's been a busy day. So sweet. I said so twice. So sweet says, is it interesting to anyone else that Lewin didn't choose to close? Don't know if you already addressed. He might be doing the rebuttal closing after the defense goes. But I still think it's smart strategy that Mr. P led the way. I think it might be better for Mr. P to also do rebuttal, but for what it's worth, I think it might be more entertaining to watch Lewin close out, right? If he does the rebuttal. Yeah, Lacey Ann, I think this is a huge possibility, and I wonder if Tacopina will suggest this. That Lewin only asked the Og meaning because he knew it was a secret. He's a slimy, scummy human. You know that the Og merch went up tenfold after that. And I don't know, there's, jurors aren't supposed to look at things, and the court, unless they're given a reason not to, the court's going to trust that the jury is following the court's instructions. But if a juror broke a rule to look up something, any one thing, I do feel like there's a strong possibility that the thing that they would look up is what AWGE means. So they're not supposed to. They're not supposed to. But I feel like if they did, this is a strong candidate for something that they'd go and research outside of court. Okay, is this about 12E? ASAP Slime says up till today he's still AWGE Interscope. And again, I do think that there's a good possibility that somebody could know that there's this OG thing, but not be able to think of what AWGE stands for. Either they never knew what the acronym stood for, they just can't think of it on the fly. I work with so many, going back to the real estate stuff, realtors love to put their designations in their profile handles. It'll be like, SRES, which is like senior real estate specialist when you do like senior housing. CDPE is certified distressed property expert. CP is certified probate expert. There's like 4 different probate designations. There's divorce specialist designations, residential specialists, REO specialists. There's so many different acronyms, and I like spit out the ones that I know offhand, but there's so many that I've seen throughout the years, and I've seen what they spell out over the years. I've talked about the designations over the years, but on the fly, I don't know. I don't know offhand. I forget them because there's so many. So, oh, we've got a seal.
Right. I don't know that.
Chloe! Oh my god. Chloe says no one thought to borrow Grandpa's metal detector. Yeah, we gotta find the rest of the casings if it's real ammunition. I mean, the rest of the ammunition. Not the metal detector. That's such a Florida beach thing when I go to the beach. We've got early in the morning. Half the people that are there are fishing, the other half have their metal detectors.
You're talking already.
Oh, really? Okay. At least that gives me a place to, start. And I was like,
Heck yeah. Getting the acronym here from Jason from the G. The awesome, super amazing podcaster with a camera person just like knocked down the camera there.
Then, there you go.
I don't know if someone's here. Let me make sure she's not plugged in. Oh, okay. You guys speak now. Okay, okay.
I gotta get some candies for dollars for cases. No. Stuff that everyone's board maybe took that. Just because I know she's very important, but it's also my sister, so get her something. So,
Are they talking about Valentine's and birthday gifts? like they were talking about needing to stop to get gifts, and like he said it was also his sister's birthday or something.
Just a reminder to
Totally
everybody in the
irrelevant.
audience, even though you have a phone, you're not allowed to be on your phone while the television session.
Yes, people of the chat, don't forget Valentine's tomorrow if you need to know that it's Valentine's tomorrow. Don't get in trouble. Oh, the cough was loud in my ear. Well, yeah, let me change my objection count. Oh, my banner's not even up. Okay, so we had one objection. It was overruled for Mr. P's arguments.
Here. Come on.
Now you're trying to squeeze. I know you're trying to get ahead. I know.
I'm used to people not paying attention.
Something happened this morning and it blacked out.
All right, well, let's take it to Jerry. Yeah, sure. All right.
Someone just opened a metal water bottle. Yeah, the hydro bottles.
All right, we are back on the record. Our parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Tacopina, are you ready to address the jury? Yes.
Right, defense
Flores.
closing arguments.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant, Rakim Mayers, now has, and he's afforded an opportunity to argue the case, if you will. I'm not going to argue to you, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm going to do is try and discuss reasonable inferences that we believe can be drawn from the evidence. What I'm going to do is something a little different. I'm going to cede the floor to the transcripts in this case, the testimony. So it's not in dispute, what I'm going to say. Ultimately, what will determine the facts and what's going to be important is you. And we can all live with that. You're empowered to do justice here. This is a great system of ours that works. And I'd like to, first and foremost, I'd like to commend and compliment Mr. President on what I thought was a fine argument this morning. I don't agree with much of anything he had to say, but I did listen intently, and I hope you'll do the same with me. There's a few things on what he said, though, I do have to just address immediately. And during his argument, because I didn't object doesn't mean I agreed. I didn't object once. I thought there were some misstatements of facts. I'll deal with that. But I'm not afraid of anything that was said or anything he had to say. I didn't want to interrupt him. I didn't want to object. I wanted you to hear where the arguments are. Let's see if they give me that same courtesy. He did, during his 2+ hour first summation, they get 2 summations, you'll hear about that later. He didn't once mention the fact that their only witness in this case committed perjury again and again and again and again in this court. That wasn't mentioned once, not even dealt with. That's an important issue in this case, as you're going to see. because the case does rise and fall in its credibility, without question, without question. Detective Flores, their case detective, testified, and we'll put up this testimony in a bit, that without Relli, the 2 videos and the sounds, there's no evidence of a shooting. Could be, could not be. That's certainly not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So Relli's testimony is in fact everything. And Mr. Presolnik seemed very worried about what I'm going to say about Mr. Efron and his credibility. He understands that that case rises and falls with him. And he spent a lot of time anticipating what I'm going to say about it. One thing he said I would do, but I promise you I won't, is I'm not going to go through every inconsistency of Mr. Efron. We'd be here until Christmas. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go through the major lies he told, the admissions of perjury, the important facts that he told you that turned out to be lies. I'm not going to worry about some inconsistency he told about some statement he made 2 years ago or 3 years ago. We would be here literally for days on end, and I'm not going to do that. Mr. Presolnik said there's no evidence of a profit in this case. Again, we'll get to all this. There's definitely a lot less evidence of a real gun in this case than a profit. The facts scream out that it's impossible for what he had that night to be a real gun. The DA spent much of that argument, 2 hours and 15 minutes or so, repeating himself, repeating the same arguments again and again, sometimes in a sarcastic tone, because the evidence isn't there. Look, together, hopefully, these discussions that we're going to have are going to be helpful in trying to arrive at a decision in this case, where you don't compromise, where you don't do violence to your conscience, where you do the right thing. And you're the ones who are empowered to determine what, in fact, is the right thing. It's you. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever in your life been falsely accused of it? Ever been falsely accused? Have you ever had to sit there and take watch proceedings or watch how it played out and wait and wait and wait, knowing that you're innocent, knowing that you didn't do it? All you can do during such a process is maintain your dignity. Isn't that right? All you can do is maintain your dignity. Knowing that you're innocent, but maintaining your dignity and remembering always that you're left in a crisis because you're contemplating it. That's another reason why I am so proud to represent Rocky. He's a man who's maintained his innocence from day one, 3.5+ years ago, who's conducted himself with dignity throughout these proceedings from day one. I started off telling you about this case was all about my first line out of the bat in the opening statement, it seems like 1.5 years ago, was that this case was about Relli's jealousy, lies, and greed. I said that you'd see the kind of person he was in this courtroom, an angry, pathological liar. That he, and he alone, is the source of all the evidence that they are relying on. And this case would rise and fall on his credibility. You take him out of the picture, there is no case. And as I promised, Relli showed you who he truly was when it came time for cross-examination. He's a man who told you without hesitation, I can tell people whatever I want. He said that, actually, to you. I was right out of the box, the first one to line, please.
Yo, first clip is Relli on the stand, running it back. It's 7 minutes in.
You want the audiovisual person? Please. Alex Hallmark, please.
I'm good. You are out of
That's fine.
Yeah.
We have an audiovisual person in the court.
They mentioned tech issues on like the hot mic.
Go ahead.
Because
like before they started doing closing. That sucks.
okay, what you would have heard, what you may see one day, hopefully after Mark comes up and saves us once again, is him literally saying to you, I can tell people whatever I want. He's their witness, who you're being asked to believe beyond a reasonable doubt. I can tell people whatever I want. He's a man who literally gave 4 different answers to one question. 4 answers, one question. He said, yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know, in one question. That was a first for me. Been doing this for a bit. That was a first for me. 4 answers, one question. Yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know. It's a man who committed perjury before your eyes over and over again. A man who snapped, cursed, threw a water bottle while he was testifying, cursed in this courtroom. Threw a water bottle out of anger while testifying in the light of the courtroom with the judge, with the jury, with these terrific sheriff's deputies and bailiffs. That's what he had here. Imagine what he's capable of in the dark of night. The other thing he was watching. The evidence in this case has shown you that this case indeed rises on his credibility or falls on his credibility, and it is falling hard. Before we start, I do want to thank you all. It's right to thank you all for your commitment and sacrifice in this case. It's not been an easy case. It's been a long, long case. It's been odd that not one of you have ever been late. I mean, another first for me. Been doing this for a while, both as a prosecutor and defense attorney. Not once have we been waiting for a juror. So your commitment and your sacrifice is extraordinary, especially in a 4-week trial. So we both sides thank you for that. I know that. But this is what this is about. This is why we love what we do. It's why I love what I do. It's an opportunity to come before people who are from the community, who are the conscience of the community, because you are the conscience of this community. And when I say community, I mean you represent the community of Los Angeles. Every part of the community, parts that are represented here, and parts that aren't represented here, Compton, Englewood. You represent all parts of this community. You set the standards, you tell us what's right and what's wrong with your verdict. Use your common sense to do that, and ladies and gentlemen, your verdict goes far beyond these courtroom doors. The evidence isn't there in this case. It's not even close. Again, appreciate Mr. President's argument, but we're going to dissect the evidence now. Apart from Relli's testimony, the prosecution, just his testimony, I'm not talking about his physical evidence, he said, apart from his testimony, the prosecution's evidence consists of videos, shell casings, and knuckle scrapes. And I don't know what else to call them but knuckle scrapes. I know they said, oh, he's going to call them knuckle scrapes. What am I going to call them? Bullet wounds? I mean, they're knuckle scrapes. Videos don't prove that case, they prove the opposite. Relli was the aggressor in both videos, and we'll show you those, and we'll show you them slowly. The shell casing is not... Sir?
Mark says it's set up right, but he needs to...
Yeah, I'll stop for a second. You want to try it? Let's try it. Thanks.
Alright, we're gonna... What? Oh, Rocky's ready? They're all standing up. Get the AV guy in here to fix things. They're trying to fix the sound. I mean, it looks like video was working through, but sound wasn't coming through. And I feel like Tacopina has a bunch of videos he wants to roll as part of his closing, so. Oh, God. Well, it's working now.
I know, right? Okay. Thank you very much. Well, anyway, he was one of the videos. Michael played that. Steve, go ahead.
I don't know. Since so long, I can tell people what I'm doing. I don't get it, but no. Yes, no, I don't know. I don't know. Since so long, I can tell people what I'm doing.
Okay. I think we're discussing. I'll have to go back to it, but you get a glimpse. You could take that down, please. Anyway, the shell casings and the knuckle scrapes mean absolutely nothing without believing Relli's story about them. They mean nothing without believing his story in whole about them. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about how the evidence or lack of evidence is shaped up in this case. Before we do, I want to make clear what Rocky is charged with. He's charged with 2 counts of assault with a semi-automatic weapon.
So still
One for the
semi-automatic.
altercation by the parking garage on Argyle Avenue. The other for the altercation, Piece Del Mar, that fuzzy video that you see.
That fuzzy video.
The DA said you only have to decide proper or not. That's it. That's all you have to decide. Very simple.
Calling it out.
Nothing else is in dispute. That is not true. That's not true. And the judge just told you this just the other day. He said, as a matter of fact, that's not what you just have to decide. It completely ignores the self-defense and defense of others law that the judge instructed you on. But they see what they want to see. They say what they want to say. They hide from you what they don't want you to see, which is why they cut off the end of the video on Piece Del Mar. And we're going to show you what they cut off. They cut off after Rocky's gone. After 12 is already running away, they cut off the part where Relli goes back and gets Ills one more time. The guy who's
Why would they
only
cut
using
that off?
windshield. They cut that part of the video off. We did. We'll show you. The judge will instruct you each of those charges requires the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, another term I didn't hear much in the 2 hours plus summation of this result. Beyond a reasonable doubt that Rocky possessed a real operable semi-automatic firearm and that Rocky did not act in self-defense or defense of another. Beyond a reasonable doubt. And the evidence just isn't there. It's not even close in this case, guys. It's not even close. I'm here to gain respect for the undeniable fact that even now as we sit here, Rakim Mayers is presumed innocent. He's presumed innocent as we sit here now. I'm here to point out the numerous reasonable doubts that lurk in the evidence in this case. Because folks, please remember, the judge didn't tell you, he did already have some charges. All you need is one. All you need is one. I submit to you, there are hundreds of reasonable doubts in this. Hundreds. You just need one. And the case is over. We have this idea of a reasonable doubt. It's not what we do in our daily lives. On the street, we're talking to our friends or analyzing whether our kids have been truthful or our friends have been truthful. But it's something that's really important in this setting, the courtroom. Because it seems, as a country, that it has served us very, very well. People who founded this country were no strangers to controversy, and certainly no strangers to social danger, have created some of it themselves even. They knew that the surest and best way to guarantee the liberty of citizens was to make sure that if the government brought charges against one of its citizens, they had to prove. And if there was a doubt based on reason, if there was a reasonable doubt, there had to be an acquittal. Had to be. What a reasonable doubt isn't, the judge said this to you in the beginning, like, again, 4 weeks ago, whenever that was. What a reasonable doubt isn't, it isn't he may have committed the crime. It isn't he probably committed the crime. It isn't I'm almost certain he committed the crime. That doesn't carry it. It's I have no reason to doubt he committed the crime. What was proven beyond a reasonable doubt in this case? Terrell Efron is a compulsive liar and perjurer. That was proven beyond a reasonable doubt. He lies without remorse. Folks, he even bragged.
His mouth is open.
About
Lewin.
perjury. He literally did. And you're going to see it. As long as Mark is close by, the video where you're going to see him literally bragging about committing perjury. You know, this reasonable doubt, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, you're going to hear me talk about it again. But the prosecution told you just now, Mr. Solomon said, that the defense story is impossible. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't just say it. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. They have not met their burden here, not even close, because they can't. It's a very heavy burden, and they've not come close. That's why they resort to making excuses, playing games, relying on possibilities, which is really funny, because you were all here for jury selection, because you wouldn't be here if you weren't here for jury selection. See how smart I am? You were all here when Mr. Lewin in jury selection said, "We'll never ask you to look at what's possible in this case." Remember that? It was like the closing remark in jury selection. "We'll never ask you to look at what's possible." He said that. Yet, as we walk through the evidence together, you'll see all the possibilities they presented. Starting with that first witness out of the gate. Right at the jury selection. Boom! First witness, Zizzo, right out of the gate. "Is it possible you missed the shell casings?" You have to say, you never say anything about the word possible. You won't be asked what's possible in this case. First witness out of the box, Officer Zizzo, was asked, "Is it possible you missed the shell casings?" Possible is not proof beyond reasonable doubt, nor are excuses. Why were there no fingerprints on those shell casings that Relli claimed to have found that night? Remember what Detective Flores said about that? Excuses. Well, you know, if it rained, if there was water, if there were cars, if there was wind. We'll go back to that. We'll review the evidence together, and you'll see that their excuses for not having proof really start stacking up. And in face of only possibilities and excuses, they resorted to playing games in an effort to win at all costs. At all costs. And it's not about justice, because they will stop winning. Plain and simple.
No, that's the
Oh my God, instantaneously overruled.
And they played games in this case that should offend you. And I'm not just saying it, I'm going to take you through.
Look at him staring at the judge. Look at them.
Not showing.
Look at your screen, everyone. Look at Lewin on the screen.
Plain and simple.
No,
It should.
that's the
He's like, what? Come on.
And they played games in this case that should offend you. And I'm not just saying it, I'm going to take you through. Not showing you evidence, embracing perjury of this Relli, trying to deceive you. Remember something I said to you in the opening? I said we're here to make promises both sides, but not like politicians' promises. You know, the thing where we promise you the moon, you vote based on our promises, and you see if we fulfill them. Here, we make promises in that opening statement. You get to see if we fulfill them, then you vote. Let's see what they promised compared to what we promised. They told you Rocky was the aggressor. His text messages show he was the aggressor. We got deleted text messages, we'll get to that. They told you that Rocky shot Relli with a real gun. We told you that Relli was manufacturing the story, deleting and destroying evidence. He was trying to extort Rocky, which came through. That Relli was the real aggressor, Rocky used the prop gun to defend himself. There are two hurdles that they have to overcome to get a conviction in this case. Two hurdles. They cannot overcome them. One is that the object in Rocky's hand on November 6, 2021 was not a prop gun. Beyond the reasonable doubt. Second is that Rocky did not act in self-defense of your ills. The judge instructed you, if the prosecution failed to prove the object in Rocky's hand was not a prop gun beyond a reasonable doubt, the case is over. It's over. Beyond a reasonable doubt. You can stop there. It's over. The judge also told you that regardless of what Rocky had in his hand, if you find that he acted in self-defense or in defense of 12-year-old ills, he's also not guilty. That's the law. It's not our argument. they bear the heavy, heavy burden of disproving self-defense or defense of another beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a burden that they cannot carry in this case, not even close. Relli threatened Rocky, Relli threatened Wally, Relli repeatedly punched Bills and ragdoll Bills, and we're going to show you that again on the video, slowly. You had it narrated to you, but you can see it on the video. Before we do that and talk about it, let's discuss why they can't overcome that first hurdle. First, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the object in Rocky's hand was real, was not what we're firing on, because they cannot, absolutely cannot overcome that. There is incontrovertible evidence and testimony in this case, and other evidence that shows you the object that Rocky was possessing was a problem. Unimpeached. Not a real firearm. And they asked why. First of all, remember, there's no evidence in the record Rocky was licensed to carry in 2021. He wasn't. But Twelby and Lou told you it wasn't a real gun. Two people came in here, took an oath, and told you it was not a real gun. Levin told you where it came from, that D&B music video. He identified it with Rocky and Rihanna from July of 2021, right before. He told you he put a clip drawer on it, essentially a belt clip, to clip the piece onto a belt to make it easier to carry. And he extended the magazine with a clear magazine to make it look more intimidating, because the Glock he had prop gun Glock with a 26, sort of fits in a pocketbook, it's really small. So this was meant as a deterrent. Mr. Lewin told you that Levin couldn't name the security guy who advised Rocky to carry a prop gun. He was never asked. And he didn't say security guy, he said Rocky's security team. The testimony you could, by the way, you can always have the testimony read back to you at any point. If there's any dispute, I know you guys can do crazy things, but if there's any dispute, we can always say, can we have that part read back of the testimony where Mr. Levin talked about the security people who advised on, or whatever, hypothetically. So he never was asked, but he didn't say a security guy. He said a security team, and he just said he concurred. He wasn't pretending to be a security advisor that they mocked him. They didn't ask him that, yet they just tried to argue that to you. Mr. Levin also told you that the prop gun didn't serve its intended purpose on November 6th, obviously, 2021. And Rocky gave it back to him, and he gave it back to this co-director from the DMV video when he went to New York next. He didn't remember if it was December, January, or whatever. By the way, we didn't bring in a picture of the DMV video? They're the ones with the burden of proof here, folks. They have the burden. The DMV videos for all to see. It's out there. They could have, if they wanted to, subpoenaed it.
Here we go.
Burned it in.
They could have.
Put it on YouTube. They didn't do that. They didn't want you to see that video.
Look at Lewin.
Levin told you he asked the co-director, this guy Haji, where the prop gun went. He did call him back after 5 months later when Rocky was eventually charged and then sued. And Haji, this prop gun guy, the director, co-director, said he didn't know that. He explained he had a studio, a big studio in common with other directors of these videos and films and whatnot. And he said it was a common space that had cameras, lighting equipment, prop equipment, and everything else that was borrowed and exchanged and whatnot between a bunch of people. That's uncontroverted testimony. And it was gone. The guy Haji couldn't find it. Don't think Lou didn't try. He did. The guy Haji said it was gone. And you heard the DA spoke. They told you. They told Lou. They spoke to Haji.
And they
They
didn't call
reported
it.
it. They told you.
Chat, you called
And you
it.
know, if Haji said anything inconsistent with what Lou said, you're going to hear that tape.
Your Honor, we found out about it that day. It's improper.
There are no speaking objections. There are no speaking objections. I've told you that.
Don't
You
know
will
what
have an
happened.
opportunity in your rebuttal argument.
Objection, improper argument.
Overruled.
As he says it loudly, it's going to get sustained.
Objection, improper
Sustained,
argument.
that is sustained. Don't do that, Mr. Chairman.
Anyway,
You just laughed.
sure. You know, they knew about the Levin prosecution before this trial started. They knew before this trial started, he said that the prop gun came from a music video that could have looked like, and they could have looked prop houses, the music video, whatever else. They could have done it too. But they didn't say, oh, we didn't do it. Again, we had absolutely no burden to do anything. We did provide live witness testimony. We cross-examined. It wasn't a surprise to them. They didn't want to look into it, just they knew what they were going to find. That's why you didn't hear anything.
That's
about
improper argument. Overruled.
Relli's words and actions on November 6, 2021 show you it wasn't the real gun. His words and actions show you. All the prosecution's objective evidence in this case, everything that doesn't come from Relli shows you this was not a real gun. Common sense also shows you it was not a real gun. On that last point, the prosecution would have you believe that Rocky, you saw that video, shot a real gun at his friend Ills, who was right there. I mean, Ills was right there. According to them, he shot the gun, a real gun, at his friend Ills. That makes no sense. You saw the video. The second shot, Ills was right there. There's no way, even if that was a real gun, that Ills wasn't going to hit. That was real. There was no way. DA then said, well, you know, why? Why would he get rid of the prop gun? He said, we haven't explained that. I think we did. I think Lewin explained that pretty well, and pretty clearly. Remember, they didn't know 5 months later the police would come. They weren't thinking, ooh, we better save this in case, I don't know, next year at some point, I get arrested. That was the furthest thing from Rocky's mind. They did know that it did not serve its intended purpose. They did know that. So that was the end of that. Rocky got rid of that prop gun that didn't work, and instead beefed up his security. So now he had to have security all the time instead of just going to events, even when he was his friends on the street. Of course, he didn't know the police were going to be involved 5 months later. As for 12 and Levin, you heard from each of them. And before we get into what they said, let's talk about the process and what's supposed to be about the search for the truth. That's what it's meant to be. It's not supposed to be about just trying to win. That's what it's not supposed to be about. Especially when you have the power of law enforcement behind you. You know, it's the prosecutor's job to make sure that innocent people go free also. And it makes sense that all the witnesses come to your attention. All the witnesses come to your attention, as we had to do in this case. You can see that responsible citizens came in here as witnesses who were often treated roughly and ridiculed, attacked by Mr. Lewin, an obsession to win, attacked. You don't treat witnesses who came in here, don't get paid to tell the truth, have no financial motive, you don't treat them like that. Just purely and simply because they're not saying what you want them to say in your version of what the truth might be. You don't do that.
He's doing hand motions for those that are listening. He just waved his like jazz hands. Your version.
To a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. That came to life. The prosecution embraced Relli in this case, though. Embraced him. He didn't even once mention to you all, okay, he perjured himself before you guys many times. Whole thing's fake, that weren't fake. Right to your faces.
He says.
That wasn't even mentioned this morning.
The judge is looking straight down.
They defend him despite his despicable acts and his despicable conduct. And with all witnesses, Mr. Lewin carried into them like they were serial killers. and I mean Twelby and Levin. They were the polar opposites of Relli in every way. How they conducted themselves, how they answered questions. They weren't argumentative. They weren't disrespectful. They were compliant and they were responsive to both sides. To both sides. Compare those human beings to what you saw the week before that. They weren't belligerent. They didn't throw water bottles. They didn't curse. I mean, Relli, who couldn't answer any question straight, admitted to lying, and when he didn't admit to lying, got impeached with prior inconsistent statements. I'm not going to go through them all. You know, when you know the truth and when you tell the truth, you don't have to rehearse the truth. You don't have to get your memory refreshed. You don't have to be reminded of the truth when you know the truth and tell the truth. You don't have to be coached on the truth by the prosecutors. You don't have to have someone telling you how to answer questions like Relli was told in this case. You always get the truth right when you tell the truth. All witnesses answered every question without incident, without problem. They were consistent. They didn't get tripped up once. There was not one inconsistency. So the response to that is, oh, they were coached very well. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, I guess. Because if they had been caught up and tripped up and been inconsistent, and their truth was inconsistent, well then they're liars. Or they weren't consistent. But because they were so consistent and they didn't get impeached, they couldn't lay blow on them. Oh, they must have been coached. They were not coached, they were consistent because they were telling the truth. And you saw that demeanor. They both told you, Lou and Twelby, both told you previously carried a problem for that 6-month period. After being a victim of acts of violence. And Rocky had with him on November 6, 2021. And that Rocky's friends knew he had friends. He didn't announce it to the world. Of course, that would be stupid to say, you know, put a social media post out, carry a prop gun. In case you want to attack me, it's really only prop gun. No, Lou said, and Twelby said, there was an immediate group of friends. The prosecution peppered Twelby with questions about a summary of what he told us, the lawyers. As if that summary contained his prior sworn testimony or prior recorded statements, but it didn't. That's why the judge said it was irrelevant what Twelby saw in that document.
That's an improper argument.
Repeat that. That's why the judge said it's irrelevant what Twelby saw in that summary document. Relevant.
That is an improper argument.
Instead, the summary was simply something that lawyers have to provide as procedural discovery in this case. Look.
If you're wondering why that second one was sustained, it's because Tacopina, even though he mostly repeated the same thing, he included, when he repeated it, he said, like the judge said it, implying that the judge made some type of conclusion about the substance itself, which that's a bit improper.
When I hear this, they're going to try and pretend like we just came up with this prop gun defense. Rocky has been saying that since day one. Here's the testimony of Detective Flores on this issue. Detective Flores was asked, was this something, when he was asked, because he was asked on direct about when did he first find out about the prop gun defense?
Oh,
and
here
he
comes
said, there was no deposition in criminal case for the question before. Then I said, all right. So basically, what you were being asked when we're talking about that, you just found out about this prop gun. What you're being asked are questions related to discovery disclosure in a criminal case, correct? And he said, yes. So Detective Flores, who was very honest, and I think he tried to do a good job here, told you what that was about. See, if you just listen to the direct in this case, it would make it sound like only 2 weeks ago, oh, there was a prop gun. That's been since day one for Rocky. Discovery in a criminal case is what he was being asked about.
What do you think, chat?
I mean, you also heard that it was revealed before jury selection, a day, I think, before jury selection, no, sorry, the day before opening statements, that we got a ballistics report from them that was done over a year before. The day before opening statement, you guys were impounded. Okay. Whatever. He goes crying and screaming. A year after they did it, Detective Flores said, we got it after you guys were impounded in 2025. Detective Zizzo, Sergeant Zizzo, now former police officer Zizzo, said on the witness stand, we may have missed it. We didn't search the whole street. I said, really? Looking at his report, I'm like, when did you say that for the first time? He said, today, this morning, he told him that for the first time.
Look at the screen. Lewin has a very long PowerPoint.
They just came up with it. This is real life. This is a trial. This is what happens. Sometimes witnesses remember things later, sometimes they don't. But I'm not accusing anyone of perjuring themselves like police officer Zizzo, because he just remembered that today, 5 years later. You know, I mean, it's sort of odd. 5 years after that, he remembers they may have missed it. But that's okay. Look, more importantly, as Schwelbe told you, what he testified to here in this courtroom is what he told us previously and what he saw that night. Period. He was consistent, he was credible, unlike Relli, who actually contradicted his own recorded statements, and unlike Relli, who actually contradicted his prior sworn testimony over and over again. He committed perjury, he bragged about committing perjury. And the fact that the prosecution tried to make you believe that a summary was Schwelbe's actual statement when it wasn't. It's a game. It's another example of a game. Here's another one. The prosecution asked Schwelbe how he knew it was a prop gun if he never spoke to Rocky about it. That was completely misstating what Schwelbe said on direct testimony. Completely. Schwelbe didn't say he never spoke to Rocky about it. He said the opposite. He said they did speak about it prior to November 6, 2021, in September of 2021 in Harlem at that governor's ball thing, and after he first saw it at the DMV video. He said they spoke about it. But he was with the part, dude, never spoke to Rocky about that, you said. He didn't say that. What other games they play with Schwelbe? You heard this one. You heard Detective Flores tell you that before 2 weeks ago, neither he nor any member of law enforcement ever tried to reach out to Schwelbe. 2025. This event happened in 2021. Before 2 weeks ago, before January of 2025, neither he, the lead detective in this case, or any member of law enforcement tried to reach out to Schwelbe. They knew who he was, obviously. But that still didn't prevent Mr. Lewin from asking Schwelbe if before those last 2 weeks, didn't you get a message from us? Didn't you get a message from us? No, Mr. Lewin, you didn't get a message from me. Detective Flores already cleared that up pretty clearly. He didn't get a message from you. They knew he didn't contact Schwelbe. They knew he didn't try to contact Schwelbe before 2 weeks ago. But he asked him that question. Why, to give a false impression? That somehow Schwelbe ignored a message? That somehow Schwelbe ignored a message? Oh, I'm sorry.
Disparaging counsel.
Yeah, there cannot be any disparaging, personal attacks.
So it's not personal. The question was asked that. Okay.
Do not debate with me
Sorry.
without a ruling.
Yep.
Objections sustained. Go ahead.
Okay, well, you heard the testimony, you saw what happened. You figure out what it was all about, but Schwelbe was asked, didn't you get a message from us in the past? When Detective Flores said, no, no one left him a message, no one tried to reach him. So I don't want to disparage anyone, but you just got to ask yourself, why was that question asked if it didn't happen? Look, you know, when I say the games, they're a constant theme in this trial. Here's another one. Prosecution asked Schwelbe about photos taken in Rocky's bedroom, which showed Rocky's registered firearms and not a prop gun there. Those photos were taken during a search of Rocky's residence in April of 2022. 5 months after the incident on East Del Mar in November of 2021. 5 months later. So the fact that there was no prop gun there means absolutely nothing. You heard there had to be a prop gun way before that. And here's this also. Think about this. And why was there no prop gun in the house? You heard why Rocky, for that 5-6 month period, carried a prop gun on advice of security. Because he'd been subject to episodes of violence. He had a stalker. His face was slashed. And home invasions, okay? But he'd been subject to violence. On the street, he didn't have a carry. Okay? So when he wasn't with security, he had this thing to hopefully deter people. At home, he had licensed firearms. Now, because a prop is meant to deter would-be attackers, if they're already in his home, just in his bedroom, there aren't would-be attackers anymore. They're in fact attackers. And a prop gun would be useless there, obviously. Also with the registered guns found in Rocky's house, I guess that the Flores, if they were legally registered to Rocky, and they objected. They objected to that question.
No, that's an improper argument. Stay.
Well, those in fact were registered to Rocky, legal. Others were registered to Lou, legal. Everything in that house was legal and given back to Lou Levin, who was there at the time of the search. They mocked Lou like he must have made that up. Not just Lou's magazine, the guns were legal too. And they were, 2 of them were Lou's. One of them was Lou's. And 2 was Rocky's. You heard that from the Flores. Legal and registered. Detective Flores made it clear that the weapons found in Rocky's home were legal. So there should have been no dispute over that at all. Search for the truth is what this should be about. I'm trying to win at all costs. It's not a game. It's not a game, certainly a game. It's not a game. In fact, the prosecution did absolutely nothing, gentlemen, to impeach the testimony of Relli and Wally. Nothing. Yeah, he got loud and yelled at them a little. But saying liar, liar, pants on fire is not impeachment. He didn't move them off their story once. They were consistent. They stayed exactly consistent with their story the entire time because the truth is easy to remember. The truth is easy to tell. They were not impeached, not once. The fact of the matter is, by the way, it wasn't lack of trying. I mean, they were yelled at, they were berated. I mean, at one point, 12 spoke a dialect from his upbringing, from the streets where he's from. And he said this thing, and I personally, I think he's one of the nicest guys I've ever seen. He said this thing where he's like, you feel me? You feel me? That was just a matter of speaking. But Mr. Lewin had to take that.
He called out the "you feel me" call out.
I don't know what you mean. I feel you. I can't feel you.
It's an improper argument.
Overruled.
Overruled.
I don't
Okay.
need to mock a witness who came in here and was compliant and respectful. No, they were grilled both 12 and they were grilled about many, many things, including the financial motives of being here. And again, they don't contradict their testimony. I mean, Mr. Preslomic this morning spent a lot of time in their testimony, not about their misstatements or their inconsistencies or contradictions or their impeachments, but just repeated their testimony, but in a sarcastic voice.
Sarcastic voice. All right, I was trying to find a topic break, but he seems to be staying on the subject. We're gonna go to Law and Crime and see if the sync is different. And I think Law and Crime was behind anyway. But we'll go back a little bit. Because the way that the audio was lining up got all out of whack.
Detective Flores made it clear that the weapons found in Rocky's home were legal.
All right, I went back too far. Yeah, and also, yeah, this is way better.
The truth is easy to tell. They were not impeached, not once. The fact of the matter is, by the way, it wasn't lack of trying. I mean, we yelled that they were raided. I mean, at one point, 12 spoke a dialect from his upbringing, from the street where he's from. And he said this thing, and I personally, he's one of the nicest guys I've ever seen. He said this thing where he's like, "You feel me? You feel me?" And that was just a matter of speed. But Mr. Lewin had to take that. See, no, I don't feel you. I don't really mean I feel you. I can't feel you.
Improper argument.
No.
Overall.
There's no need to mock a witness who came in here and was compliant and respectful. They were grilled both 12 weeks, and they were grilled about many, many things, including the financial motives of being here. And again, they don't contradict their testimony. I mean, Mr. Preslomic this morning spent a lot of time in their testimony, not about their misstatements or their inconsistencies or contradictions or their impeachments, but just repeated their testimony, but in a sarcastic voice. As if that makes a contradiction.
We got that one.
That's not proof. That's definitely not proof beyond reasonable doubt. So anyway, the financial motive that they were both crushed on in their cross-examinations, 12 and Lou. 12 said zero. He makes zero from him. For Rocky, nothing. He's got his own career, actually, pretty well. Lou said he makes a portion of his salary from Rocky. And he does, and he loves Rocky. They both love Rocky. So no one's trying to pretend they were here as unbiased with us. They love him. But it's an interesting thing, though, that they were so concerned about his both of their financial motives. Not once did the prosecution take issue with the fact that their own witness, Relli, was here because of his financial motivation, and only his financial motivation. A $30 million financial motivation. But they're asking Lou Levin, don't you get 20% of your salary from him? Or that poor IT guy who had to fly from Paris to get, you made $20,000 last year from him, huh? I mean, their guy's looking $30 million for that. No disgrace. By the way, if Relli got his $30 million that he wanted, that he said repeatedly, they'd have no witness in this case, as you now know, because he'd be on an island somewhere relaxing while they were searching for him. Instead, Relli wants to use law enforcement as a money collector, because he didn't care about the police. You heard him say that many times. And if he got his money, these guys go pound sand. They'll never find him. He's going to be on an island. And he told you how that process works. I didn't hear that case. But talk about extraordinary bias that they just want you to ignore. They don't even mention that. It can't be, and it shouldn't be. But it's why we're here in this court. It's why we're all here. What else should be ignored? Despite all the prosecution's efforts, despite the blistering questions posed to them, both Twelve and Lou Levin established these incontrovertible facts. They're not controverted, they're not contested. That Rocky was known to carry a problem by his friends. They didn't controvert that at all. The object in his hands on November 6, 2021 was a pump gun. Relli's own actions on November 6, 2021 confirmed that. 12 testified during the first altercation, Relli said something to the effect of, shoot that big ass gun, which explains his later conduct, by the way. Now, Relli said he didn't say that. So, now you have to see, who's more credible, more trustworthy? Relli or Relli? That's what you have, the words of the two in that regard, in that one thing. And consistent with his knowledge that it was a fake gun, look what he did after the first altercation, which is impossible to get around for them. The first altercation by the parking garage, where he's claims he's pulled a gun, is pulled on a real gun that he doesn't know is a fake gun. He continues to follow the guy who pulls the real gun and, according to him, tried to kill him. So think about that for a second when you talk about a reasonable doubt or a doubt based on reason. Think about that. That was so odd. I mean, he said, yeah, the guy pulled out a gun on me. I thought it was a real gun, and he threatened to kill me. So after he walked away, I decided to follow him. I don't follow him, berating him as I'm following him. Almost begging him to shoot me. Well, let's see Detective Flores, but anyway, Detective Flores told me what he thought about that. He testified. He said, that would be an odd thing for Relli to do. It's testimony from his trial. Mr. Efron, on December 2021, you asked him why he continued to follow Mr. Mayers if he knew he had a gun, right? Answer, yes, Detective Flores. Question, because according to you, you told him that would seem to be an odd thing to do, right? Or odd thing to do, I didn't say right. And Detective Flores said yes. Of course it's an odd thing to do if you know it's a real gun. Not so much an odd thing to do if you think it's a fake gun or a pump gun. And of course, when Relli was questioned about why he would do that, about being an odd thing to do, his answer was, when Detective Flores questioned about it, Relli said, I don't know. That was his answer to Detective Flores early on in the question. When you asked Mr. Efron why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing the gun, what he said was, he didn't know why. So, Detective Flores, and he said correct, Detective Flores questioned him about it, and the best Relli could do at that point was say, I don't know why I followed him, it was a real gun. Obviously, I don't know was all Relli could say, because he knew he couldn't tell the truth. That was a problem. He knew that. That alone is reasonable doubt. That is a reasonable doubt. Whew. That's it. You just need one. Just one.
That's an improper statement of the law.
In fact, the lack of evidence further shows that this was a problem. And you heard that the police found absolutely no evidence of a shooting at the scene whatsoever. Officer Zizzo told you that there was no sign of a shooting, there was no blood, no bullet holes, no shell casings, no physical evidence at all. That's from the testimony at this trial from you from Officer Zizzo. Just recap. There was no blood, no bullet holes, no sir, no shell casings, no physical evidence of a shooting was recovered at all. No, sir. So that was the guy who was there within 15 minutes. When you heard from the body cam footage from one of the other responding officers, turned out to be Sergeant John Cook, Officer Zizzo said. Sergeant Cook said, there's going to be no evidence for now. We have no victims, no hits, no evidence. That's the sergeant body cam footage. That's Officer Zizzo's testimony. Also captured on Sergeant Cook's body cam footage is him saying, as of now, or no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, probably just a warning shot. That's a testimony in front of you all in this trial. again. So no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, is probably just a warning shot, right? That's what he said. Sergeant Sisso said to us. Well, Sergeant Cook was close. It was actually 2 warning shots from the Proctor. Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution cannot prove otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt. They cannot. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Not without Relli being totally believable. Not without Relli being totally believable. And he is not worth it, believe. I don't think I need to spend much time arguing that. That's why, in addition to asking him about November 6th, 2021, which we spent some time doing, we spent so much time questioning him about his credibility. And I'm sorry he was on the witness stand for 5 days. The reason he was on the witness stand for 5 days, I was only 2 total days with him. But the reason he was here that long was because he didn't answer questions. Like, the questions had to be asked on course anyway. 3, 4 times, the judge had to get involved. That's why he was here so long. Well, because without him, when he questioned his credibility, it's not because I was having fun speaking to him. I wasn't. But when you question his credibility, it's because his credibility is at issue. Because without him and his credible testimony, the prosecution has 0 evidence of a shooting. They even had to prove, they have 0 evidence to prove that it was an operable gun, let alone a shooting. Consider that. What's the prosecution's evidence that the object in Rocky's hand on November 6, 2021 was not a prop gun? What's their evidence? Relli's shell casings. Get to those. Relli's knuckle scrapes. And the videos from parking garage at 1616 Vista Del Mar and 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. But remember what Detective Flores said about those videos. First, he said, there's no evidence from 1616 Vista Del Mar of an actual gun being discharged. I asked him that question, and he said, correct. From that view by itself, no. Well, that's the only view we have of 1616 Vista Del Mar, that video. And they're all there and so forth. Then, second, I said the only time you could see a gun in any video was the parking garage video. And in that one, you can't tell if it's operable, whether it's an operable gun, a real gun or not, right, Detective Flores? And he was honest. You first cited the fact the gun was displayed, right? Which you already told this jury that the gun that was displayed, the only time you could see a gun in any video was the parking garage video, correct? You already told this jury, by that video, you can't tell if it's operable, right? Correct. So if he can't tell it's operable, how are you supposed to do it? Detective Flores can't tell you it's operable. How are you supposed to tell it's operable? You have to believe Relli's story. All of it. And his credibility. Then, third, what else do they have? Well, sounds, those 2 sounds. Okay. The gunshot sounds heard on the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video could have been made by some kind of replica firearm, according to Detective Flores. He said, aside from a gun, I asked him, what else could make those sounds? An operable gun, I should say. And then he said, the sound I heard off the camera, I mean a firearm, some kind of replica firearm. He also acknowledged that a replica firearm could also make that sound. A starter pistol could make that sound. That's Detective Flores. It's a case detective. Let that sink in for a moment, folks. Please. The prosecution's case detective told you the sound that they're relying on to prove that Rocky had an operable firearm that night, beyond a reasonable doubt, could have been made by a non-operable firearm. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's all you need right there. In other words, the videos in and of themselves don't prove that what Rocky had was an operable firearm beyond a reasonable doubt. the case detective produced that. What else does the prosecution have to rely on? Relli's knuckle scrapes. But even they don't believe that's a gunshot wound. Look what they said in their opening statement about Relli's knuckle scrapes. Perhaps they were a bullet graze, perhaps they were not. Well, perhaps they were not. That's what they want you to accept as proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Perhaps they were not. What else did they say in their opening about those scrapes? Whether the victim or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something that you will have to decide at the end of this case. They told you in opening statements. Really? Says who? Says who? They told you that because they themselves don't believe. Those knuckles.
I've already read the jury instructions to you, and one of those jury instructions lists the elements of what assault with a semi-automatic pistol is. Each of those elements have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. What those elements are, that is the law in California, as to what an assault with a semi-automatic pistol is.
One of the objections was actually to what you said, what the prosecution wants you to believe.
Overruled. That part's overruled.
But anyway, regarding the law, this is not about an element of the law, ladies and gentlemen. This is about the credibility of the only witness in this case, Mr. Prosecution. That's what that argument was about. About the credibility, I mean, you have to... So whether it was a bullet shot or not, or a scrape from the floor, it does matter. It does matter. Of course they don't want you to consider that. Because first, whether Relli was truthful about his injury goes to his credibility. Credibility, not about the elements of the law. It goes to his credibility, whether he's truthful about the nature of the injuries. And second, whether or not Relli was actually injured by a bullet is something important to consider in deciding whether Rocky had an operable firearm or a prop gun. Those are the two reasons I just brought that up to you.
And yep, chat, we talked about that at the beginning of this stream. When we were looking at the elements, we saw the prosecution go over the arguments. We had this discussion that talking about the grazed knuckles itself might not, don't need to have an injury for this assault with a semi-automatic firearm, because the semi-automatic firearm is this aggravating factor where it doesn't really matter how severe or not severe any injuries might be. But it goes to Relli's credibility, because if you don't believe that this graze on the top of his knuckles here was caused by this shot being fired, but he's telling you the order of events that happened that night are based around when he knows he got shot because he felt the heat, and that's when he went to go grab Ills as a shield. But then the next time he talks about it, he says he saw Rocky with the gun, ran to grab Ills to use him as a shield. Then he was shot at, and he's only alive because he grabbed Ills to use him as a shield. That's a credibility problem. So Tacopina is absolutely right here, and I think it's hilarious because the whole objection is making him explain it more clearly than he was before the objection.
Those are the two reasons. So, I disagree with him. You do have to consider whether he was hit by a bullet or not, because he said he was. At first, anyway. It was obviously a prop gun can't cause that injury. So was that a gunshot wound? Of course not. Of course that wasn't a gunshot wound. Even Relli couldn't tell you those scrapes were definitely from a bullet. At least at trial, he couldn't tell you. Look at his testimony when discussing whether he was grazed by a bullet. I guess whatever is left from the bullet, or the floor, or whatever. I don't know. I can't see. Okay. So, it's either what was left from the bullet, or the floor. Well, I guess it could have been the floor. I don't know, I can't see. It's not what he said in his lawsuit. Lawsuit, he said the shot. And he wants $30 million because he was shot. Now it's maybe it was the floor. I mean, does the truth mean anything? Does an oath mean anything at all? He really doesn't believe what he said to you in the beginning. I can say whatever I want, do whatever I want. That's that. And that's what they want you to accept as proof beyond a reasonable doubt of the truth. Relli said it could have been the floor. Of course it was the floor. When he was punching Gills, of course it wasn't the floor. It's on his left hand. Relli said he was left. But regardless, there's no bullet in the world that could have done that. I mean, think about it. It scrapes the top of one knuckle, does a bit of a dive to the second knuckle, does a real deep dive to that third knuckle, and then scoots along. And that would be one heck of a magic bullet to do that. Just looking at those knuckle scrapes, no one has to be an expert in anything to know they are not from a bullet. You want to put them up or just see that?
We've got the knuckles on the screen, chat. The knuckles are on the screen.
$30 million.
$30 million.
There's no one with eyes and a brain that thinks that's a bullet wound. That's what he said. Raised by a bullet. Now he said, bullet floor. Bullet floor. I mean, he still brought a lawsuit against Rocky, claiming he required necessary medical attention from that bullet wound. Bullet wound, like he said. Ridiculous. And this, by the way, it's the same knuckles you saw in his Boomerang Instagram video we posted on his manicured hands, which I think we showed to the jury. We have that? Yeah. Go ahead. That's a permanent injury that only $30 million would take care of. He first told the police that he treated the scrapes by himself the day they occurred. That's what Officer Anderson testified to. But then days later, after traveling all the way back to New York cross country, he first went to a hospital in New York for medical treatment. Here, he said, because he doesn't trust anything in Los Angeles. Why did he go to the hospital in New York? Not because he required medical treatment for those scrapes.
The hour-long
But
visit.
because the detective, on November 9th, 2021, told him during an interview that he needs to get treated because this is the type of case this is. This is Detective Flores' testimony. Her statement, Detective Manfred, was that he needs to go to get medical treatment because of the type of case that this is. Correct? I believe that's correct. So a detective is telling him on November 9th, you need to go to a hospital to get treated because of the type of case that this is? Normally you tell someone to go to the hospital because they need medical attention. Not to manufacture a thing in a case. That is offensive. And it should be offensive to you. Because the type of cases that you should go to the hospital. Make it look like you required a hospital visit. You know, it's bad enough that the prosecution's main, and I'd say only witness, manufactured evidence in this case. They don't need to manufacture a hospital visit. But he did just that with showcasing also manufactured evidence in this case. The only evidence they presented to try and establish that Rocky had an operable firearm. I'm going to take you through this. It's not going to be a stretch, and certainly it's multiple reasons of doubt in this. You heard a lot about those showcases in this case. What you didn't hear was what the police was at the police found. You didn't hear that because that didn't happen. The body cam footage introduced at the very beginning of this case, first witness, Officer Zizzo, showed that the police responded to that scene at 10:32, less than 15 minutes after the incident. Officer Zizzo told you there were 7 police officers there. You saw them on the body cam video. And you saw, Officer Zizzo told you, 7 officers were searching the scene for any signs of a shooting with flashlights. Those big police searchlights. For how long? Detective Flores told you, about 20 minutes they were there for searching. That's 7 minutes. 7 officers times 20 minutes. That's 140 minutes of manpower right there. 7 officers for 20 minutes of trained police officers searching with flashlights for any signs of a shooting, including shell casings. They found nothing, absolutely nothing. You heard the stipulation at the end. The stipulation needs to be agreed to the defense and the prosecution. At the end of the case, just before the judge's instructions the other day, it's Tuesday, right? It's the last day was Tuesday. The stipulation between us and the prosecution that a prop gun would also have ejected cartridges. But importantly, that stipulation makes clear that the shell casing recovered in this case did not come from a prop gun. That's for sure. And of course not. Lou explained that as well. That prop gun ejects blank cartridges. And bear this in mind, this is important. This part is important. The police came looking for evidence of a shooting. They were looking for those steel metal jackets, those shell casings. There was 0 evidence on this record. 0. I defy them to show anything on this record whatsoever regarding what those blank cartridges look like or how they were ejected from the prop gun. There was 0 evidence.
That's an improper argument. It misstates the evidence in the case.
Oh, it does not?
I don't recall every word that has been stated by every witness during the entire trial. So I don't know if it misstates the evidence or not. If this is something that's important to you, then you can ask that the court reporter read it back. All right?
Interesting. That's interesting.
If I'm misstating the evidence, they get to speak last. I asked him, show the evidence of what the casing from a prop gun looks like. Show the evidence of that to you. Because I don't want him to state the evidence. So, there. I lay that challenge down. Show the evidence. I didn't say it. Show it. There's no evidence whatsoever regarding what blank cartridges look like or how they would have ejected from a prop gun. No evidence of what they would look like. Okay? There's no evidence regarding what material those blank cartridges would have been made of. You heard about paper and plastic from Lewin. Paper and plastic, or how far or in what direction they would have been ejected. There's no evidence of that at all from the prop gun. Or whether they would have still been intact or not from a prop gun. You heard no evidence of that. In other words, there's been no evidence whether the blank cartridge from Rocky's prop gun would have been observable to the police as the shiny metallic shell casing from a real firearm. No evidence of that. And they had plenty of opportunity. They had a ballistics expert in here. He could have told you, oh no, blank cartridge shell casing look exactly like 9mm shell casings. They're steel. They could have done that. They didn't ask one question about that. They didn't ask Detective Flores one question about that. They asked our witness, Levin, about it. Who's not an expert, but he knows enough. He gave an honest answer. He said, yes, they do eject. Talk about paper bullets in the front. Describe what the casings look like at all. Or how, if they would have split or not split. Or were they shiny metal things that, like those 9mm shell casings? In any event, the police found nothing, no evidence of a shooting whatsoever, no bullet holes, no blood, no damage to any one of those cars, which would have almost been impossible. No damage to any one of those cars in the parking lot right there. And of course, no shell casings. this bears emphasis. The police found no shell casings whatsoever in 140 minutes worth of combined searching with searchlights. But Relli wants you to believe he found it by himself with a cell phone flashlight in 2 to 3 minutes. An hour and a half later. Flies in the face of common sense, provides reason. And what does the prosecution do to try and get around that devastating fact in their case? They suggest that the police didn't know where to look. They actually asked, officers, is it possible to use the shell casings? As you sit here, can you say to a certain, that's them questioning their witness. Can you say to a certainty that there was not a fired cartridge case in that street on Vista Del Mar? Answer, I can't say. I may have missed something. It's possible. Again, it's possible. We've already discussed jury selection, what you were being promised about, never hearing that word here. They broke that promise on the very first witness. Possible is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but neither is their exercise trying to excuse the officers possibly looking in the wrong place. Possibly looking in the wrong place. They actually told you in their opening statement that the officers didn't know exactly where to look. They said that in their opening statement. They didn't know exactly where to look. But the one problem with that excuse is there's a video. There's a video and body cam footage that show the police in the location exactly where to look. Exactly where to look. Here's the side-by-side images.
Well, this is a huge point. Oh, I'm blocking the caption. This is a huge point. They were looking exactly where Relli said they would be and where he said he found them.
Okay, there's the goal. Right, jump up here on. Does everyone see my blocking? Anyone? Yeah. Okay, so here's the officer searching. Right there. There's that orange wall I keep saying. This is where it will happen, right here, and they're searching right there with these flashlights. Now there's this person who Relli first swore was him. He swore was him at 11:09, and then said it wasn't him, but it was him first. But some news coming back here at 11:09, right across that orange wall where they're searching.
And just quick for our listeners, what Tacopina is doing, if you're not looking at the screen, Tacopina has a side-by-side up of a video still of the fight happening, or you can see the 4 of them in the distance, and then he has the body cam of the same area, and he's showing the jury that the police are looking exactly in the same area for 20 minutes each, 7 different officers.
Anyway, you also know this is where the tussling happened and the prop gun was shot. Do we have a shot of from the video where that was? Or do you have to do that? Yes. We'll do that later. But anyway, you remember the wall here, and we'll show it's near the corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma. And this is where, at one point, 2 Search 12 we run into. It all happened right here. They're looking in the exact right spot. And we didn't know where to look. They actually said that, they had these videos. They're videos. So regardless of how far blank cartridges may eject or what they may look like after being fired from a prop gun, one thing is certain. The police searched that exact same location that Relli said he was at on that video when he returned to the scene. Well, now he didn't return to the scene because now there's no evidence that he returned to the scene at all. Thanks. Well, it's in trouble. It's just a sign of breaking something. 5 minutes. Right there. Anyway, it's the same exact location. I don't know why they said the community they didn't know what location looked at. They were there. They got lucky because they hit the exact spot where Relli, Rocking Hills could be seen at the moment of the shot. Police didn't find Relli shell casings. Impossible for them to miss that. 7 officers, 20 minutes, searchlights. Impossible. Those were not there 15 minutes after this thing. They were not there. So what does the prosecution do? And Relli then, what does he do? They change their story and say now, maybe that wasn't actually Relli on video after all. They did it right here in front of you. That was all right in front of you in 2025. Because in the first part of his testimony, and I wasn't even involved yet, that was all Mr. Brzlovic, he said, yes, that's me, 1109 guy. That's me. Yes. And Mr. Brzlovic, you sure? I'm sure. Well, you know, weren't you wearing a black hoodie before and that looks like a white hoodie? Yeah, I probably went and changed. So it was only how to impeach his own witness. And you'll see what happens. Once again, they say possibly. There was possibly additional. So the solution to that now being him now, because he swore he came back. So I asked Detective Flores, was this guy's? Oh, this is Relli's thing. Okay. Right, that's where he said, yeah, that's me. Okay, I just said all that to you, but there it is in the transcript, just in case I thought I was just making that up at a whole cloth. I said, yeah, I'm sure. So, they said, just to you just now, shocked a little bit by this one, I'm shocked by this one, that I made a mistake to you in my opening by saying that was Relli. I made a mistake to you. Relli swore on the oath it was him to you. But I made a mistake in my opening. He swore to you on the oath it was him until he changed. Until they impeached their witness and got him to change testimony that, oh no, it wasn't me. In fact, that same person in that video was there between 11:09 and 11:11, which is about 2 minutes, the same length of time Relli said he had returned to the scene for. You also heard Detective Flores talk about that. And he told you that the time of 11:11, when the person in the video enters, is consistent when Relli told the police he returned to the scene. Of course, there were multiple problems with that story. First, he said that his girlfriend, Lydia Parker, was with him at the time he supposedly searched the area and recovered those shell casings. You know the video doesn't show you that. Not that video. What other problems does prosecution have with Relli's story about picking up shell casings? The photos, which Relli claims he took at the scene, were time-stamped on his phone. And they showed the photos were actually taken at between 11:45 and 11:48 p.m. That's more than a half hour after he said he was there. Half hour after he said he was there. So, make no mistake about it, the prosecution realized they had a problem with their evidence here, a big problem. So despite that fact, they took the position for years that that guy who came back at 11:09 was Relli, returned to the scene in that video. And despite the fact that Relli told you at this trial he was sure it was him, the prosecution then impeached their own witness to get him to say, no, that wasn't me. And because Relli, let me see, hold on a second, I know you want to break. Maybe about 5 more? So we want to stop now?
No.
Okay.
2:45 is when we break.
Yeah, can we go through it now?
All right, folks, we'll take a break until 3 o'clock. Please be outside the courtroom doors at that time. Please don't discuss the case, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes.
Alright, there's a little hot micing going on. Alright, they shut us out. They shut us out, chat. They don't want us to eavesdrop. We are a bit behind. Oh, they're back. Okay. Why is Lewin arguing? Oh my god, guys, Lewin's arguing. Okay, we should not have... They didn't really take a break. They're taking a break because Lewin's arguing. Holy crap. Oh my god, how long has he been arguing for? Oh my god, okay. Oh, here we go, chat. Strap in. Let's go. God, are they not going to let us hear it? I mean, we could kind of see. Okay, maybe Court TV has sound. Let's try Court TV. What do you think he's saying right now, chat? Court TV ASAP. Oh my god, he's standing up. All right, hold on. I'm gonna pause this. Oh my god, he's doing the firm point. How are they muting this? I want to see it so badly. Okay, let's try Court TV and see if they have sound. Okay, Court TV has sound. Get this queued up. Sorry, we've been jumping around both feeds today, chat. Going on lots of trips. Nobody wants to host us today. Oh my god, how long is his argument?
Overruled all my objections and just told this jury.
Guys, this is a pain to find where he's arguing. Okay, I think we've got it.
You gave strict instructions to both counsel, and there are also repeated court of appeal in California Supreme Court decisions about disparaging other lawyers. Let me be clear what was stated. Mr. President never said anything about the lawyers who talked about the defense. The defense has said as follows: we're trying to win at all costs. We only care about winning, not just.
Didn't I sustain that objection?
No, you did not until the fourth time I asked it, Your Honor. I objected 4 times. Let me continue. We suborned perjury, stated 3 times. I objected each time. We could have called the worst of them all. We could have called Haji. The court knows we found out about him that morning. The court made a finding that their discovery violation was not inadvertent. That means it was intentional. That means it was not accidental. They got up here and just told this jury that they didn't hear from this witness Haji, that we could have called him. The court knows we have a hearing about it. It's been very clear. The court found that they were not honest in what they provided. They were not honest about when they actually turned the information over. And now he's up here and able to argue that. And when I object, basically I'm told it's overruled. I mean, Judge, the problem is the court made these findings. The court said we could not disparage lawyers. Let's be clear. Anything that he had said was true. That we suborned perjury. That we don't care about justice. Those are reportable issues to the state bar. The court knows it's not true. I know you know it's not true, Your Honor. I assume he knows it's not true. And then finally, he is repeatedly misstated the standard of reasonable doubt. There is no standard whatsoever where you can say that each one of these are, quote, reasonable doubts. That is not a correct standard. The standard is looking at all the evidence in total. Did the people prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt? It is improper to say, if this fact is wrong, that is, quote, a reasonable doubt. You can argue that that evidence is important enough, etc. So they're misstating the reasonable doubt. But more than that, Your Honor, they're disobeying the court's order about disparaging other lawyers. I object. The court lets it go. Then
Wait a minute. I don't let it go. If I see or I think that Mr. Tacopina is disparaging you or you are disparaging him, I will put a stop to it.
Judge, I objected 4 times. You overruled all my objections. You finally sustained an objection. And when the court sustained the objection, I made clear that my issue was the second part of it, which had to do with they were, in essence, disparaging both of us. Your Honor, I mean, it's not a hard question. They're saying we suborned perjury 3 times. Your Honor, that's improper. It's misconduct.
I didn't hear that.
Your Honor, it's in the record. 3 different times he said we suborned perjury. I don't know what to tell you.
Hold on. Kathy, was that said?
I don't remember.
Your Honor,
If it was said, then I should have stopped it. But I don't remember if it was said. You have made so far 9 objections. 6 were overruled.
9?
3 were sustained.
The problem was,
Therefore, what?
the problem was I believe the first 5 I made were all overruled. The court, Your Honor, I've been in front of this court for 30 years. The court knows who I am. The court knows what my ethics are. I'm not going to sit here and tell the court that I'm objecting when he didn't say it. He said repeatedly, we suborn perjury. Your Honor, that statement in and of itself is severe.
All right. Can you, in the break, can you say, if that was said, then I'll bring it to the attention of the jury that that's an improper statement.
This is what I'm asking. Mr. Tacopina can go after our witness all he wants. He can even misstate the evidence. What he cannot do is he cannot argue, A, why we put a witness up there. He cannot say that we suborn perjury. He cannot say that all we care about is winning. He cannot say that this is supposed to be the pursuit of justice and the prosecution doesn't care about that. He has said all of those things. He needs to stick to the evidence in the case. Either he doesn't know California law or doesn't care. And Your Honor, the court's already found, and the worst of them, and I want the court to instruct, he got up there and argued, why didn't you hear from Haji? The court knows, Your Honor, the court made a finding.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, will the court do something about it? Will the court instruct that that was
Brianna and
improper
Rocky are
argument?
married.
Can I respond?
No.
Okay.
Failure to call logical witnesses is permissible. You're going to have a rebuttal argument. You can address it in your rebuttal argument as to why you didn't call it.
Your Honor, this is all I'm asking, Your Honor, and I'll say it. The court knows what happened. We've had many hearings on this, etc. They hid the evidence. They presented it late. They had repeated orders to turn over statements. He got up and said, that's not the statement of the witness. 1054-3 is very clear. What they gave us is supposed to be the statement of the witness. So when he's standing up saying, well, that's not his statement.
The judge has disagreed with you on this. Why are you arguing on this?
So yeah, Your Honor, I can go back and I can go and argue. The court can say, well, it's just both sides are arguing. But Your Honor, there are rules for a reason, and we follow them. You have not found one instance in this case, not one, where the people did not comply with discovery, where the people did anything unethical. You've already found, you used the words, it was not inadvertent. Non-inadvertent, Your Honor, means they lied and they intentionally did not give us what they
I don't
were
agree
supposed
with
to.
that. Doesn't mean he lied.
Your Honor, non-inadvertent.
Don't argue with me. I don't think it means he lied. I just said it was not inadvertent. That's the extent of my finding. It was not inadvertent. I'm not going to debate with you whether they were or were not lying. I don't believe it was a lie. I want to give the court reporter a break, and we'll take a break until 3. Wait.
I have to just respond to a few things, but there's a record here. One thing, I don't want to upset the court, so we can do it.
You're not going to upset me.
No, I'll be quick. I don't want to be perfect, I'm sorry. But there were some things that were said were just wrong. First of all, they called our witnesses liars in their citation. So I'm calling their witnesses a liar, which he admitted to being, by the way. So, I mean, if our witnesses are lying, and I put them up there, obviously, they're saying we came up with this Tottenham story. So they're saying, I didn't object, as they sound supporting her. That's what they're saying, number one. Number two, I can't say that they want to win at all costs. That's not, I can't say that. I don't think that's an improper argument. If you say it is, I won't say it again. But the other thing, Your Honor, I didn't argue that that wasn't a statement. I said it's not a sworn statement of 12B, and it's not a recorded statement. I said it's a summary. I'm accurate in describing it. It is a summary. I'm just going for what I said. They disparaged our entire defense, mocked it. So I'm giving them a little bit back. I don't think I'm doing something.
You want to interrupt him when he didn't interrupt you?
And the thing that he said, though, first of all, I disagree. I think one fact of relevance would be a reasonable doubt. If the jury finds he's incredible on one thing of importance, like the shell casings, that's a reasonable doubt. If they so choose, it's up to them to decide what a reasonable doubt is. That could cause them to find not guilty. That's up to them. But it certainly is an argument that can be made. They can say, no, it's not a reasonable doubt. But I can make that argument. I know. But the last thing, I think Mr. Lewin's hearing failed for a second. Because the one thing, because I know he said he has an issue with it, the one thing I never said was they could have called Haji. I wouldn't do that. I didn't say that. They could check the record. What I said was they spoke to him that morning. They had a recording of Haji. That was brought out to Levin. I said, if Levin was inconsistent with Haji, we would have heard the tape. I didn't say they could have called Haji.
If I can show you where I said that, I would never have said that. We could have all hot. He wasn't willing to come. So I never said that. I just simply said what was on the record.
Right.
Anyway.
But if it was said, Mr. Lewin can address it tomorrow. If it wasn't said, then there's nothing to address. All right, we're off the record. I want to give Kathy a break. So can you find...
That was a bit exhausting. That was a bit exhausting. We'll get caught up to real time here. Actually, do you guys want to go back to... Let's go back to Law and Crime because I think their synchronization with the audio captions was a little bit better. Get the captions up here. Guys, I don't know, that was draining. That was draining. That was draining. And there were a few times throughout this trial where Lewin would make these arguments and say that the defense just said something that they didn't actually say, and it'd be very hyperbolic in terms of the paraphrase, right? I understand when you're trying to recite something without the court record, you might not get it word for word correct, but when you drastically change the meaning of what's being said and you do it over and over, you lose your integrity levels knocked down. So yeah. So let's see. Yeah, like dealing with the toddler. No, Taco, keep it going. Taco says I stopped smoking years ago, but now I need a smoke. No. Tacos instead. Just get some tacos. Shout out to Peter Ortiz. Peter Ortiz says Turtle Man wants to fight. I mean, like, the back of his head, like, does give me that... And we saw this during the defense's closing statements so far. After Lewin would object and the judge was like, overruled, and hushed him up, didn't want to keep it going, Lewin would keep, like, craning his neck like a turtle, like, trying to make eye contact with the judge. Like, come on. So Turtle is a great comparison. Speak of Peter. Peter has given 10 gifted memberships in the chat. When the court's going, I do try to just let it go without being a Pawsy McPawserton. I already saw so many of you in the chat saying thanks to Peter for doing this, but if you missed it, drop some booms in the chat. Some boom, 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 whatever's here for Peter Ortiz. Peter, big appreciation here, gifting the 10 memberships. I need to start counting the gifts in the... Let's see. We've got a boop counter, we've got a squeak counter, and we'll get the gift counter going. We'll get Peter in there. And I was thrilled earlier. We got a little boop out of Tacopina. He said they could have done that. They could have been like, boop. And I don't know. I would love to see if, and I'll ask Mel, you know, if Mel goes live on YouTube and does a recap tonight. She's in the courtroom right now. If I get a chance to ask her, like, I mean, I think she's in the courtroom when this is going on, but have there been times where you've been, like, outside the doors, but you're able to hear stuff going on in the courtroom? Because that was very elevated in volume. That was yelling. And we've got an hour and a half left today. So I don't know if we're going to get to Lewin's start of his rebuttal closing. But if we do, and he is amped up, I don't think that's going to be a good look at all, because Tacopina has primed the jury to pay attention to that. He's taken some jabs at the way that Lewin, specifically, not so much Mr. P, has approached and yelled at witnesses. Like, just crazy. It'd be one thing if it only happened one time, people lose their cool. Sometimes it's totally justified, it happens, we're human. But this seems like it's a strategy all the time. How do you manage in a courtroom like this? Like, it reminds me of Brian Steele saying, I used to love coming to work every day. But he got tired of dealing with Adrian Love specifically. That's how I would feel if I had to work in the courtroom with John Lewin. Even if I was on his team. So, but yeah. Just holy moly. That pod is in here joining us late. You just missed the almost one-way squabble. Almost the one-way squabble. It has been a time. So, also going back to this, I don't know. So, I don't think I've said anything about Rihanna and Rocky being married. I don't think they're married. I've never actually seen anything to suggest they're married. So, thanks for the question, and I guess it's an opportunity to say it out loud. But if you're looking for marriage paperwork for Rihanna and Rocky, I'm gonna guess that there isn't any. Because they're not... I've never seen that they're married. But also, is Rocky worth $30 million? So, I mean, the figures coming up online are saying he's not quite worth $30 million, which is a bit surprising to me. But yeah, when you bring up a lawsuit against somebody and you're suing for damages, the damage amount that you claim doesn't necessarily need to be less than somebody's net worth. Especially, you can also go after assets, but it's really not a... Like, if I'm only worth $3 and you feel like I did something and you want to sue me for more than that, I caused this much harm to you, the amount you're looking for can exceed my net worth. It's not, there's no restriction based on that. Additionally, a jury can award damages, whether it's punitive or that are above the amount. Really, the biggest cap would be statutory limits. And I don't know, does California have a punitive damage cap? I know New York doesn't. Virginia does. I learned that through Depp trial. Punitive damages limit. Okay, so this is just a quick pull from Silva injury law, that in California there's no specific limit on punitive damages. However, courts generally, so as a matter of practice, award punitive damages in an amount that does not exceed 9 times the total amount of compensatory damages. So there you go. There's some constraints through the appeals court there. Get back over here. But great question. And again, if you guys are hearing us talk about punitive damages cap and you think about it in another trial, always look up the state that you're talking about, because there are different statutory limits or maybe no hard limit at all. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, years back, a dude here in New York City had a pet tiger in his apartment. One day, Tony Claus hit him. He goes to Pennsylvania to get treated. Moral, people seek medical care out of state because they are hiding something. Yeah, that might be. And I think that's interesting too, because like if police were to go look for stuff, they might not look out of their jurisdiction, especially not out of state. So another good point there. Speaking of Relli going to a New York hospital for these knuckle scrapes. Again, because he needed to for the nature of this case. They're starting to file back in. I'm interested in seeing how this starts off. Are we going to get like an objection within the first minute of them going back into it? Peter Ortiz says road rash is the cause of the knuckle scrapes. I mean, it's so highly probable he does fall down to the pavement in the video. I don't think they're saying anything interesting, but I am trying to listen.
You gotta come around there. Okay.
Yeah, Danny says that Rihanna said in an interview that Rocky had to take care of his legal issues before marriage. Smart. Smart. Especially in California. California is a shared debt state. Alright, I think the bailiff is saying everybody's here. Yeah, Peter, this had me laughing. But Judge, he's not playing fair. I need my pacifier. It's just crazy.
All right, let's go on the record. We're outside the presence of the jury.
Outside the presence of the jury.
Yes.
Are we still on a break?
Kathy, the court reporter, to check her notes, and she's able to do that. And there is an indirect reference, and it's not even clear, to Relli and embracing perjury. So far, Kathy has not found the word suborn. Embracing perjury, I don't even know what that means. But
Embraced Relli as a witness.
From here on
I remember.
From here on out, if any counsel wants to state that a witness committed perjury, that's fair game. But I do not want either directly or indirectly any counsel accusing the other one of suborning perjury, encouraging perjury, touching on perjury. I don't want the word counsel and perjury being used together.
Turning a blind eye?
What?
Turning a blind eye?
Right. It's improper. It's not only untrue, it's improper.
Yeah, and stay away from that. They're only, they're winning at all costs. It's just, well, it's very common on the evidence.
They can say about the evidence, they cannot say prosecution is all they hear about is winning their cases. All they hear about justice. That there's authority that says that.
Yeah, no, that's a
and judge,
stay away from that.
Again, you don't believe it's true.
No, I don't.
So,
and I know it's not.
All
right, so stay away from what the prosecutor's motives are. Talk about the witnesses. Don't talk about the prosecution's motive. And when Mr. Lewin speaks, you're not to talk about the motives of Mr. Tacopina or Mr. Segal.
Joe, you're free. You're free to come and comment on, hey, they didn't call this witness, etc. Just not that extra step.
All right.
Well, my explanation will be much shorter now.
What's that?
My explanation will be much shorter now. So.
Like that. Let's bring it here. Okay, we're going to start at 9 o'clock. Folks, 9 a.m.
Okay, 9 tomorrow, guys. He wants them done deliberating before end of day tomorrow. So we'll start at noon Eastern time tomorrow when they go live. It'll be 9 Pacific time. Joshua Collings, be careful. Joshua says if they come back with guilty, I'm getting my hand on a prop and looking for Relli. Be careful. They seem to really not investigate the weapons that are used. So prop or not, they're going to look at this the wrong way. You better be careful. Stay away from Lewin.
All right, folks, for scheduling, tomorrow, we're going to start at 9. Not 9:30. 9.
Ron, I think someone may have a problem.
Who's got a problem with 9?
Aside from me? Aside from me?
Yes,
Oh, sorry.
I don't have a problem, I'm not sure that I can make it by 9. I mean, I have to drop off my kids in the morning, so I come right after.
Can you do your best?
Yeah, of course.
All right, I'm gonna order everybody to be here at 9, but try to get here at 9, but if, you're late, you're late, I understand. Dropping off your kids is important. So be here at 9-ish. Okay? We're back on the record, all parties and council observers are present. Peter?
Okay, folks, so I think we left off when I was discussing with you all the whole notion of the person who used to be Relli is not Relli anymore, apparently, who came back at 11:09 to the scene to retrieve shell casings. Now, again, story changed. Ultimately, he said it wasn't him, so some mystery man showed up at the scene at 11:09, apparently. But one of two things happened here. Either that really was Relli, like you first said on the video, coming back at 11:09, staying for 2 minutes, returned to the scene, and he lied, of course, then about being there with his girlfriend, if that was him, and about taking photos of the shell casings while there, because those photos weren't taken until 11:45. Or the prosecution has absolutely no evidence whatsoever that he ever returned to the scene, ever. Whichever one you choose, the prosecution has no evidence at all that Relli actually recovered those shell casings from the scene. He could have called his girlfriend, Miss Parker, to back up his claim.
Oh, Lydia.
She was probably busy doing what she does, but she didn't show up. Their burden to corroborate it with witnesses. I mean, the word of Relli, I think, is fair to question. There are a lot of things in this case that are going to be easy to corroborate of his word, if they're true. I'm going to show you a little list. Those sort of pull efforts together, but not yet. But there is no corroboration, and they couldn't. Lydia Parker could have come in here and said, yes, I went back with him. We found 2 shell cases. She's still his girlfriend, apparently. No evidence whatsoever that he took the shell casing off the scene. While on that point, by the way, the photos taken with Relli's iPhone of the alleged shell casing, allegedly taken at the scene, but not until 11:45, an hour and a half afterwards, they had time date stamps on them.
Was it New York?
What we didn't see from the prosecution was the GPS
Time
location
zone?
data for those digital photos on Relli's phone line.
Oh.
I mean, they didn't show you, what else they didn't show you was GPS location data from Relli's iPhone to show you where Relli was on November 6, 2021. That would solve a lot of mysteries here. It's not like they couldn't have done it. GPS location data from Relli's iPhone, which they had. That would have answered all the questions.
They did it for ills.
Corroborated.
They did it for ills.
After all, you heard that law enforcement, in this case, went out of their way to get a search warrant to obtain GPS location data for ASAP Ill's iPhone. Just
We
to
talked
show
about it,
that
chat.
he was one near Selma Avenue and Vista Del Mar about 10:12 p.m. on November 6th. It showed that in his location data. And he was near Rocky's residence at 11:11 p.m. that night. That from Detective Flores' testimony, lest there be any confusion. The question was asked, and specifically, it's important because it showed they could have gotten GPS location data from their only witness who's not corroborated, and whose word may be a little shaky. And specifically, the T-Mobile information law enforcement obtained authorized to search Ills Elijah Ulunger's, ASAP Hills, his call detail records, and his GPS location. Detective Flores is correct. And the GPS location data, I should say, answer yes, okay? And those records, the GPS location data that you all were able to obtain showed that Elijah Ulanger, ASAP Hills' cell phone was near Selma Avenue and Vista Del Mar at approximately 10:12 p.m. on November 6th. Answer, I believe that's correct. Question, those records also show that Ills, I'm just going to refer to him as Mr. Ills for the purpose of moving this thing along a little bit. ASAP Ills' cell phone was near Mr. Mayor's residence at 11:11 p.m. later that night. Answer, yes. Subsequently after, yes. Well, what that shows you is that not only had they had the ability to do that, they in fact did it. But why just for Ills? Why not for Relli, who claims he came back and found shell casings? That would have put an end to this mystery. Was he there? Was he with his girlfriend? Was he not there? You heard again. There was no dispute, by the way, about Ills that he was at Selma, Vista Del Mar and Selma that night doing this. And you see him on video. And rather than looking to see where Ills was at 11:11 p.m., why don't they use Relli's GPS data to show you where he was at 11:11 p.m.? Was that him? Was that not him? Did he ever go back at 11:45? This would have answered all your questions, either corroborated the story or not. Would have put the lie to it again. It would have also shown you where those iPhone photos of the shell casings were taken. Instead, you have to take his word for it. You just have to take his word. Yes, they could have done it. They did it with Ills for some reason, but not for Relli. So just take his word for it. If the word of any witness ever deserved to be tested in this case, it's Relli. I mean, it's a man whose tongue is a stranger to the truth. And they could have easily corroborated his story or shown that his story was not true. They just didn't do it. I want to pause here so this really sinks in. Detective Flores told you that he wouldn't want anyone other than the police taking evidence from the scene because that could hamper and hinder an investigation. This is obviously fairly important. As a detective, I asked him, you'd agree when conducting an investigation of an alleged shooting, you wouldn't want anyone who's not law enforcement removing evidence or taking evidence from the scene, right? Answer, correct. Because that could hamper and hinder your investigation. Answer, it can. And that makes sense, because once evidence is contaminated, once an alleged crime scene is contaminated, there's no way to undo that. No way. You never get a second chance at it. If you want reliable information from a scene, it cannot be tampered with, it cannot be staged. If it's staged, it's useless. It's pointless to review it, because whatever you see, you have to reject. You have to. And that's exactly what Relli says he did here. And that's why it was even more important for the detectives to test his word by looking to corroborate it, but they never did that. To be clear, the prosecution just wants you to take Relli's word that he found shell casings at the scene. That's it, just take his word. After all, they presented to you nothing to corroborate it when they easily could have. And just ask yourselves, if Lydia Parker, Mr. Rose's girlfriend, could readily corroborate his claim, don't you think you would have heard from her? The fact is, Relli didn't want her anywhere near the storeroom. Anywhere near the storeroom. Remember when I showed him a picture of Miss Parker, of his girlfriend? And I said, is that your girlfriend? He said, I don't know.
Oh. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day.
Is this Miss Parker? We don't know if that's your girlfriend.
Couldn't really hear that, but
disturbed by that photo, but anyway, back to more important things. What he just said was, I don't know if that's my girlfriend. I mean, anything he tells the truth about? I don't know if that's my girlfriend. That's not an I don't know. That's either yes or no. You couldn't recognize his girlfriend at one point. He said, oh, because she had makeup on.
There's a lot of women on the jury.
Right? I mean, she literally said, I don't know if that's my girlfriend. Why lie about that? Aside from his name, I don't even know if that's really his name. Did he not lie about anything in this case? I mean, you know that wasn't truthful testimony. He didn't want the only person who could or couldn't corroborate his story to be anywhere near this courtroom. That's neither did they. The judge told you, we, the defense does not have the burden to do anything in this case. They do. They had the burden. We don't have to prove anything. We didn't have to introduce a single piece of evidence. We didn't have to produce a witness. That's because the laws of the United States and the Constitution demand that. But as a matter of fact, we had more substantive witnesses in this case testified than the prosecution did. We want to give you the complete picture, all the evidence, because we want you to know the truth. And there's nothing to hide. Rocky did not commit a crime, not by a long shot. Why? Again, and you need the answer as to why they didn't show you the GPS records in Relli.
Say it again.
Where he actually went.
Huge point.
From the incident, where did he go for that hour and a half?
That was beautiful.
And where did he take those pictures from? That would have been important, especially if there's any question that that video may not have been shown to Relli returning. If that wasn't him returning to the scene at 11:09, 11:11. So
look at them
where
talking.
was he really at that time? Unfortunately, we don't ever get to know these because they didn't get his GPS location information. We're just supposed to accept his word that he didn't go somewhere else to get checked. So we just have to accept it.
Say the Duncan bag.
And the judge gave you instructions on this about the credibility of the witnesses, and it's in your, you can take it back review there. But it says that a witness lies to you on an important fact in the case, or in his testimony. You can feel free to disregard the entire testimony of that witness. Or you just disregard that one fact and believe the rest. But he lied to you about so many crucial things. I'm not talking about his inconsistencies. Again, we'd be here until the summer. He lied to you about the most crucial facts in this case. You know, by the way, this is not someone who's uncomfortable around guns. You heard he owns a 9mm, he posted those pictures on the Instagram. His 9mm sticking out of his waist, he said.
The Instagram.
You heard he owns 9mm semi-automatic. We've never seen proof or he actually obtained it. Second, he blatantly lied about his access to 9mm showcases in Los Angeles. That's another account of perjury. And that was a big one. And we have to talk about this. We have to spend a little time on this one because what happened there was very crucial. He lied about having access to 9mm showcases 2 weeks before the incident on November 6th. He lied to them. He lied about being in Los Angeles. He lied about having access to showcases. He lied about shooting. He don't show it to you. This next episode is not even one lie or one perjury event. It was like a perjury miniseries, this next one. It was unbelievable. One lie piled onto the next one, onto the next one. He got caught with that, then he went to another. It really was a glorious training. And you're going to see it. I mean, I asked him first if he fired a 9mm weapon before November 6, 2021. Sort of an important fact.
Yeah.
Because we need to have access to 9mm shell cases. First he said, no, absolutely not. Then I wanted to make sure, I wanted to almost help him give me a truthful answer. I said, well, how about at a shooting range a few weeks before November 6th? Did you fire a 9mm at a shooting range? Right, hit them off on November 6th, 2021. He said, definitely not. And I repeat, I said, definitely not? And he got all belligerent with me. He says, you heard me. Definitely not. I didn't even own a firearm, he said. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later. Listen.
Here we go. He's going to play it.
So let's move closer to the time of the incident on November 6th of 2021. So a few weeks before November 6th, 2021. And a few weeks before, you testified that you found shell casings at the scene. Finding the shell casing. You fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, correct? Definitely not. Definitely not? You heard me, definitely not. They had a firearm. You got my firearm license a year and a half later. So, you heard me, I think, because he did not like me, clearly. Of course, I asked him to confirm that answer. You heard me. Well, you asked me again. You heard me. Definitely not. I didn't even own a firearm. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later. Lies, 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 lies. And that's when we all saw the video of Mr. Efron firing a 9mm semi-automatic weapon on
Probably
October
going to be
19,
loud if he plays
2021,
this.
2 weeks before the incident on November 6th. And I pointed out, Ms. Efron, I said, what you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns because you didn't have your license. And then he said, no, unless I was at a shooting range. And I said to him, sir, I just asked you, were you at a shooting range? And you said, definitely not. And I asked you again, and you said, you heard me, definitely not. He just made stuff up as he went along. Look at this.
This is probably going to be loud.
You just told the jury. I would go around doing 316, 265 days out the year. What you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire guns. Because you didn't have guns. You just said last time I was a shooting range.
All right. So I just want to make sure.
You saw his testimony, which was about 1.5 minutes earlier, where I said, was that a shooting range, please? Maybe you did that? Definitely not. Twice that. And then explain why it was definitely not, because he didn't even have his firearms license or whatever. When he got busted with the video that he didn't think anyone had, because it was not brought out on his direct, of course, he said, I said unless I was at a shooting range. He just thinks he can make that up in front of you. Like, he just told you definitely not at a shooting range, and then just in front of you, like, I don't know, guys. I mean, there has to be a point in time where you have to be so offended by him just looking at you guys and lying. He's took an oath. An oath. You know an oath means absolutely nothing to him. Absolutely nothing. He didn't say it. That was blatant perjury right there. He witnessed another count of blatant perjury. But what happened in this courtroom after that, I think maybe worse. After, you're going to see it, what happened. Because this was now all about, okay, so now we got him firing a gun. Don't play that yet, please. We have him firing a gun before November 6, 2021. We have him firing a 9mm. He lied about it repeatedly. And then, so after securing the date of the 9mm firing of October 19, 2021, I tried to ascertain the location of the shooting range. And the prosecution then asked for a stipulation. You're going to hear it. That the shooting range was taken outside of California. And the witness also adopted that. Let's look at this.
All right, this is going to...
And where is it? And where is it? There's a tape of this whole thing, right? So we have a stipulation on that tape. On that tape, this is outside of California. I don't know where it was taken.
There was this stipulation speculation, but at the time, I believe all parties in good faith believed that the shooting range was outside of California. No one is at fault. It's what the parties believed at that time.
Well, I didn't believe anything, so I didn't know. I'm not saying anyone's at fault, I'm just showing how it's played out with the witness. He filled out the witness.
Right.
How we adopt.
The prosecution asked for a stipulation based on what has happened so far up until this point. They believed in good faith that it was outside California. The fact that it wasn't came as a surprise, I believe, to everybody. Go ahead.
Well, except the witness, which is not all.
Everybody at council table.
Yeah, not believing everyone counts it, I just want
Right.
to, let's play out how the witness.
Look. What is Lewin objecting for now?
Same objections, improper argument over this.
I explained
It's not.
I explained it to the jury. Go ahead.
It's to show credibility of Relli.
Next line. Last line was not Los Angeles, or not LA. So anyway, the witness then said, after hearing whatever he heard in the court with the banter, he then said, well, maybe it was probably New Jersey, something like that, but it's not LA. That was able to tell you for sure. He knew that. So, understand what just happened there. The witness, all of a sudden, after lying about all those things we just went through, and I don't have to repeat them again, then heard argument and said, oh, but it's not LA, it's maybe New Jersey. Because being in LA, that would have been a problem. But something happened over the weekend, little problem for Mr. Levin. See, on Sunday, between 2 p.m., and he was on Friday, I was on Friday. On Sunday, between 2 p.m. and 11 p.m., someone on Twitter posted a screenshot that you saw, heard about, of a video showing Relli at the shooting range that was played before you.
This is going to be loud, I think.
Alongside a picture of the Los Angeles Gun Club.
Oh!
Locations right there. As it would say. Relli was tagged on that. Everyone was tagged. So what does Relli do? Sometime between 2 o'clock and 2:50 that same day, immediately, he calls the prosecution and says, oh, I checked my Instagram account and I realized I was in Los Angeles on November 19, 2021. And I realized I was at a shooting range.
October, not November.
And what's the reason the prosecution elicited from Relli as to why he made that discovery? Well, he was going back to check his Instagram account on whether the shooting range was in Los Angeles because he wanted to correct any mistakes he made. That's true. I'm not going to say it straight, but that's literally what he said to you. He really was concerned about making any mistakes, so he wanted to make sure he checked his Instagram account to see if he made any mistakes. First of all, I asked him, see, the Instagram account doesn't have anything about gun range. And he started saying, that's not my Instagram account. Well, aren't you Relli, boss? Yeah, but, okay. Okay, close. I guess you didn't go bother checking all his other so-called mistakes that he made. Just that one. Just that one, they'd have to have a post busting him at 2 o'clock. Within minutes, he calls the prosecutor. He was tagged on the post. Within minutes, he called the prosecutor.
Yep.
What a coincidence.
So I'm dropping a link in the chat
You know,
to
what
Don't
about all
F
the
with
other
Justice.
things?
She
What
posted
executives
that.
did you get Capitol Records and Universal Records that you no longer can meet because of what happened here? We couldn't mention the name of anyone he met with. But he said they were on his phone. He could check his phone. Well, there you go. He was checking his phone to correct the record here. That didn't happen. How about the Miami property, Mr. Relli, that you invested in? I mean, last year, it was last year, sir. You invested in Miami property. You posted on your Instagram. I asked him, which property in Miami did you invest in? I don't remember which property. Why? I mean, no one invests in property because you remember which property. Unless you're a gazillionaire, and that doesn't matter. And he's not. And then I asked him, well, how much did you invest in the property? I don't remember. He didn't go back and check that. So remember that, just remember that one, how that all played out here when considering his credibility. Relli told you, just like that, there's so many things, the Miami property thing, that was just nonsense. But this was horrific. He got caught lying. It's made in New Jersey, definitely not LA. I went back and checked, it's definitely LA. That's clear perjury. So you know he didn't check his Instagram account, wanted to correct a mistake about whether the shooting range was in LA. That wasn't truthful testimony. You've seen him testify in the courtroom. And the witness who told you, when he said definitely not, he was committing perjury, because that was his then answer. He cleared that up. I'm going to show you this in a second. When he said definitely not to me, I questioned him. I said, you said definitely not. Because then he got busted with the Twitter thing. And he said, well, yeah, I just made that up because I didn't want to answer any of my questions, any of your questions anymore. He literally said to you, he just lied under oath on a very important fact, like whether he had access to 9mm shell cases, because he was tired of answering my questions. I'm just going to lie to you.
So this one on this topic, correct, just a few minutes ago. Okay, yes, I did. Okay, is that yes? Yes. Did you look like you were confused by that question at all when you said, definitely not? And to be honest, I just wanted to stop talking to you.
So, you look like you were confused by that question because he said he was confused by that all of a sudden now. When you said definitely not, I didn't shoot a 9mm at a shooting range before November 6th, definitely not. So you look like you're confused. Then she goes, to be honest, oh, here we go. There's a watershed moment. To be honest with you, I just want to stop talking to you, so I just said, Jesus. Just give me my $30 million and let's get this over with. He just told him to perjure himself. But you should believe him without corroboration. We all know it wasn't a mere coincidence that minutes after that post that he was tagged on, he called the DA. He called because he knew what was coming the next day on Monday morning. He knew it was coming. And that's the prosecution wanting to correct that mistake. I'll hold that. Let me move on. But again, that was not a minor fact in this case. That's not a minor fact. And it's not a game. This is like whether their so-called victim, Tyrell Efron, had access to 9mm shell casings just a few weeks before he claims to have found 2 9mm shell casings in Los Angeles. Yes, he did, in the same city. He had access in the same city. Here's the funny thing about facts. Because facts weren't getting in his way. But the funny thing about facts is this, like John Adams once said, it's one of my favorite quotes. John Adams said, facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence. And you cannot alter the state of facts and evidence, no matter what Relli tells you, no matter how you want to interpret his testimony, no matter what they say. So with this evidence, ask yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, did Relli first lie to you about going to a shooting range where he had access to 9mm shell casings, and then lie to you again about having access to those 9mm shell casings here in Los Angeles? I mean, why would he do that? Why would he lie about those two things? There'd be no reason for him to lie about that unless it was to cover up something about those 9mm shell casings he claims he recovered. No reason to lie about that. You know exactly what happened, why he lied about it. As the police found when they got there was no shell casings there because he had a prop gun. He had a prop gun, as unimpeached witnesses told you. And he claims that he got these shell casings from the scene an hour and whatever later, a half later. And then he held them for 2 days, gave them to the police 2 days later when his extortion attempts failed. one thing's clear, the prosecution has not proven beyond reasonable doubt that Relli did not get those shell casings from somewhere other than the scene. They did not prove that beyond reasonable doubt. That's enough. That's enough. Beyond the fact that Relli had access to shell casings in Los Angeles now that we know which he lied about, the prosecution presented no evidence, zero evidence whatsoever trying to corroborate Relli's claim that he actually found those shell casings at the scene. None. Not William Parker, not GPS location data, stuff that would have done it pretty quickly, pretty easy. Not a video. Relli first said that it was fake. And I showed him that video. It was fake. He didn't think anyone knew we had those videos of him at a firing range. And by the way, we're not like master investigators. They were just on his phone. We just looked at every single thing on his phone. They had it too. They gave it to us. We didn't hear about that on his direct testimony. It would have been something to bring out to deal with. That wasn't brought out. If we didn't cross-examine, we never would have known he was in Los Angeles 2 weeks before, with 9mm shell casings popping back into his head as he's firing. And he lied about it, perjured himself. There's only one reason you will lie about that. Talk about it. You heard about the magazine. I won't get to that magazine. The Block 43, Mr. Chris Lomas spent a lot of time on today. And there was no effort made to test. Now, you heard the judge, he instructed you that 2 weeks, I think it's 3 weeks ago now, he instructed that there'll be no testing on that. 3 weeks ago, right after the trial started. 3 weeks ago, no testing. Here, going forward. Great. That's January 2025. What about 2021? 2022? Well, not 2021, because they recovered in 2022. Let me be fair. 2022, 2023, 2024. 3 years they had to take that magazine that they recovered and test it to the bullets recovered. They didn't do that. Instead, they spent their efforts having a ballistics expert come in, show you a very nice PowerPoint presentation, which in the end proved only that the shell casings possibly, there's that word again, possibly came from an aftermarket slide for a firearm frame that could possibly have been compatible with the Glock 43.
The drama I like.
I mean,
This
literally,
is the fire that
was
you
the
need.
import of that testimony. Possibly could have come from an aftermarket slide for a firearm frame that could have possibly, this is his testimony, possibly been compatible with the Glock 43 magazine, or possibly not. That was the ballistics expert's testimony. Possibly or possibly not is definitely not proof beyond reasonable doubt. In any event, Levin told you that the Glock 43 magazine was his. He explained why it was his. Whether they want to mock him, mock his answer, he was in Rocky's house after they planned to go to a shooting range. He told you he had bought it, he owned the Glock 42. And magazines are stored all next to each other, 42s, 43s, and all that stuff. Lou told you. I don't know anything about this stuff, personally. But he went to the store to buy accessories. He mistakenly grabbed a Glock 43 magazine because they're all different models of Glock. The magazines are all stored together, he told you. He told you he didn't realize it until he tried to load it at Rocky's house in preparation for going to a shooting range. And then when his .380 caliber Glock 42 ammunition didn't fit, he tried 9mm ammunition from his Smith & Wesson, which he did, from his testimony. And because that magazine didn't fit any of his firearms, he left it at Rocky's house. Why? Why not return it? He told you. It was over an hour away from where he purchased the thing. It would have cost more in gas than the $20 it cost him for that magazine. But one thing we know, despite all the questions from the prosecution, Mr. Lewin, They did absolutely nothing to refute or contradict his testimony. Absolutely nothing. Because it was true. I mean, at one point, he told you that magazine was never used. We have it.
Well, they're gonna show it. They're gonna show the magazine. Good move. Good move.
He told you it was never used.
We talked about this, Chad. There's a firearms instructor on the chat. It looks brand new.
But the reason he told you it was never used, he just got a picture that he looked at it. There's not a scratch on this thing. It's a piece of plastic.
This is big.
That's why it costs $20.
$20, not worth the gas to return.
Because if you put this into a steel gun, a Glock, this is going to scratch.
There's no evidence to support that.
From Levin, this is pure. It's virgin, as Levin
It's
said.
virgin?
There's no scratches on this thing. It's brand new. And they had 3 years to test it. 3 years to
No,
test
I love this.
They didn't do it. Not only did they not connect really shell casings to the magazine in Rocky's house, they didn't connect those shell casings to Rocky himself. And that's important. We heard that law enforcement submitted those shell casings for fingerprint analysis and found absolutely none on there. And I asked the detective Flores, if you could find fingerprints on a piece of metal, right? And pretty easily he said yes. So they submitted Rocky's fingerprints for fingerprint analysis against the shell casings, and they found none. So they tried to make excuses for that, because that's another fact that's not good. So they tried to make excuses, like, you have one of those bullets? The show is one's recovered, claimed to be recovered at the scene by another at 11:45. No GPS data. Anyway.
GPS data, but anyway.
Detective Flores said, yes, you do get fingerprints. My fingerprints are all over this thing right now. Okay? He said, yes, you'll get fingerprints on a shell casing. No, it's empty. Of course you do. But then they said, well, could there be a reason why you wouldn't get fingerprints? And he said, yeah, there could be. His testimony on that was, yes, rain, water, cars, and even wind. Imagine that. Maybe wind wiped the fingerprints off the shell case. Imagine. So now my fingerprints are on this thing. Oh, there goes my fingerprints. Are you kidding me? Wind? Wind knocked the fingerprint off the shell case.
Oh boy.
That's an excuse. It's not a fact.
Oh my gosh.
There was one other explanation by Detective Flores that makes a lot more sense. He said, well, human contamination, like someone wiping fingerprints off shell casings, that could do it. And you know that after those shell casings were, yes. Alex, now where am I? All right, hold on. Human contamination, that's right. Human contamination. The detective said that human contamination, like someone wiping fingerprints off a shell casing, that could do it. And you know that after those shell casings were fired, the only person with an incentive to wipe and clean would have been Relli before he gave them to the police. Just like he wiped his phone clean of threatening messages to Rocky. We'll get to that. They didn't bring that out. We have to. So Relli wants you to believe his fingerprints weren't on them because he supposedly went to Dunkin' Donuts to get a bag to pick them
Dunkin'.
up with. And you know that's not true. There's no Dunkin' Donuts open at 11 p.m. at night, especially during COVID.
Objection suspended. It's the objection suspended.
Well, you decide if that testimony is credible.
There's no testimony, Mr.
No, there's not.
Funny about going to Dunkin' Donuts.
It's sustained about when Dunkin' Donuts are open until.
That's
The
not-
jury's job is to decide the credibility of the witnesses, including all testimony that is given by that witness.
So here's what the witness said, and it's your job to decide.
Plastic bag, paper bag.
He said, I went to Dunkin' Donuts at 11 o'clock at night, got a paper bag from Dunkin' Donuts at 11 o'clock at night in Hollywood. And that's the bag I used to put the bullets in that had no fingerprints on it. You determine the credibility of that statement. He came in here and told you that. You also heard that law enforcement took Rocky's DNA. They actually took his DNA, despite
Never
Detective Flores
searched it.
saying that DNA was necessary as part of their investigation. He had to swear that to a judge. They never compared it to the shell casings, or even the magazine recovered at Rocky's house. That might help. They didn't do that. For that matter, you know that Relli's 9mm shell casings were different than the 9mm shell cartridges found in that magazine. You've seen that picture a hundred times. Completely different brands. The ones in the Relli said he found were Federal cartridges. Levin's cartridges were made by Sig Sauer. Completely different. Again, on that point, you heard the magazine was never used, was fully loaded, meaning 2 cartridges were not missing from it, but they were different bullets anyway, so it doesn't matter. Less than any question that that Glock magazine in Rocky's house was not the magazine seen in the video on November 6, 2021. All you have to do is look with your own eyes. All you have to do is look with your own eyes. So after this part, I think we can stop it, but let me just go through this last thing. The Glock magazine seen in the video is different. The Glock magazine recovered, which we just showed you actually, is a Glock 43 and it's black. Black, that's the magazine. The magazine that you're going to see in Rocky's prop gun on November 6th was not black. It was extended, as Lou Levin told you, to look more intimidating, because it was a little thin Glock. And if you look at it, you're going to see what it was. But don't forget, Flores and Lou both said, and the prosecution sort of mocked this somehow in their summation, they said, oh, conveniently they both identified the belt and the extended magazine, so they both could identify, you know, the thing. They conveniently came up with these 2 different things to be able to say it was the same prop gun. Not conveniently. Look at the picture. That's what it was. Lou put it together, and 12. That's the magazine in the, okay, I know we're doing it now, thank you, Jen. That's the use that pointer again, or
You see on the screen.
that's too hard on the screen.
Lewin's gonna say this is a scratch. Lewin's gonna get on rebuttal and say this is a scratch.
Did everyone see here? No, okay. Anyway. That's the magazine recovered. Here's the prop gun. I'm going to try and do this where. How about now? We good? All right. That little thing at the end is the belt clip. That's a clip. And that's what Lou Levin described. Here's what you see. This thing, this clear, silvery looking thing, is the extended magazine that Lou Levin described, that 12B described. It's part of this Glock prop gun, and it's an extended magazine. So it makes this thing look bigger, and they both described it as clear. This is the first time, because if you play this.
All right, I'm gonna pause it. So this is a frame from that garage video lined up with the mag that the state is trying to draw the connection to, right? The state's case really hinges on, you know, the jury thinking they proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rocky had a semi-automatic firearm that night because they found this Glock 43 magazine that had 9mm rounds in it. Can you guys make out what they're showing in this frame? I'm not gonna lie. I can't. I'm assuming this is the back of the gun and this is the handle because it looks like Rocky's hand is here. But if you showed me this frame without Tacopina giving me the context here, and this is why attorneys have to make the argument, I wouldn't think anything of this brighter colored thing. I would think it was a glare or a reflection. But now that he's drawing attention to it, does it move? Does it impact you? Do you see what he's putting down here? If this magazine does not match this magazine, that's a big problem for the state. And now that I'm looking at it, it looks like this could be not that. And I really do think Lewin's going to get up on on rebuttal and say this is a scratch. This mark is a scratch. Yeah, Danny is like, I can't tell, but also I can't say it. Good Vibes is saying he's milking it. Nicola's saying it's two different colors. And there's this firearms instructor on the jury, especially if she says she can see it, or if someone else on the jury owns firearms, and they say, yeah, that's a big deal to me. I see the difference. I think that's a big point to sway people. So.
In real time, you'll never see that thing. We stopped it. And so here is the magazine, the extended magazine, to make this thing look bigger, and it's clear. It's not that. It's clear. Okay.
We're breaking.
Yeah, folks. All right.
Oh, they're breaking
we'll
here.
At 9 tomorrow.
Cool.
Please don't discuss the case amongst yourself or anybody else. We'll see you tomorrow. 9 a.m. All right, the jurors have left. Mr. Siegel, anything? Mr. Palmer? All right, see you all tomorrow.
A quiet outro.
You bet.
So since there's nothing there, I'm gonna leave the still frame up if you guys want to take a look at that. Oh, well, all right. So there we go. I think that's a pretty good vantage there. And let me make sure I have the quality all the way up. So if you guys want to take a closer look, the frame by the side by side of the magazine found in Rocky's house in the box in the closet with, honestly, like, what is that, a COVID mask and some other ammunition in there. Right, this is a COVID mask, right? Or like a mask in general that during this time period it makes sense that somebody was using it for COVID. I mean, this could be a box of things that you were putting together to go in a public place like a range, right? I don't know, this mask has me thinking. And then on the right side, again, the still frame with a bit of the prop gun visible in the frame, where we're pointing out that what looks like where the clip would be is clear and not all black, which would be consistent with this Glock magazine found in Rocky's home in April. So, yep. I really think a lot of the questions I had, a lot of the things that I was trying to play devil's advocate about, I think Tacopina has hit home. I think he's hit home. And again, I'm shocked that there's been so many objections. I think the judge was off on his count. Once he said his count over that break where they were arguing, I added his to the banner as well. His would have us at about 13 objections with 5 sustained. I counted 18 with 7 sustained. So I don't know. Again, casual counting there for me on my part. But still, to have like an objection at all during a closing statement is not that common. To have 13 or 18, whatever number we want to lean on here, is crazy. And we're not even complete. Joe sounds like he's got a little bit more to cover when we come back on tomorrow at 9, 12 p.m. Eastern. Whew. Yeah, I really love this closing. And I think he's doing a great job with the theatrics, right? The theatrics could have been too much. We talked about it. I think he's doing well. He's emphasizing the right things. Even his like general mannerisms, I think, are emphasizing the right things. Let's see. Yeah, poor courtroom decorum. It's frowned on by most trial attorneys. Yeah. So, holy moly. Also, big thank you to everyone with all the love and support today. This has been so, with closing arguments, since there's typically less objections, there's less there's less pauses, less comfortable breaks. And then the breaks we had with court were taken up by arguments. So sorry if I don't mean to ignore anybody. I'm just trying to not interrupt the flow of the stream. But big thank you here. Huge generosity here from Peter Ortiz. He gifted 10 earlier. This is a separate 10 gifted membership. So I don't know if the theme of the day is every time Tacopina had a boom, boom, boom moment. Peter's just dropping gifts every time. It sure seems consistent with that. So big thank you. Tons of love here to Peter Ortiz. Sean Street had said, and I'm not familiar with the case, so if there's a name here to the case, and you guys or a name of who's involved in it, that would make it searchable. But we were talking earlier, California, punitive damages, compensatory damages. If, for example, somebody was to go after, let's say Rocky and Rihanna were married, but they're not married. If they were married, California has common law. So if Rocky had debts, Rihanna's assets, you could go after her assets to cover those debts. So, and I don't know the specifics. I'm sure there's ways that people have their money in certain trust accounts or in different holdings. But still, there are a lot of implications financially, legally, when marriage is in play. And for Rocky and Relli, that's not the case. But building off that, Sean Street said, a debt state. Welcome to Philadelphia, where a 17-year-old kid gets shot as much as his age in front of his mom because he killed Cheese, and his father goes to Shay and doesn't say his nephew was involved. But we're here for this. Now, I think actually, now that I see Shay, are you talking about Shannon Sharp, the interview? And the guy that had the big green hat in the interview? I saw that clip right before I went live, so I haven't watched it, but I think you're talking about a Shannon Sharp interview. And just based on the caption and the replies to it, it seems like that's crazy what's being talked about there. I think that's what you're getting at. So I'm sorry I don't have the specifics here, but that just clicked. Gilly. Yes, thanks, Savada. Yes, Noah Scurry killed Gilly the kid's son. This is what you guys are talking about. Okay, thank you. It was right... I was picturing the hat. That's all my brain could get to was the hat. The oversized green hat. And no, I'm not getting an oversized green hat, chat. I'm not going to do it. But big shout out to Sean Street here. Yeah, and there's these huge cases, and I don't know how much... how much resources were expended on the police side looking into this case, but the DA's office seems like they've spent a lot of time and resources on this. I mean, for this even to be in its third week is a bit surprising. And a lot of that's really coming down to the drawn-out arguments. And yes, Tacopina did cross Relli extensively, but necessarily so. But what else could we have been getting through the court pipeline or spending more time investigating? It's always a good question. On a positive note, love this. So any Eagles fans in the chat, anyone that lives in Philadelphia, I'm a Vikings fan, and the Eagles really got us good a couple years ago. So and New York couple, so more than 2 years ago. So I still have a bit of a grudge. I do have a little bit of a grudge. But the win, it looks like people are having so much fun celebrating for their team. I heard that it's a holiday in Philadelphia, so the kids will be home everybody can go to the parade. I hope everybody's safe and has a good time. I saw a bunch of people in the chat saying either they're going down there or they know somebody who is. And I always love fun gatherings like that. Speaking of parades, if you guys ever happen to be in Rochester, New York area for St. Patrick's Day, I think one of the best places to be for St. Patrick's Day parades. Fun time. Everybody celebrates all day. Doesn't matter if you're Irish or not. So I hope everyone has a great time. Yeah, I got some Philly there. Some Philly. There we go. Lots of love there. So have a good time. Have a good time. And thank you again, Sean Street. Peter Ortiz, speaking of hats, says, Cat's new hat, save our turtles. I do love turtles. I do really love turtles, but not in the Lewin way. Not in the Lewin comparison way. Also, wasn't there a second side-by-side that we put up? How long ago was that? Was that before lunch? Do you guys want to look at that one for a little bit on screen? The police search. That was right before break because he came back saying we were just talking about that. That was a huge point too. I mean, is it here? No. I don't know. It's so difficult to like scrub through the timeline and find a precise little right here, I think. Aha. So I thought this was extremely effective. Again, I think that the jury can see it better. And some of these points we talked about, especially at the first break during this stream. What do we want to see? If we're sitting here as jurors, what are the gaps? What do we need filled in? We have this stipulation. We have this stipulation right before we get jury instructions that, all right, the prop gun expels something. It says expels casings or something. I think he said casings. We also stipulate that the casings Relli brought into the police station were not fired from that prop gun, right? So we have that stipulation, and for what it's worth, that stipulation could be really, 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 really bad for the defense if you feel like there's no other way to explain it. But we got a plausible explanation here. We have Tacopina say, look, it could expel blanks, which would be different. And then on top of it, you've got this. You've got 7 police officers. And we said Tacopina needs to hone it down on where these shells were, where Relli said he found these shells, where Relli said he went back to the scene. Show the cops right there, all of them, a group of cops looking at this tiny area, constrained area. It's not like when a person goes missing and you have to get the whole community together to canvass, square miles and square miles of woods. This is a contained area. They were standing right where Relli said he recovered the shells from, and none of them see it. So this to me is huge. This to me is huge. And I think I thought the stipulation was confusing, and I thought it was one of those, the jury still has to ask, why didn't the police see anything? But I think since we got the concept of the blanks, there's a way to fill that gap. And then this magazine, of course, another huge point. I think it was a huge point. He pointed out that the magazine looks brand new. We heard he asked that of Levin when Levin was on the stand, and he was like, it looks brand new because I haven't used it. And then comparing this, I'll move it forward a frame if you guys want to look at the picture again. This clear thing. And Lewin, quite frankly, is going to have to rebut each of these key points. Also, the lack of verification, the GPS thing was a huge, huge thing. Whenever it was brought up, I think it was when Detective Flores was on the stand, I think the chat, when there's certain moments like sitting here on this side of the screen, I can see when there's like extra focus, the chat notices things collectively sometimes. Sometimes it's just here or there, people notice little things and we don't realize it until one of you points it out. But we were talking about it. A lot of us were like, wait, they searched Ill's phone. They're not calling him as a witness, but they searched his phone records. And I'm pretty sure it was the prosecution that elicited that testimony that, we can confirm that this was the area it happened because we also looked at Ill's GPS location data. Well, what's weird about that? Your star witness, Relli, bragged about turning his phone over to the New York police in this case because he had nothing to hide after he deleted messages. So if he turned over his device to you and you're getting records, phone records from, I think it was T-Mobile, for Ills, are you not doing that for Relli? And you've had 4 years where you've had inconsistencies about this person in the white t-shirt being Relli back at the scene. But you have an alternative way to confirm that he went back to the scene, and you do not take that opportunity, even though you're completely capable of doing it, and you pulled a similar search warrant for somebody else to do so. Somebody else who's not, he didn't come testifying, he's not a defendant. You got a search warrant for this other person, but you didn't do it for Relli. That is one of the biggest things I think Joe hit a home run with in this closing argument. Because it's one of those things like, there's this idea that the phones always know where we are. Relli had his phone to take the pictures. If he was at the scene with his phone, there's no, I didn't have my phone with me. There is no way to wiggle out of that. If you have the phone records, it will either show it or it won't. So why didn't you get it? Why didn't you get it? And I would imagine there's nothing in discovery that shows that the state, the prosecution, pulled these phone records. And if they try to pull a fast one now, too late. Too late. So, other than that, I mean, there was a lot of little points. There were a lot of big points. Anything else that stood out to you as being like, oh, I'm so glad that he said this. And I do think that, like, in between the second, third, and towards the end, Mr. P was making some good points back to back, and then it got drowned out with the hypotheticals he ended with. So, it is what it is. But what do you think were the good points, and what do you think Lewin's going to do with his PowerPoint when he gets up for rebuttal? All right, hold on. Nick Starro here with the counter. Yeah, so I have 18 and 7. Nick counted 16, 10 overruled, 6 sustained, 1 speaking objection, 1 temper tantrum during break. Yeah. And that temper tantrum, like, continued a little bit after the break, too. So thank you, Nick, for the extra counting. I don't rely on myself for math by any means. So big thank you, big shout out here to Nick Starro. Hey, I also saw that you are not feeling well, that you went to the doctor, you've got some pneumonia going on, so best wishes going over to you. I think I told you to eat all the soup. Whatever it is that makes you feel better when you're feeling sick, I hope you just go 100% in on it. That does not seem fun at all. Guys, since Nick won't be streaming for a bit since he's not feeling well, go play his old videos. Run up his recaps. Get them going, show him some love. That way he's motivated to come back when he's feeling better. And I hope you're feeling better super, super quickly. And glad you could do this count to bring us this nice math. Peter Ortiz says this is better than SNL. I'm telling you, trials are... And maybe they shouldn't be. Maybe they shouldn't be. But trials can be funny. It's a little bit rough in... like the criminal setting, crimes that involve victims, and I would say, even the civil setting, like things that go to civil court just because they don't involve someone like punching somebody or hurting somebody physically, lots of stress there too, but some of the stuff that comes out in court and a lot of the lawyering, the attorneying, stuff that happens outside of other people being in the courtroom can just be so funny sometimes. So 1,000,000% plus. I don't know, is SNL free to watch? If you don't have cable, I don't know if I can watch SNL, but this is free to watch. So Neek says, if I was the jury, I couldn't convict. Not sure what happened. And this is the thing. You could be not sure. You could think it was a real gun, but that he acted in self-defense. You could think it's a fake gun. And those three things take somebody away from a guilty verdict, right? So, and I really think that the defense is doing a tremendous job in closing. I never use tremendous as an adjective, but I really think they're doing a great job satisfying potential gaps, satisfying, well, what else could explain it? And sometimes those what else could explain it, even though logically that might not be enough for reasonable doubt, sometimes that's enough. So, yeah. Another thing, there's also jury nullification. Let's add a fourth thing in there. So idiot wind, and I think this really goes to proving the case, proving the charges, all the elements are met, beyond a reasonable doubt. But also a layer here of what could be jury nullification. I couldn't in good conscience vote for the side of a prosecution that brings charges on information they didn't bother to vet. So this goes to reasonable doubt standard, but a little bit of stick it to the state, stick it to the investigation process. So. Oh, okay. If you have Peacock, they're doing all the SNL stuff this weekend. SNL 50, is it their 50th? Oh my god. God, they've been around so long. Again, big shout out here to Flesh of the Gods gifting the membership, sniping somebody in the chat, making them green. He will be live at 8, so in about 40 minutes, 35 minutes. He will be live doing a recap. I know a lot of you are already talking about watching this again, watching this on a second run. This is also a great reason. Follow Flesh of the Gods if you're into watching things twice or in a different time zone. He does later streams. I love to watch Flesh while I'm in the kitchen. So you know where I'm going to be at 8. I'm going to be watching Flesh from the cat kitchen. And I'm excited to hear the arguments from both sides again while I'm not like at the screen. It's a bit distracting sometimes and I miss things. So it'll be nice to hear it twice. Peter Ortiz, this is what I was talking about. Peter Ortiz is just going bananas in here. So Peter Ortiz had gifted another 20 gifted memberships, which is just incredibly generous. So I could get 20 booms in the chat. That would be amazing, chat. Tons of booms in the chat here. Am I stuck in the YouTube vortex? Do you mean me jumping? Or do you mean me living on YouTube and never needing a different streaming service? I watch so much on YouTube. So much. There was actually something I was watching I wanted to tell you guys about. Oh, I think so. I was watching Binging with Babish this morning. He did like a 5 sexy recipes for Valentine's Day, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna tell the chat that he's got that up and see who else watches cooking shows like Binging with Babish. That's what I was gonna think of. So I'm always on YouTube. I watch everything through YouTube. Touche says, still hope Relli got in trouble that night for suggesting his girl is unrecognizable without makeup. Hello? And to be fair, I don't know if they're like still together or not. It seems like she was willing to speak about him, but you know, some people talk about each other and then they get back together. I don't know, that could be their thing. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're not together anymore, but it seems like somebody was relaying certain things. Although maybe the defense was able to ascertain, you know, the $24,000 cash payment, calling him a fraud through the phone, the text messages. So not exactly sure there. But it's possible they're not together. And if they are together and you're like, I don't know, I can't recognize without makeup. Like, hello? Hello? What is that supposed to mean? Oh my goodness. A bit of a hot mess and right in time for Valentine's Day. And good to see you, Touche. Thank you for the super. Zeke says, 30 mil, not even 30 cents. Band-Aids cost about 5 cents each. Bink, bink, bink. It would be a stretch to say those wounds required 3. But I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. 5 cents times 3 is 15 cents. Yeah, that's what he needs. And you know, sometimes, like, that area, Like when I'm cooking, there's been times where I've like cut with a knife, which I think is a different type of cut. But a scar that scabs pretty easily, like a surface graze, sometimes putting a band-aid on it makes it worse. It either makes it like too moist and it starts getting weird, or it just like the glue, it just rips more skin than it does cover the actual wound. So, like, did we even use band-aids? I don't even know if we used band-aids. I don't even know. Again, love the math here. I hate doing stream math, so I appreciate you spelling it out here so well for me, Zeke. Also, hilarious that you've got like you're here with the authentic, you've got the expertise, you've got the medical icon here in your profile picture. So much appreciated here. Chloe. Chloe says the logic behind Rocky carrying the prop is meaningless to me. No one ever figured out why Ozzy liked to eat bats. Celebs are weird sometimes. To me, the obvious explanation is you go in and out of venues. The alternative would be you're bringing a real firearm in and out of these venues where if you're not licensed security, you're not supposed to have this thing on premises. So the suggestion, when you're all around this festival all day, you're at Long Beach, the venue, practicing, rehearsing all day, the suggestion, the flip side of what the prosecution's arguing would be for Rocky to be doing something that would be against the postings on the venue walls. So, so I don't even know. Just a holy moly. And yeah, celebs just do things. And if someone wants to carry something as a deterrent, so what? I mean, some people carry noisemakers, things that make noise to scare people away. Is it really that different if something's a prop that makes noise? The Honorable Yeah That, and guys, let's look at this in the lens. This was way earlier in the day. Honorable Yeah That says, if they say the gun is real, I doubt he gets off on self-defense of him, 12E, or Ills. It's 3-1, and I don't see how anyone thinks a gun is reasonable amount of force to a fist in comparison. So they need the gun to be fake. Now, you might think that it's not reasonable to me, I guess, a grab, right? A yoking. I would call it a yoke up because it was like he had him off the ground and it was like here with the hood. And this is kind of how we saw the hand. And we don't know that there was like an actual closed fist being swung at anybody. But what somebody thinks is reasonable, it doesn't need to be matched force. But if you felt like what you were doing was reasonable to stop something in proportion. So if you think somebody's getting their head pumped against pavement and they're getting swung on, not for nothing, but that can be deadly. That can give you some type of severe injury. You could have a whole lot of lasting issues because of your head getting hit back into the curb while someone's like fighting you on top of you against the pavement. And then the action that Rocky actually took, if the jury doesn't believe, and it's not consistent with Relli's testimony, because Relli said it was right when I met up with him the first time, but if the jury doesn't think that Rocky was aiming to shoot and kill Relli, then the comparison would be, you know, if he was shooting down and firing a warning shot compared to somebody hitting somebody, fighting them against the pavement. Is that reasonable? Is it reasonable in the context of somebody pursuing you? What becomes reasonable? If a small woman was running down the street and someone was chasing her and she ends up getting in a fight and somebody starts fighting her and she takes out a gun and she shoots and she says it's self-defense. I mean, the jury would have to weigh the reasonableness of that. So I don't think there's never a hard line. There's never, just because somebody has a gun and the other person doesn't have a gun, that doesn't mean it's not self-defense. But it is an uphill battle, right? I think when you use something for self-defense, I think you've got to expect that you could face some charges, even if you know that you were justified in that moment. So, in California, they do have stand your ground. So California, they do, and the jury was instructed on stand your ground. So Rocky did not have duty to retreat. Mel reported that. I'm not a lawyer. Reported that they were instructed on stand your ground. Rocky did not have duty to retreat, which I think is huge. I really think that that's huge. And again, the same examples, either of the examples could be totally different in a different state, totally different in a different court, totally different with a different jury, and of course, different set of facts. So just because you do something in self-defense does not mean the law will agree, or that a court will agree, or that a jury will agree. Sean Street had said Taco's trying to get this over with to handle that Busby case. This is dog poo to him. Yeah, I think he's probably, I feel like he really believes his client, and I can imagine as a defense team, they had to look back and find these points, these details, looking at the frames, like this frame here. I can imagine them looking at this and being like, oh my God, you see it right here. You see it right here. And like really feeling like not only did they want to defend their client, but they really truly believe their client is innocent. But I didn't know about a Busby case. So is Tacopina representing somebody that against someone that Busby's representing? Because that would be a lot of dramatics in a courtroom. Oh my goodness, that'd be a ton of dramatics. Let's see. And guys, my point about like the women too, I got off a tangent, but there are 8 women out of the 12 on the jury. And again, if any of those women are concerned about self-defense, there's an idea like women arm themselves to protect themselves because they couldn't physically, compete in a fist fight, right? And I'm just being practical with the conversation here. I'm not trying to get into specifications and whatever else, but I think it's a reality. I think women will arm themselves with tools for self-defense because they feel like they can't fight someone off physically just based on their own strength. So, yeah. Yep. Les Cleaver here, dropping stickers. Oh, yeah, we got the Valentine stickers. We got the hearts here. Big thank you here. Super nice of you. And the purple one that says thanks. So I don't know if it translates over. If you're in the chat, you can probably see them. But when I pull it up on the screen, to put it on the screen, it just says super sticker. But it is 2 sets of hearts, guys. Remember, it's Valentine's Day. Don't get in trouble if you need to go to the store, arrange some plans. Make sure you handle business. Keep yourself in good standing. Yeah, this is it. Leah's dad. My wife is 5'2". She's not fighting nobody. She's upping pole. And I'm not trying to discredit someone that's strong enough to take on the fight in their own hands and like come out a victor, right? I'm just saying. Oh. Yeah, Empress Fox. So let me rephrase. Duncan closed around 7 or 8 during that time in like November 2021. That was like still the heightened part of the pandemic. They now close at 9. That was a total lie. And there are some 24-hour Dunkin' Donuts, but there are none in a radius that would make sense that Relli could drive all the way out of town, get to a 24-hour Dunkin' Donuts, if it was even 24 hours during this time period, and then get back by 11:45 p.m. to get these casings. So, and we'll never know because they never looked at his GPS location mapping. So, interesting how much the prosecutions want to rely on GPS, phone location information, when it helps them make the case they want to make. But when it hurts their case, oh, don't look at it. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Or only look at it through somebody else. So it can't corroborate or not corroborate the person we're worried about. Just crazy. I got the Dunkin' Donuts bag from New York. That's why it was the black plastic bag. It was one of those, in New York, there's a lot of places that look like the franchise, but it's not really, like, it wouldn't say Dunkin' Donuts, but it would have, like, the pink and orange, so it would, like, make you notice it because it looks like a familiar brand, but it's totally off-brand. It's not affiliated at all. That's where we got the bag from. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. I miss New York a little bit. I miss a lot of the food. All right, so the Dunkin' thing, let me see if I do. Okay, so I know during cross-examination, oh no, direct with Kirk Anderson, the LAPD officer that was there when Relli came in with the shells. That was day 7, and that's where, he documented that these casings were brought in a black plastic bag. The other time I have bag mentioned, I don't know if I put the keyword Dunkin' in my notes, but Relli was on the stand, what, day 3? Or did he go up on day 2? Day 3, he goes up on the stand, and he was describing it. I notated about an hour and a half, an hour and 29 minutes into day 3. And these timestamps are based on my StreamYard, so it'd be about an hour and 30 on my stream, about an hour and 15 on, like, Law and Crime stream. Relli described retrieving bullets with his girlfriend at the scene. So if he got into details there, it would have been right then and there. So day 3, if it was on direct. I'm not sure if they repeated it on cross. So. And since it was direct, that would explain why you might have fallen asleep. That might be an explanation there. Let me see if I see any familiar notes. When did cross start? So cross started on day 4, and right away, and Tacopina might have come back to it, but when cross-examination began on day 4, the first topic, I have notated that he only went back once, found casings within a minute or 2, and that's when the judge and everyone was like, you said 2 or 3 minutes yesterday. So I don't know if during that conversation he describes the order of events where he also went to Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah, everything else that day that I notated was him talking about the pictures and sending text messages. Another thing, guys, and I can show as an example. Gotta find a video that's done. Let's go. You won't be able to do it while the video's live. Let's go to day 3. I'm gonna mute myself because I don't want to hear my voice. But if you open the description of a YouTube video. Oh, and by the way, I do have the timestamps here if you want to jump around to them. I do try to make it easy to find things. But if you come down here and hit show transcript. Let's see. Here we go, guys. Here we go. It's right here. $131. We've got Chloe on the screen. Chloe from the past. All right, what are we doing?
Show me the time or something. That's how I remember. But first I stopped at Dunkin' Donuts to get a pen in a brown paper bag, and then I went over there and hopes to find whatever I could find.
Not a Dunkin' Donuts bag.
Cameras, anything, you know what I mean? Because I took pictures of the cameras and everything.
I still feel the same.
So I happened to find the bullets. So I take a picture of them before I scoop it up with a pen and then put it in the brown bag.
I didn't hear him say he specifically scooped the casings up with a pen. Shout out to Mo, the Mac makeup artist here, having us go back and run this. I didn't catch that he said he used the pen to scoop up the... Can you imagine? What is that? Hold on. I've got to play a Family Guy clip. If they get me for it, they get me for it. This is what I'm imagining. Oh, why did it do this? No, go back to the Family Guy clip. All right. This is what I'm thinking of. Peter gets a frog, and the frog dies, and he has to get rid of the frog. Oh my goodness. And look how he has to try to scoop it up with this box. No, I'm not playing the music, that's why you can't hear it. It's just the visual here of what this would look like using a pen to try to pick up a... Oh my goodness. I guess he's saying he could, like, insert the pen in it and, like, when you use a fork to pick up a rigatoni. Oh my gosh. They really, like, put all the dramatics in this scene. Probably a better chain of custody there on that one. Yeah, I never heard him say that about the pen, but that's extremely detailed. You go and you... It'd be one thing if you say, I went and got a bag, and you say the wrong color. But you specify it's a paper bag. You specify you got it at Dunkin' Donuts. You specify you also got a pen. And then you also specify, mechanically, I did the motion of doing this with the pen and putting it in the brown bag. And then that's not really the real details. So, I don't know, did he say Dunkin' any? I think there's only 3 results for it in this. Let's try bag. No, that's just me talking. Yeah, so the rest of that's just me talking there. I'm so glad you said that. Oh my goodness. It's too much, too many details. All right, yeah, Peter, I'm with you. Peter says, all right, fellow slimes, off to dinner. Peter is my hero. Yeah, I mean, you guys share the name Peter. Shout out to the Peters. Let me set up. We've got Flush of the Gods starting a rewatch of these arguments. I'll be over there getting a second listen through. I'll set up a redirect to go over there, but if you guys see anyone else going live, I do also want to see if you've... I also said you've got Mel. I'm not a lawyer, but Mel, if she's doing a recap, I want to make sure I link that for you guys. She could tell us some more about the stuff going on in the courtroom. I really, really loved her jury instructions recap. So let me actually link you to that. If she goes live, hit the bell, you'll be notified. But if you missed her recap of jury instructions, much more informative because we weren't able to listen to it. It wasn't streamed. We only heard the blurb about self-defense. And I love all of her content. I love her as a person. So a million reasons to follow her, but specifically extremely informative notes that she took on jury instructions. Where was... Okay. So link in the chat right now is Mel jury instructions. And let me set up this redirect. And one last look through. Anyone? Oh, by the way, there is one other thing. I shared Don't F with Justice link in the chat, but this is the post. This is the post, not this specific one, but it's quoted within. That was made that compared the video of Relli at the shooting range with the LA Gun Club. That within minutes, and Relli, I mean, I've seen him. He's looking up stuff about the case, and he interacted with the post. But this is the video in question, the comparison.
Is that you? Yeah.
So they put this video together. I'll link to it so you can watch it. But I think it has music. This is where he's denying, but then this is her post where she put side by side the LA Gun Club and his Instagram video. So go check her out. It's Law Nerds on TikTok. And then this is the specific post, but you can follow her from this. Like, love the internet detectives, for real. Other than that, guys, this is going to take us over to Flesh of the Gods as soon as I actually hit save and refresh on this stream. We'll do that before I think of 10 other things that we got to get through. And we'll continue tomorrow. We'll go live on time tomorrow, you guys. So they're going to start early. I'll go live at 12 noon Eastern. They're starting at 9 p.m. Pacific. And hopefully we get through everything. Lewin still has his rebuttal. And then we'll get to deliberations. So we don't have a long jury instruction read because they already did it. So, Flesh of the Gods. All right. So that is set up. That'll take us over there. If you go for the ride and can't hang out, hit the like button for Flesh of the Gods. Show some love. And we're not done with closing for defense, so they might still bring up those deleted text messages. We haven't gotten to the text message, the itch, the phone calls with Wally from the defense's standpoint. So we've still got to get there in the timeline of closing. So you guys all have a good one. Thank you so much for hanging out, and see you tomorrow. Can't wait to see what happens. Bye.